Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? I'm Ada K, and welcome to today's broadcast, where we are following the Chen trial. And warning, it is a very unhinged and weird trial. Just giving you a heads up, y'all. It is an unhinged and weird trial. So, yay, we needed something to start this new year off that was a little unhinged and weird. I want to welcome some new members as I see it. Oh my God, thank you so much. And look, I have bad with names, love. So, Lariah, is that how you say it? I hope I'm not wrong. If I am, just type it phonetically. For those of you who don't know, I am dyslexic and deaf and fighting with bangs this morning. Thank you so much for joining. Bumma Green Eyes, hello! You're getting ready for your appointment. I hope your appointment goes well. I hope everybody got sleep. I did. I woke up with a migraine this morning, early this morning, but it seems to be on a mega low roar, so let's hope it stays that way. But if you see me throw on some sunglasses, don't be offended. It's just trying to keep the bright light from triggering it back into being. Today, oh my gosh, y'all, we're going to be going and visiting this trial. It actually started a couple of minutes early for us. I thought, it was supposed to be 9:30, and well, it started sooner than that, and that's frustrating, but that's okay. That's all okay. Here is a recap. A quick recap in what happened yesterday. The state was ready to go with opening statements, and they were ready to go with their case in chief. However, they had a little get up in their go yesterday when the the defense brought up the desire for an expert witness, and that expert witness had to have a voir dire. The judge said, yes, they could be an expert witness. However, the testimony cannot come in because of the time restraints and the fact that they did not admit this expert witness when he was supposed to have been admitted. So the mother of the victim gets up and testifies. And so we have, let me go back and go into opening statements. So opening statements and arguments for the prosecution were, number one, Chen stabbed Pace, the girl, Jasmine Pace, 60 times. Jasmine's family forced to take matters in their own hands, and they broke into his home multiple times and took some things. They had tracked Chen with his cell phone location. The SIM card of Jasmine's phone was found with Chen in Nashville when he was apprehended, and Shen's fingerprints were on the trash bags which wrapped up her body before he put her in the suitcase and before he decided to throw her in the river, Tennessee River. The defense's opening arguments were admits that Chen had killed Pace. That's not the issue, but claims it was a crime of passion, not first-degree murder. Says Jasmine was found they stated that Jasmine had found some text from another girl on Shen's phone and got very angry. They claimed that Jasmine came at Shen first with a broken wine bottle, and Jason Shen is guilty, but not of the crime that he is charged with. That is an interesting fact. Then we have the timeline that was shown. Let me get back to some of the other notes. The DA, Coty Womp, states, were you concerned about the police investigation? Katrina Pace's being the mother of the victim said, I was just trying to find her. I was insanely scared. And that is a very fair statement. The defense, would you break into an apartment? Katrina said, to find my daughter? Yes. Defense, would you lie to the police? Katrina said, I was just trying to find my daughter. This is the mother's testimony. Defense, would you perjure yourself under oath? And Katrina's response was, I haven't perjured myself. They really got a little deep into with her. We are kind of confused as to why there were no charges brought against the mother, because she broke into the house of Chen, or his apartment, multiple times and took things that belonged to her daughter. The DA stated, when did this become a homicide investigation? Now, this is the homicide investigator that testified yesterday. The Chattanooga PD homicide investigator stated, upon the first spray of Blue Star, they sprayed Blue Star and it lit up like a bad celestial formation on the wall. It illuminated an extremely large area, and the most I'd seen in my homicide career. That would be a good indication, honey boo, that we have a problem. So then we are now going into court. That is a road thus far, and it's catching us up. And now I'm going to get this up and going for trial. I don't know who's first on the actual stage testifying today. I don't know, but we shall. If you have liked for today, everybody can do it once a day. For the drawing that will be done at the end of the day for an entry at the end of the month for a $50 gift card. No, this is not a spam. This is not a trick. You will get a gift card. The winner. Okay, drawing is set. Let me get it down on the taskbar. So when you do that, you get entered. Thank you, Toxic. By the way, we have some, during a break, we got some Boone news. Some Karen Reed news. But if you guys absolutely love diving in and looking at court documents yourself, go as the gavel drops. Thank you for partnering with us. All of our documents come from As the Gavel Drops. They are the source to go to for court documents. They have a lot of mods that they do a lot of research, and they provide documents that you too can dive over and read through. But if you do choose to use them in a live like I am doing today, please give credit for the use of the said materials. Here we go. They're fabulous, by the way. Thank you, B. McCain, Michigan. Sorry for liking. Natalie, thank you for liking. Good morning, Miss Ronnie. Good morning. Good morning. Please be seated. We do have some audio glitchiness here. Well, hopefully it won't be as bad today, but yeah, it sounds like it's going to be. Dang it, I hate this.
seated. Good morning, jurors. Hope you had a restful night as much as possible. I understand that some of y'all like to work out. That's great. Keep that habit up. It'll keep you from moving around like an old man. I've had to add flexibility to my routine for sure, but it's good that you can have a little stress relief and make yourself healthy. Before we start, just have to ask, as I will every morning, is everyone able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to media, to not discuss the case among yourselves, and if anyone see any of those things happening?
Yeah, don't watch the news while you work out.
Admonition, please nod your head. Records reflect all heads are nodding.
Y'all, I have to say, this young assistant DA is freaking fabulous. I adore her. She's cute as a bug, but man, she's fabulous.
Proceed with the direct examination. Investigator Crawford.
Yes, Your Honor.
Crawford, come on up. Can we swear to give this shot?
Somebody swear affirmative, that's what we have to get to people.
So they started 8:30 my time. Okay, I was here early.
Good morning, Investigator Crawford.
Good morning.
So let's wrap up where we left off in Mr. Chen's apartment. When you were in Mr. Chen's apartment and you saw what you believed to be blood and then the blue star reacted, at that point in time, did you know whose blood that was?
I didn't know whose blood was what that was.
Did CPD take steps, more urgent steps than normal in a situation like that to try to learn whose blood that was?
Yes, we did take samples of blood, swabs of blood. We did presumptive tests through the means of Kastle-Meyer test, which essentially you're testing for potential stains or things such as to identify if it is potentially blood. We also collected carpet samples. Once those items were collected, once we had the ability to
Sorry, they do not have captioning.
Victim, such as her toothbrush, then we submitted those items to the TBO.
And how often have you worked with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Pretty much every homicide investigation that I've had.
Do they do a majority of testing of items that are collected in a homicide case?
Correct. They do most of the majority of the forensic testing that's done on every collected in the case. Other than fingerprints are done by our APIS investigators in-house. And some of our electronic forensics, such as phones and computers, are done.
Typically, how long does TBI take to test items and return those testing results to law enforcement?
Typically, the testing process takes an extensive amount of time. Typically, when we submit a TBI request for evidence to be processed through their lab, we submit a request along with submitting the evidence to their lab for testing. Typically, in a homicide case, something such as DNA takes approximately 9 months or so before we get those results. It's not that it takes them 9 months to determine exactly what it is, but it's essentially their caseload that they have at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations that it takes them a while to get to our actual submitted evidence before they're able to start their investigation.
Were multiple items in this case taken to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation for testing?
Yes, they were.
And is there a lab in Chattanooga?
No, there is not.
Where are the closest labs?
The closest labs is the main lab is in Nashville, Tennessee, and they have another lab that's close to us, being in Knoxville.
Do you recall which one these items from this case were submitted to?
Yes.
Which one?
They were submitted to the Nashville lab. We made contact with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We actually requested that these pieces of evidence be tested exigently as quickly as possible, meaning that we could submit them and hopefully they would take this case and put it in front of the rest of the cases to potentially identify whose blood what kind of blood was located inside the apartment. We were able to make contact with the lab in Knoxville with TBI, and they fulfilled their request.
So did you ask for urgent testing to determine whose blood was in the apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
And were they able to return those results to you?
Yes, they were.
Were you able to review those results?
Yes, I was.
Whose blood was in that apartment?
It was identified as that of Jasmine Pace.
Does TBI have protocols that they relay to law enforcement in regards to how much evidence they are able or willing to test in major cases?
Yes,
What are those, to your knowledge?
to my knowledge, specifically with DNA, for every piece of evidence we submit, they have different requirements or different things that they have in place. Specifically with DNA testing, they will only accept for testing 10 items at a time, which obviously we showed pictures earlier of potential items of evidence that had blood on them, which obviously tells us it's more than 10 items. So we have to submit the items that we believe potentially have the best result to identify someone. We're allowed to submit 10 pieces of evidence for testing, along with our DNA standards. In investigations, we collect standards from victims, persons of interest, suspects, or potentially people that may have also had the ability to be in that same scene as well. In this specific case, we were able to get a search warrant and get a buccal, which is a buccal swab on the inside of your cheek for Mr. Jason Chen. And then we were able to first thing that was submitted was a known toothbrush for the victim that would have a high probability of her DNA being on it. Those two items were submitted to the TBI, along with other pieces of evidence.
Going back to 110 Tremont Street, you testified to searching, and the jury will see more photos, you testified to searching Jason's residence. Did you do any searches outside of the apartment building?
Yes, we did.
Where was that?
After the initial search of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street, in investigations, we start small and work big. We try to figure out what exactly happened in the scene, and then we expand upon that. That includes not only searching, but a neighborhood canvas to identify potential witnesses, to locate video, or potentially see if other items of evidence or anything has been discarded outside of the crime scene. The first step after the apartment is I requested that investigators then go door to door and conduct a neighborhood canvas within the apartment to potentially locate any further witnesses. While that neighborhood canvas was being conducted, I subsequently went to the exterior of 110 Tremont Street and started doing a walkthrough of that area as well, to include the outer perimeter, the parking lot area, and dumpsters located there. I expanded further past that. We had search teams conducted in the wooded areas, in the residential areas, potentially locating further pieces of evidence, attempting to locate the victim. To the extent, I found a manhole cover at the rear of the apartment that was partially exposed and seemed to be that it had been moved recently. I personally entered that manhole and crawled 70 feet underground. We try to extensively search the entire area to include all the dumpsters.
Would it be fair to say that you do everything that you can possibly think to do in a location such as this with such a large amount of blood?
With the manner and resources that we have, yes.
Okay. And let's go back to the dumpsters. Were there dumpsters? Jury saw some Google Map images. Were there dumpsters next to Mr. Chen's apartment building?
Yes, there were.
And were you present when there was, and you can explain to the jury what kind of search or investigation was done into the dumpsters?
At first, even with exterior locations that we searched, the process is still the same in terms of how it's done. The first part is a walkthrough to potentially identify via the naked eye items of potentially evidentiary value that we potentially want to collect or have further interest in. So such as a dumpster.
Good morning, one
the
sunny
first thing I'm
day.
not
Thank
gonna
you for
do is go in there
liking.
and start ripping every trash bag out or every piece of clothing, because I want that documented by photographs prior to any of that being done. In this specific case, I entered the dumpster area. If you remember correctly, there was a wooden gated fence to kind of hide the outside of it from the street, from the residents. I subsequently opened that wooded door and entered that area where 2 dumpsters were located. Upon entering that area, I observed a few items of clothing on the ground and a sanitary pad, a women's sanitary pad, that appeared to potentially have what appeared to be blood and seemed out of place. Once I observed that, I subsequently notified our crime scene unit that we were also going to have further evidence that needed to be processed outside of apartment 210.
What else was the evidence that you just
Yes,
spoke
it
of,
could-
including the sanitary pad?
Yes, it can take quite a long time to receive DNA and other testing, such as that. A lot of times when they send off toxicologies, that can take quite a while as well. And it depends on how busy the department is and how much area that department covers to how long it gets back, but it can take quite a while.
Where was it when you opened the doors that covered the dumpsters?
Upon entering the closed dumpster area, the fence, it was just a few feet inside of the doorway, on the floor, on the ground, on the concrete ground, outside of the dumpsters. There was trash in those dumpsters, but these items were discarded on the ground outside the dumpsters.
Just laying there for you to see,
Correct.
not inside of the dumpster.
That's correct.
Is there clothing there?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of clothing?
There were a pair of pants, a pair of shoes, a women's sanitary pad.
Did anything stand out to you about the pants?
The pants appeared to have what could be possibly blood on them.
Discoloration.
Discoloration consistent with blood.
Do you recall what kind of shoes they were?
They were white in color, dirty, white color canvas style shoes with a white sole on them, low tops. I believe they were around the size of 11 or 11 and a half.
That's a big foot for a woman. If that was her shoe, that's a big foot.
One moment, Your Honor.
Oh, sunny day. Oh, sunny day. I know I changed the world.
I'm going to approach you, Investigator Crawford, with 1, 2, 3, 6 photos. They're stapled today. Can you look through those?
We had a good day. It was a good day.
Good morning, Benny. Thank you. It's kind of funny. I woke up about 4 this morning with a migraine from Hades and took some meds and went back to sleep. It's a low roar right now, but it's fighting. And sometimes when I feel my worst, I just do extra on the makeup. Fake it till you make it. I combined my earrings today so they don't look like somebody else's.
Do you recognize those photos?
I did.
What is depicted in them?
It's the photos from
I bet.
the dumpster area, the enclosure.
I bet. That
and
would be-
the items I described earlier that were on the ground.
That would be
Those
hell.
accurately represent what that area looked like on the
Narrow? Ooh.
what would that have been, 28, 2022?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this exhibit be stated.
I'm trying, though.
I
I's trying.
The court reporter, so we have.
Dr. Pepper, which I'm not supposed to be drinking, but when migraine comes, it's happening.
Collective 83.
Judge?
Yes, collective 83.
Mm. Let me see if I can zoom this for a second.
Post these on the screen behind you.
Here we go.
Simply the doors of the dumpster, correct?
That's correct.
This is State's Exhibit 83-1.
So he went dumpster
State's
diving.
Exhibit 83-2. What does this depict?
This is a photograph from the interior
Furniture.
of the dumpster area.
Blue jeans.
And what can you see on the ground there?
You can see the discarded clothing, the pair of shoes I was describing, a sanitary pad, and there's also a pair of what appears to be women's underwear.
State's Exhibit 83-3. What is this?
It's a closer up shot of what we just observed. That also shows the same items, the pants, the shoes, the sanitary pad, and the women's underwear.
And can you point out what discoloration you were referring to on the pants?
That's correct. There's a reddish brown discoloration. Once again, this green, the reddish color seems to fade out as bright as the normal pictures do. But there's a reddish brown stain there as well.
Was there a large amount of stains on those jeans?
Yes.
And I can't recall if you actually named the brand. Were you able to determine what brand of shoe that was?
I believe they were Vans.
Investigator Crawford, were you present for the autopsy that was performed in this case on Miss Pace's body?
Yes, I was.
Is that typical of a homicide investigator?
Yes.
And do you remain in the room for a majority of at least the initial autopsy?
Yes, we did.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to examine Miss Pace's body when she did have clothing on?
That's correct.
Were you there when the medical examiner began to take her clothing off so that you could examine her body?
Yes, that's correct.
Was Miss Pace, did she appear to be on her menstrual cycle?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she have a sanitary pad on that resembled the sanitary pad in the photo behind you?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, we're gonna move on. So you've searched Mr. Chen's apartment. You've identified Jasmine Pace's blood in the apartment.
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that Jason Chen was a suspect in Jasmine Pace's murder at this point?
Yes, that's correct.
And so did you at this point, or maybe you even began before, at what point did you begin to look into Jason Chen as a suspect and as a person of interest?
Originally, he became
Thank you,
a
Benny.
single person of interest at the beginning when I was
Welcome.
brought into the investigation, just due to the fact that we had a missing persons under suspicious circumstances, and it is extremely uncommon with my experience as a law enforcement investigator that a significant other not be a part of the process in attempting to locate that missing person. So due to the lack of communication, I believe him to be a person of interest after law enforcement attempted to reach out to him with no callback.
Did you try?
Yes.
So in your investigation of Jason Chen as a suspect, what preliminary information were you able to gather about Mr. Chen?
First, we identified his residence. Obviously, at apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street. We identified a phone number associated with Jason Chen via numerous individuals. We also identified his vehicle being a 2018 Toyota Camry that we're unable to locate. We identified that he was currently enrolled at the University of Tennessee, Chattanooga as a student. Identified that his family appeared to be from the Nolensville, Tennessee area. We identified a home address from there as well. We also looked into historical addresses for Jason Chen, to include his residence in Chattanooga prior to his time being a resident at 110 Tremont Street. We also attempted to identify family members and associates of Mr. Chen.
What county is Nolensville in?
Williamson County.
Were you ever able to locate Mr. Chen in Chattanooga?
No.
Do you happen to recall, this is a difficult question, what Mr. Chen's phone number is? If not, that's okay.
not her case.
Oh, that's okay. What kind of vehicle did Mr. Chen drive?
A gray 2018 Toyota Camry. I believe it was Tennessee tag BJF 0062.
Gray Toyota Camry 2018.
That's correct.
At some point, were you able to access Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that's correct.
Did she also have Mr. Chen's number saved in her phone?
I don't know if she had it saved in her phone due to her cellular device not being recovered, but we were able to get her phone records from Verizon.
How many investigators with the police department do you estimate that tried to contact Mr. Chen during this week?
I know that 2 investigators attempted to make contact via phone communication. I know that during the hours leading up to before I was notified about the investigation, I believe a patrol supervisor also attempted the contact number for Jason Chen. We also attempted to make contact with other family members and friends in the Chattanooga area before moving on to Nolensville.
At some point, did you become aware that Mr. Chen was most likely in Nolensville?
Yes, that's correct.
And how's that?
On November 28th, we applied for a search warrant for Mr. Chen's phone records to include historical data and have real-time ping locations to be readily available. Real-time ping locations is essentially a 10 to 15 minute ping where the phone company will ping the phone essentially, and it'll provide an estimated location. They would send those records to us every 10 to 15 minutes. It would be provided in a GPS style lat long coordinates. As soon as we started getting those coordinates, we were notified that his phone device was showing in the Nolensville, Tennessee area.
And at that point, did you have an address for his parents' home?
We did.
So that ping, the ping information. So once you had access to that from the provider, did you recall who the provider for Mr. Chen's cell phone service was?
It was T-Mobile.
You essentially were able to track him.
Correct. It's only the ping locations at that time. That was the only information that was provided by the phone company, and it's only real time from the point that they send that information. At that point, we didn't have any historical data to potentially track or see his communications or anything like that. We didn't receive those to a later date. So we're attempting to track his location. Sometimes the ping locations don't provide an exact precise location based on the quality of the phone reception. So sometimes the ping locations were a larger area and essentially give a neighborhood location or within city limits. But at some points they were pretty precise and showed locations consistent being at his parents' address.
Okay. Was a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' home applied for?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it issued?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you present when that search warrant was executed on his parents' home in Nolensville, Tennessee?
Yes, that is correct.
How many people from the Chattanooga Police Department went with you?
We had 4 people from the homicide division, being myself, Detective Seach, Detective Daryl Slaughter, and one of our homicide supervisors, Sergeant Miller. I also contacted the crime unit to have a part of their team also respond for assistance with documentation, the scene, and collecting evidence. We had them respond to the scene based on conversations with Nolensville PD and their capabilities of crime team in terms of how they can collect evidence. They felt more suited that our Chattanooga Police Department crimes unit would be more suited to handle this.
When you arrived at the home?
Again, thank everybody for
Who answered
being
the
here
door?
with me. Greatly appreciate you.
The parents of Jason Chen were the first people to answer the door.
What'd you tell them?
I advised them that I had a search warrant for the residence. I requested that they exit the residence and also requested if any other parties were inside the residence at that time.
Was Jason Chen at the residence?
He was.
When did you first make contact with him in terms of see his actual person?
After speaking with Jason's parents about the search warrant and asked them to request to leave the residence or to step out of the residence so we could execute the search warrant, Jason's father actually yelled, "Jason." I observed him exit a door on the second level of the home. It was a two-story residence. It is a two-story residence. As you enter, there's a staircase to the right, and there's like a cross balcony, which allows you to see access to that room. I observed that room door open, and I observed Jason Chen exit that room before walking down the stairs and greeting me at the front door.
I'm gonna have you turn around. Investigator Crawford, this is a Google Maps. Just typed into the search bar. Do you recognize this location?
Yes, I do.
And what is the what is the address? Do you recall what the address is? We'll go back.
1943 Ashburn Court, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay, so there we are. What is this? Sorry.
That's Jason Chen's parents' residence.
This is the residence that you showed up to at the front door with that search warrant that you were just discussing.
That's correct.
How y'all doing this morning? I realized that I have not put my videos into playlist. So I'm sitting here listening and putting it to playlist. I hope y'all are okay. I hope y'all are having a wonderful Sunday. Oh, thank you, Benny. Oh, sunny day. I really want to belt it. Oh, sunny day. Oh, like that song. Sorry. Oh, happy day. I so want a croissant so bad today, and I don't even know why. Don't even know why.
I'm sorry, defense counsel reviewed the
Okay, I got to
photos
make a
last show.
quick phone call. I'll be right back.
I'm sorry, Judge, should make that clear. Investigator Crawford, I'm going to show you a handful of photos. But frankly, I don't know how many. $31. If you will flip through those photos for me.
They need to teach people how to flip things over in court so you don't see what they're seeing. That has been an issue. Good afternoon, Haley Britt. Here it is 9:37 in the morning. Haley Mouse, excuse me. Oh, Haley Mouse. Haley Mouse, I'm going to send you an invite link in Discord. I would like for you to join it. You're not in Discord. Why do I? Where's my Haley Mouse? There you is. Haley Mouse, I'm not going to actually add you on the screen, but I want you to kind of watch what I do. Ronnie, I'm going to do the same with you tomorrow. Haley Mouse says, I'm just making a cup of tea, Ronnie. I haven't had one yet. Had to rush to collect my niece from school. Oh,
Do you recognize the contents of these photos?
Yes, I do.
you are in Scotland, Benny.
Do they accurately represent
That's 3:40 in the afternoon for
1943
you.
Ashburn Court on the night that the search warrant was executed, and also the way that Mr. Chen appeared when you made contact with him and when he was first spoken to by police?
Yes, that's correct.
You know what? I'm going to make a cup of tea as soon as this headache gets better.
What would the next exhibit number be?
Haley Mouse, please type in
Would you
chat
like
yes
the
if you
number
can see the
individually or
screen and see my
dashes?
mouse moving.
84, 85, 86?
This large amount, let's go make them separate exhibits.
Okay.
84 through 114.
Hi, Natalie. 10:40 in Detroit. You're only an hour ahead of me. I am Central U.S. Standard Time. I got a piece of fuzz in my lip gloss tickling my nose. Now, Haley Mouse, can you see?
Investigator Crawford, while I'm numbering these, did Mr. Chen make any statements to you when he was first contacted?
You had questions for me?
Questions about the search warrant?
He, the first contact with his parents, explained that he had a search warrant for the residence. Once Jason Chen was down there, I also advised him the exact same thing. I advised him we had a search warrant for the residence. I also advised him that he was going to be detained and taken to the Nolensville Police Department. Where we had a search warrant for his person with a collection of evidence such as DNA, fingerprints, photographs, and other things that were on the search warrant. At which point, Jason asked if we had any more warrants, which then I advised him we would talk to him further at the Nolensville Police Department.
Can you describe for the jury what Mr. Jason Chen's demeanor was?
More defensive.
Would you describe him as calm?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time that he wanted to tell you what happened?
Benny, my favorite tea.
That he wanted to-
It's called Ollie tea. This is Ollie Tea. It is our tea company. While we're doing that, I might as well play their little. They're one of our sponsors. So I'm going to let you listen to the Ollie Tea commercial. They're fabulous.
I want to welcome Ollie Tea to our family. They are our new sponsor. Ollie Tea is a veteran, woman-owned company. They are passionate about creating artisan small batch herbal teas, focusing on self-care and wellness, while at the same time offering tasty drink options. Ollie Tea does not incorporate scenting, or flavoring agent and is naturally caffeine-free with no added sugars. They let the natural ingredients speak for themselves. The herbal teas are packed as loose leaf and in convenient tea bags. Certified Go Texas and homegrown by heroes. They offer many different choices from lavender citrus to lemony mint to restore and to scarlet nibs. They also offer fabulous Christmas gifts such as these wonderful tea strainers. Y'all, this is absolutely beautiful. Please click on the QR code or go to www.buyollytea.com to get your tea. Let me know which is your favorite. I hope you enjoy. I really, really like that tea. And one thing I love about her tea is she handcrafts them herself, mixes the flavors herself, and she also doesn't pre-make it to the point that it sits on the shelf for 10 years. So yay, she's awesome. Do I not have? Sorry, save, and then I'm back to you guys. I found out that my, all of my videos should be in playlists, so I'm trying to
What, if anything,
create playlists.
did Mr. Jason Chen tell you that night?
He made another statement.
Ooh,
He asked
that's
if he had spoken to
interesting.
the lawyer yet.
And other than that, did he say anything else?
No, we attempted to identify and try to make contact with the lawyer. At this point in time, it was approximately 2 a.m., knowing that it would be difficult to potentially get an attorney on the phone at that time and also potentially respond to Nolensville, Tennessee, was difficult. We attempted, Daryl Slaughter attempted to speak with him at the Nolensville Police Department after he was processed. Right?
Objection.
Objection. Very appropriate.
Another objection, Your Honor. Another objection. Gosh, y'all, I didn't realize I have 300 and almost 340 videos. I am shocked. Oh my gosh, y'all. Somebody pinch me here. Wow, I didn't know I had so many. I had no idea I had so many. Wow. And I've been doing this 8 months, I believe now. 8 months. Go figure. Officially 8 months. So it's been a wonderful ride so far. Mama Green Eyes, you're having a bad hair day. That's what a baseball cap is for, love. Oh, yes, we have to color our hair. Our roots starting to grow. Got it. Yeah, women, all of us in our little hair troubles today. I have a bad hair day. I just braid it. I thought about doing this the other day just to see if somebody would notice, but no. Nope. Nope, don't notice those kind of things. For those of you just joining, thank you very much for joining. This case is an interesting case. This is a case of the unaliving of Jasmine Pace by the alleged unaliving of Jasmine Pace by Jason Chen. Apparently, he's not admitting that he did not. He's admitted that he unalived her, but he's admitting to the level of charges. He says it was a crime of passion. The state has got, I think, is first-degree murder or redrum, first-degree redrum. And, yeah, right. And so, anyway, he is up for trial. He unalived her by 6 stab wounds.
and then mangled her body into a
Investigator Crawford,
suitcase.
let's begin to go
Another
through the photos that you just
terrible moment.
reviewed that have been placed into evidence.
And then dumped her body into the Tennessee
I'll have you
River.
turn around to the screen. What
My
does
hair
this
is always
photo
flat.
depict?
I don't think I have a slight curl in my
This is,
body.
A photograph, me on the left-hand side, other officers on the right-hand side. You can see just inside the doorway is Jason Chen's father, and you can see Jason Chen is to the left as well.
With a hat on.
That's correct.
That's State's Exhibit 84. State's Exhibit 85. Again, what do we see in this photo?
Once again, it's a photograph of the doorway area that depicts Jason Chen's father on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side of the picture walking away is Jason Chen.
And were separate photos of Mr. Chen taken once he was transported to the Nolensville Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 86, is this one of those photos?
Yes, that is correct.
And are the photos taken exactly as he came out of the house that night?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 87, for the record, can you read what that hat says?
The hat says anything goes.
In the course of your investigation, did you see this hat any other times and
Yes, I
places?
did.
State's Exhibit 88, side profile of Mr. Chen.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 89, of course, a close-up of anything goes hat.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so you testified that Mr. Chen walked out of a room when you first saw him in the home. What kind of room was that?
It was a bedroom that had small pieces of furniture to include a desk and a bed.
Did you subsequently assist in searching that room?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 90. Is this a photo of that bedroom?
That's correct. It's a photograph taken once you enter the room, so the left-hand side of the room.
Did you happen to open up that red box?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 91 will be the photo being shown currently. What is that?
It's a cell phone.
In what appears to be some kind of jewelry box, is that correct?
Correct. The red box is a jewelry box with jewelry and other items that are stuffed in there. You can see on the bottom half of the jewelry box, the black top half of a iPhone cell phone.
And in State's Exhibit 92, a closer up of that cell phone.
Yes, that's correct.
Does the cell phone have a case on it?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that other item attached to the phone?
It's a ID/credit card holder. Here's one of those stick-on ones you can put on the back of a cell phone.
Did you ever see this piece of evidence again throughout your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did the Chattanooga Police Department collect this cell phone?
Yes, we did.
Is this at eventually, we'll get there, but is this the phone that a forensic download was completed on at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 93. Explain to the jury what we're seeing here.
It's a separate angle of the same room we've seen photographs of. The first one shows the bedded area to include the small shelving area with the jewelry box on top. This is an angle that picks up the back corner of the left-hand side of the room, but you can see the door and you can see a chair which leads to a desk.
State's Exhibit 94, is that a photo of the desk?
That's correct.
And there are, what kind of items on the desk?
There is handwritten notes. There's a binder. There are glasses, Jason Chen's wallet, and a laptop computer.
Were those glasses collected that day, do you recall?
I do not recall. I know the photographs were taken.
State's Exhibit 95. Were these note cards collected from the desk?
Yes, that's correct.
States Exhibit 96, again, this is a close-up showing, again, the glasses.
Yes, that's correct.
This is even more of a close-up, closer to the glasses, and then you can see that there's a notebook there with,
Ladies, if your roots are showing, guess what? Eyeshadow, the color of your hair, just a little darker than the color of your hair. You can pat it on top, spray it with hairspray. Spray it with hairspray. Pat the powder on top, spray it with hairspray again, and you've got a touch up on the go.
what appears to be writing on it.
Yes, that's correct.
And what is that black object behind that notebook?
It's a wallet.
Was the wallet collected?
Dr.
Yes,
Bullbutter, you
In
are
the
so
notebook?
correct. Oh my
Yes, that's
gosh,
correct.
y'all. There may be a motion at the end of this session of court because Miss Dr. Bullbutter got a shot. And I kind of noticed it, but I didn't want to say anything, see what the court was going to do. But we'll talk about it. Where the cameraman panned and got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members of the jury, and they appear to be 4 male and 1 female. And we will see what happens. Sometimes they don't care if they get caught so much on screen, but we'll see what happens. But that is interesting. The judge may ban the camera from the courtroom. Just a heads up, we may have trouble. Thank you, Dr. Bullbutter. You're
Your Honor, may I
amazing.
have the deputies flip off the screen light? Investigator Cropper, were you able to review these note cards?
Yes, that's correct.
T. Nick's trial. I'm
gonna
sorry.
give you it's
Wrong
6
courtroom.
98. I'll
T.
give you
Nick's
the
trial.
actual copy, for whatever one is
Wow.
easiest to read. Let me have this pen right here. Do you see this note up here that says Crawford?
That's
Yes,
not this
correct.
trial.
That's your last name, correct?
Why are you?
Yes,
Why are
that's
we
correct.
talking? I'm sorry.
And, 423
Wrong trial.
443 0667. What is that?
That's my cell phone number.
All right, and then let's go down here. Can you please read that out loud to the jury?
Saturday, starting from the top down.
That was in
Saturday,
the T.
November
Nick's
19th,
trial.
last time
So
I
if y'all
saw
are
her.
following that.
Tuesday, November 22nd, last time she called. She has been a scribbled out word, long history of running away from her parents, ran away to Canada,
Excuse the neck.
has a restraining order against her ex. Period.
And can you read this scribble here?
Starting from the top,
Yes,
says she has a long history of running
Wrong
away
trial.
from
My
her parents.
apologies.
And then bottom, I believe it says great.
and then this note here.
Starting from the top down, it says talk to the 26th. And it says missing.
I'm sorry, say
It says at the bottom half, it says missing.
on that note part right there.
Correct.
This is a close-up, States Exhibit 99 of other notes, correct?
That is correct.
Did these numbers mean anything to you?
Not right now.
And that you agree that says approach them, and then it looks like there's a note with some ring finger sizes.
Yes, that's correct.
Just a close-up of some of the things that you just read, correct?
Correct.
Approach
Can you,
them.
by any chance,
Approach them is on that right there. Brooke Crawford, 423-443-0667,
Yes.
What
Cheyenne.
does it say?
Interesting.
If law enforcement contact other family members, what to do, they do.
That was States
Do they
Exhibit. I'm sorry, did you say something else?
I corrected myself. It says, what do they do?
Okay, States Exhibit 100. This is a close-up of the States Exhibit 101 of what you had previously read, correct?
That's correct.
Close-up of what you previously read, States Exhibit 102, correct?
Yes, that's
She
correct.
has a blank, it's hard to read the writing.
This is
Talked to her mom
another note
on the
here.
26th. Missing person filed yesterday, November 19th.
Okay,
Last
can
time
you
I
start with
saw
the top
her.
note and go ahead and read that?
Yes, this note at the top, I read the first part of that note in one of the previous pictures. The top note says, talk to her mom on the 26th. And it says at the bottom of that note, missing person yesterday.
And then let's go ahead and start reading the bottom note as best you can with the jumbled words.
The top down states, November 19th, last time I saw her. Scribbled out appears to be Jewel. Says she would call me once a day is above, crossed out every day. Last time was on the November 22nd on phone. I believe it says TUES, T-U-E-S, scribbled writing.
State's Exhibit 104, this was the notebook that was sitting underneath the glasses, is that correct?
That's correct.
And let's go ahead and read this a little more clear here.
From the top down, it states Friday, November 18th, last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, last time we talked. She has a huge history of running away from her
Yes,
home
we
in
support
her
as the gavel
teenage
drops.
years. Mom was an alcoholic, ran away to Canada for several years and was homeless. Her dad left when she was a kid, has restraining order against her ex. The next bulletin says she was recently online Facebook, and the bottom says next to Ken.
State's Exhibit 105, is this an opened photo, a photo of the opened wallet that was on that desk?
Yes, it is.
And what was inside?
Inside of the wallet, the crimes unit took out the two Tennessee State identification cards to show that those items were found inside of that wallet, to show also potentially identity, potential possessor of that wallet. Further inside of that wallet, miscellaneous credit and debit cards were found in there, along with health insurance card.
Were these two of the cards that were found inside that wallet?
Yes, that's correct.
What are the last four digits on that Regions Bank card?
4189
And the expiration date
05/26.
and the name?
Jason W. Chen.
Were there other bedrooms in the home that law enforcement went through?
Correct. We went through the entirety now.
Okay. Was there a bedroom upstairs with a bed that had sort of striped sheets on it?
That's
Do you
correct.
recall?
There were multiple bedrooms upstairs. I have to see pictures.
Is this one of the bedrooms that was upstairs?
No, it's not.
Where was this bedroom?
That bedroom was located actually directly below the first bedroom we saw photographs of. I described going into the residence, going up the stairwell, coming back over a catwalk style balcony to this side of the house, the left-hand side of the house. So the first room we looked at would be the top left. This room would be directly under it in the bottom left. So if you were to enter going to the living room area, the far left corner of the residence, where would be this bedroom located.
And is that the bedroom in the photo behind you?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 106. What is that black object on the bed?
It's a North Face backpack.
State's Exhibit 107, is that a closer up of that backpack?
Yes, that is correct.
Again, 108. Different angle with the North Face logo that you can see.
Correct. It's, after it's photographed, and once the searches began, they now flipped the backpack to document the other side of the backpack.
Were you able to identify whose backpack that is?
At the time when I observed the backpack in that room, I observed it to be consistent with a backpack Jason Chen was seen with in the days after the homicide and before. and contents within the backpack indicative of.
Thanks for wanting to become a member,
Was that
Benny.
backpack collected by the police department?
That's
Or
correct.
Ronnie can help you with that.
Can you tell the jury what kind of items were in that backpack?
There's all sorts of miscellaneous items that one can find in a backpack, specifically potentially someone that was, have left the residence. There was multiple items to include umbrella, eyeglass case. There was a lot of different items.
Did you
And I
observe
think
an
that
eyeglass
in that
case
backpack is where they
Yes,
found
there
the
was a
SIM
black
card
eyeglass
that
case.
belonged to the
What
victim.
was inside the eyeglass case?
Miscellaneous items to also include a Verizon SIM card.
Were you able to locate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
Yes, we were.
Where was it?
It was parked within the garage of that residence, a single car garage.
Was the garage door closed?
Yes, it was.
Were there vehicles in the driveway?
Yes, there were.
How many?
There were 2.
States Exhibit 112. What is the jury looking at here?
This is a photograph of from the doorway from the interior of the residence looking back into the garage. You can see the 2018 Toyota Camry. I described it as a single car garage. There are 2 doors, but it appears that they used half of the garage for storage. So there isn't really room for another car to be in there. So you'll see the car parked in there, and it's very tight quarters based on the amount of items that are in the garage. It's hard to move around and get around the people. So.
Were you able to verify based on the license tag that this vehicle was the vehicle registered to Jason Chen?
The Tennessee license plate and its VIN number.
And the VIN number, you said?
Yes, that's correct.
Just a closer up of Mr. Chen's gray Toyota Camry.
Yes, that's correct.
And then lastly here, Mr. Chen's license plate, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did law enforcement confiscate Mr. Chen's vehicle?
We did collect.
For those of you who are struggling to become members, go down under comments, and right next to that, you'll see a $sign. Let me go do it with you, because I know several people have had issues with that, and I apologize. Let me get into this thing like I'm. Okay, so you see chat and you see a $sign, you see a plus. Click on the $sign, and then it will say super stickers, super chat, membership, and membership giftings. Go to the membership if that's what you wish. On a cell phone, it's a little different. So let me go to the cell phone and pull it up. I know some of us have had issues, so I'm just going to go ahead and go there. Let me get to my. Okay, click here. Okay, you're going to click on the $bill sign, and it does not, see, Ronnie, look, it does not give. It just gives the supers chats. So you're right. Where do you go to do memberships then? Come on, YouTube. I mean, come on, Apple. Why can't we? Ronnie, how do you do it on your cell phone? Benny, on your laptop, click the arrow at the top of the chat. You will see super chat, but scroll down. Oh, I wonder if is that the same way on the cell phone? You have to go through Safari. So you go into Safari, go into YouTube. Got it. Okay. Just trying to help y'all out. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. I appreciate the memberships, you guys. Y'all are awesome.
Was it taken to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes, it was.
So go to Safari, go into YouTube, then go in. Got it.
Vehicle was then taken by tow and taken back to Chattanooga Police Department for further processing of evidence.
Were you able to enter that vehicle at any point in time?
Yes, we applied for a search warrant for the search and processing of that vehicle.
It does work that way.
After the search warrant was granted, signed off,
So on the phone, go
Certain
Apple phone, go to
process and
go to the Safari, type in youtube.com, go into your account and do it that way. Yep. Don't go through the app. Good one. Thank you.
Did
Y'all are
Mr.
so
Chen's car come
awesome.
up
Thank you, Michigan. So
So
we
if
learned
we're going
something today.
chronologically, this search warrant was executed. Chronologically in the investigation, what major event
Hello.
happened next?
The search warrant's executed. Mr. Chen is transported to the Millersville Police Department. Subsequently, after he was transported, we concluded the search warrant at 1943 Ashburn Court to include collecting evidence and taking possession of the 2018 Toyota Camry. Subsequently towed back to the Chattanooga Police Department, followed by law enforcement investigators. After that was towed back, Mr. Chen
Almost
was
time for a gang cut.
to the Williamson County Jail. We subsequently drove back to the Chattanooga Police Department, where then Mr. Chen was only placed under NCIC hold, investigative hold at that point. When we came back, I applied for an arrest warrant through the Hamilton County Magistrate's Office, at which point he was signed off for at the time for criminal homicide.
And at this point in time, did anybody know where Jasmine was?
No,
Were investigators and other law enforcement officers at the Chattanooga Police Department actively looking for Ms. Pace?
we didn't stop until we located him.
What day was that arrest warrant issued?
The arrest warrant, it was issued on November 30th, 2020.
And do you recall what day it was that Jasmine's body was located on the side of the Tennessee River off of Sutt Creek Road?
On December 1st.
I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but were you notified when Jasmine's body was located?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you report to that area where the suitcase had been found?
Yes, that's correct.
And then subsequently, did the medical examiner also arrive at that scene off of Sutt Creek Road?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it after that that you also went to the medical examiner's office for the autopsy?
That's correct.
Can you explain the difference for the jury between a forensic download of a cell phone versus obtaining cell phone records via search warrant?
Correct.
Can you explain the difference?
So you'll hear it during this trial that there's potentially evidence get brought forward. There is a forensic download of the cell phone. What that actually is actually having a device, at which point it's hooked up to a programming system after a search warrant applied for, consent is given for the phone. Essentially, one of our electronic evidence unit investigators will then utilize a set of programs to essentially crack into the phone if it has passcode. If it has passcode, sometimes we have the ability based on the programming to bypass that passcode. Once they're allowed inside the phone based on the programming, then essentially almost all contents from the phone is forensically extracted from that device. So the things that are going to show up in phone records are going to be the apps associated with that device. Certain things like iMessages that are communicated differently to be communicated over a Wi-Fi signal will be different than your phone records because of how they're electronically communicated through the device. So inside that device, you'll also have your photographs that you've taken on your device. You'll have videos. You'll have internet search history. And some apps also allow for extraction of data, where other apps do not. So sometimes you may get Facebook messages. The way that it communicates on your phone in the store, you'll actually get those potential communications via Facebook, but you don't get to see everything that happens with Facebook and how the extraction occurs. It doesn't show you their activity, their search history in terms of those apps. With the phone records themselves, the forensic download of the phone comes from the phone itself. Without the phone, we cannot do the forensic extraction of that actual device. So the other way to get potential records for someone, cellular records, is to go through the phone provider with either consent, subpoena, or search warrant applied for. We provide those things to the phone providers, but then we get the reports back from the phone providers on whatever we requested from them. Those reports typically will have the subscriber information that shows who that device is potentially registered to or that account is registered to. It will have cell phone records to include their call data reports or CDR reports, which will show generally the phone number associated with the device, who it called, when it called. It'll also have different types of location data, and they're called different things based on the phone provider themselves. They just have different classifications on how they report the data. So they will provide essentially, I hate to say GPS style coordinates because that's not the way that they really are on how they're triangulated. But they will provide location data if it's available. They will provide call records, such as call logs. They will provide SMS or MMS text message data showing when text messages occurred. And sometimes, not frequently, we will get content. Sometimes certain phone providers will do a very minimal, typically less than a week or about a week of actual content that's transmitted. So it'll actually have content of what was text message. But typically we don't get that content. The content we get from the actual text messages would be from the actual device itself. From the forensic reports, how we get that from the phone reports from the company, all we can tell is that a call was made or a text message was placed, who it was to, who it was from, if it was completed, how long the call was, and where that device was located when these things were happening.
On the forensic download, where you actually need the physical phone, are you able to tell what has been deleted?
Part of the process of the program itself, it does have the ability to potentially to re-extract items that were deleted. It will identify and report if items were deleted. But depending on how that deletion of that phone occurred, we don't have any idea if items were deleted prior, other than having something else to corroborate, something has been changed to that phone. So a lot of times when something is deleted, like a photograph or potentially a text conversation or a call log, we are not able to recover those from the device.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Mr. Chen's cell phone records from T-Mobile?
Yes, that's correct.
Was the Chattanooga Police Department able to obtain Jasmine Pace's cell phone records?
Yes, that's
And that provider was who?
Jasmine Pace's provider was Verizon.
And did the Chattanooga Police Department do a forensic download on Mr. Chen's cell phone?
We did.
Which cell phone, based on the photos the jury has seen today, was that?
It was the cellular device that was located in the red pillar box within that upper room at 1943 Ashburn Court with the clear case in the backing on it, which was for Boston College.
Do you have experience in reviewing a forensic download?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
Depending on how long someone's had a device or how active they are on the device, their reports can be very extensive, or they can be minimal, depending on their activity. If you have someone that's had the phone for maybe a week, that doesn't communicate a lot, doesn't take photographs, doesn't do those things, it's a very quick extraction. There's not a lot of data that comes back because there's not a lot of activity on it. If you find a device that someone's had in possession for a couple of years, it can potentially store thousands and thousands of pages of documentation to include photographs, timelines, associated apps.
Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that. Yahoo!
So they will be extracted and put into this forensic report, where then we're able to.
Thank you, Haley
review it,
Mouse.
because obviously it potentially comes in raw form with raw data. I'm no computer expert in terms of reviewing raw data, but when it comes back in the report, we're able to review those forensic extraction reports and review the contents of that phone.
Is there a name for the software that's used to review those extraction reports?
There are different names. There's Celebrite is one, and Axiom is another one as well.
The Chattanooga Police Department utilized Celebrite?
Yes, that is, Celebrite is actually the forensic tool, or one of the forensic tools that is utilized to forensically extract that information from the device.
Do you have much experience with Celebrite?
Yes.
Approximately how many times would you say that you have performed forensic downloads and reviewed those downloads of cellular devices?
I've requested many, I don't know a number in terms of how many search warrants were applied for, consents were given for cellular devices where forensic downloads have been completed, and we're submitting to our electronics evidence unit, and they include those downloads. I've not only reviewed evidence in terms of my own cases, but other people's cases as well, within the homicide unit and other investigative units upon request. I don't know.
Okay. And were you able to review the forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
Yes, I will.
I got 84 through 114, so 115 will be next. I don't think the court was making sure that last batch of photos was admitted. You asked for those to be admitted.
Your Honor, if I didn't, I'd ask for those to be statements next to it.
I think 84 through 114.
Paper clips and these together for you. Investigator, I'm gonna approach you. A handful of photos. This one goes together. The rest are separate. If you could review those.
He's reviewing this, counsel.
Sorry, guys, I'm on the phone with the school. We're getting ready to go into a new semester and they messed up my funding. So I've been on the phone with them trying to, hi, thank you, new member, hoo-hoo.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
It's pretty much flown by. It's 5 to 11. I usually like taking a mid-morning break. I think we're going to go for about another 30 minutes of this next line of questioning. Would you prefer a break now, or you want to wait for another 30 minutes or so? You can need a break now, Rachel. Okay, one. Okay, that's enough. All right. So we're going to take a break now. It's 5 minutes to 11. I'll be back here at 5 minutes after.
Yay, got it worked out. Woohoo! Y'all have no idea. I mean, college's financial stuff it sucks, but it's great, but it sucks. but it's great. Okay. Anyway. Easy peasy. Yay. A great balls of fire. Still can't get the memory link. Okay. So we are on, let me see how long we are on a break for. They're just skimming through. Oh,
Chen's demeanor was, and the investigator said defensive. The DA then said, would you describe him as calm? And the investigator said yes. And then Jason Chen asked if the police had spoken to his attorney yet.
Mm.
So that's the first time that they came into contact with Jason Chen after they found some of that evidence in his apartment back in Chattanooga. So the next thing we're going to look out here is some of the things that they found in his parents' Nolensville home. This is a backpack that they say they found that Jason Chen had. Inside that backpack was an eyeglasses case. We heard about this eyeglasses case for the first time during opening statements. The prosecution said inside that eyeglass case was a Verizon SIM card that belonged to Jasmine Pace's phone. They say that the actual phone was never found, but the SIM card was discovered inside this backpack that they found in Jason Chen's parents' home. Now, let me see if I can change this view so that we can see this a little. There we go. So that we can see this a little bit better. And we'll take this banner down so that we can read it. Okay. The next thing they talked about were some handwritten notes that they discovered in Jason Chen's room at his parents' home. Now, there were several notes here. This is a good shot of one that's zoomed in. Several of the notes talked about Jason Chen's interactions with Jasmine Pace. This note there says Saturday, November 19th, the last time I saw her. Tuesday, November 22nd, the last time she called. She has a long history of running away from her parents, ran away to Canada, has a restraining order against her ex. So again, this is Jason Chen's handwriting, the prosecution claims. Notes found inside his bedroom about his interactions with Jasmine Pace. Okay, here is his cell phone that they found at his parents' home. And this cell phone is about to become even more important, they said, because they were able later to go through and get a search warrant for what was on that phone. And we're about to hear, it sounds like from how they're going with the testimony here, it sounds like we're about to hear more about what was found on that cell phone as far as different, maybe different messages. One thing that we did hear about was the text messages that the defense says that Jasmine Pace saw come through his phone that made him so angry. Of course, this is the prosecution's case, so we don't know how or if they will handle that there, but that's one thing that we could possibly be looking out for there. So that's his cell phone that was found at his parents' Nolensville address. Again, all of this coming from this investigator here. That is investigator Zach Crawford. He is Meg Doyle of what.
okay. So this is something I wanted to see right here. Let's pause that right here. So we have found at Chen's parents' home, at his mother and father's home, eyeglass case with a SIM card. So that would have been Jasmine's SIM card. Handcrafted or handwritten notes about Jasmine's cell phone and in the backpack. That's pretty condemning. Now, once again, he is not stating that are we back in court? Yeah. Then again, resume soon. Then again, he is not stating that trying to get to where it no longer says resume soon. Okay. Chen, is not stating he didn't unalive her. He just is fighting the charges. He says it was a crime of passion, not first degree murder. Well, dude, that's why he's fighting this, because if they can get the jury to say this was not first degree murder and acquit him on the first degree murder and get him on the lesser, then that's what he wants. We'll see if that actually happens. Thank you for becoming a new member today. You got 10 additional entries into the drawing. And if you gift memberships, both of y'all will get 10 entries into the giveaway.
Investigator Crawford had just looked through these, and we took the break, so I have not asked him if he recognizes them nor about the evidence.
Is it easy for you to keep like a 115, 1, 2, 3? Some of the issues, I just want a large exhibit to be collected.
Okay.
So if you put numbering, like 115.1, 115.2 works for you, the good that it's almost separate.
I understand. So I did already, during our break, I numbered these. They would be exhibits 115 to 123. And there's a collected in it that I did do 161, 162, 163. So I agree that it gets confusing when I collect the exhibits.
It's too big, it makes it hard to
You
believe.
can't even, yeah, that's a good point. But I did number these.
What was the last number?
123.
I hate it when you have a hair on your face or a fuzzy and you can't find it. It get a little creepy feeling. Let me zoom.
When it was in the possession of the Chattanooga Police Department before download.
Are y'all hearing okay? Oh, there I can hear. Well, I don't really hear here, but you know what I mean. I read.
These records, there are approximately 11 pages. What are those?
It's a excerpt from the call history log, specifically the timeline area of the forensic cell phone extraction from Jason Chen's cellular device.
Does this reflect the calls that he was making, receiving, or missing?
Correct. It's a call log. It will show the date and time that a reported call occurred. It'll show the direction of the call, whether it's incoming or outgoing. It'll show potentially what type of communication it was. It'll show the reported numbers between the calling number or the number that was called or that was calling in. And in the device, if the number was identified via contact, it will have a generated name associated with that as well.
You recognize that this record is taken from Mr. Chen's cell phone download?
That is correct.
Your Honor, ask that this be State's Exhibit 116, 116-1 through 116-11.
So
And the rest of these photos, in vague terms, can you tell the jury what the rest of the photos represent?
This photograph is a photograph that was recovered off the cellular device in question we were talking about. It depicts that woman.
Well, it's not, the jury will see it, just in vague terms, are those photographs from Jason's phone and coordinating data.
Correct. They are phones recovered from the device along with the extraction data as well.
Photos that came from the device.
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that these be admitted. It would be 17, 18, 117, 118, 119, 120, 21, 22, and 23.
moved.
All right. So, behind you, this you testified, 115, this is the cellular device that was retrieved from that red box in the bedroom at Jason Chen's parents' home.
Yes, that's correct.
This is what you performed the cell phone download on.
That cell phone download was performed.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 116-8. Is this a page of the call logs from Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree, begins down here on this page on 11/19/2022
Yes, that is correct.
and goes up on this page to 11/24/2022 at 6:42 p.m.?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you be able to tell us based on looking at this if anything had been deleted or not?
No, not based on looking at this.
Do you recognize any phone numbers of significance on this call history?
Yes.
And which phone number is that?
At the two up from the bottom, there is the phone number 423-664-2024. That is going to be the victim's cellular phone number.
423-664-2024 is Jasmine Pace's phone number.
Yes, that's correct.
And can you see the last call that Jasmine and Jason had?
Yes, it would be on November 22nd, 2022 at 11:56.
That would be 11:56 a.m. Is that what you
Yes,
said?
that's correct.
And then what does this number over here represent?
That's going to be the call duration. So how long those two lines were connected and potentially conversation happened.
1 hour and 10 minutes and 4 seconds.
Correct.
And then over here, what does received mean?
Received means that this cellular device received that communication, meaning that the number associated here on the right, the 1-423-664-2024, called this device, and there's a connection time for 1 hour and 10 minutes and 4 seconds.
States Exhibit 117. Describe for the jury, even though they've seen photos.
He really
describe for the
does.
jury where Mr. Chen, if that's Mr. Chen. where
I
Mr.
know,
Chen is at
right?
in this photo.
They can be
This
deceiving.
photo,
Just saying.
you can observe the side profile of Mr. Chen, his left-hand side. You can see the picture of the drapery that's against the wall that's affixed, which is consistent with the same drapery that was there during the night we executed the first search warrant. The only thing that's not consistent in this photograph is that the bed appears to be in a different location at this point up against the wall.
What is metadata?
Metadata is associated data with pictures or different things that it's actually the data makeup of that image or device that could show potentially what cellular device, for a photograph, could show what cellular device potentially took that photograph, time, date, and sometimes a GPS location or location data is available or allowed to be available. It'll also give a timestamp and a estimated location of where that photograph is taken.
Is there metadata that's attached to every photo that you take with your phone?
Yes.
Is it accessible on a forensic download?
Yes.
Was there metadata attached to this photo?
Yes.
States Exhibit 118. So most of the jurors probably have not seen this before. Can you just describe what we're looking at here? Would you like to?
We talked about the Celebrite program, which is the forensic tool used to extract the data off the cellular device. They actually have a program to allow us to read that data as it's extracted. So you will see at the top that it states extraction report, Apple iPhone, and Celebrite. This is how that, when you're viewing it on a computer, that you would actually see at the top of the screen. In it, it's going to show that specifically this photograph's metadata is portrayed.
I know.
with
I am
the
so
thumbnail of the actual
sorry,
photograph
hon.
itself. You will
Ugh.
see here the name that the device
Especially in this weather.
is given that photograph.
Good luck, love.
Essentially, it's going to show the location of where it identified that photograph being located on that device. On the right-hand side, the additional info, it's going to identify the size of the photograph in terms of how much data that it takes up on the cellular device. Then it's going to give these times here. Specifically, it will show created date, modified date, and assessed date. Those can be different depending on what's done with that photograph. If it's edited, it can show different things, or even if there's success. Whether it was pulled up in a different program, or if it was done with the
Cellbrite data is so boring.
When was this photo created?
This photo was created, was identified as being created on September 20th, 2022 at 9:18 p.m. Now this says UTC plus 0. So essentially, at this time period, UTC, Universal Time Zone, it's basically, it would be, I think at this time it would actually be 5 hours. It would be closer to 4 p.m. before 18, because it doesn't have a conversion for the time at that point.
So the time's not exactly right on this, but the date would be based on UTC.
Correct.
Okay.
They're driving me crazy. I need to get them cut.
This is a photo that you located on Jason Chen's cellular device.
Yes, that's correct.
This is exhibit 119. Pretty obvious what we see here.
Correct.
What's important about that photo?
With
Was-
an identifiable bracelet.
Was metadata attached to this photo in Jason Chen's phone?
Yes, it was.
Again, without the details, because now the jury sort of knows what metadata looks like, sort of summarize for them what this information means, especially now that we sort of have two separate on the right-hand side. We have traditional file info with items below it, but then we have metadata below that. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, I was explaining the metadata that can be associated a lot of times with photographs. In this forensic report, it identified that essentially the camera that took the photograph is an Apple. Camera model is identified as an iPhone XR as being the camera model. The capture date, which essentially this photograph was taken, was July 23rd, 2021 at 4:51, 11 seconds p.m. It's identified as pixel resolution at the time the photograph was taken. Also the typical resolution on screen up to 72 bits per inch. And it showed it had a horizontal or normal fixation.
Why would that information above that show that it was created, modified, and accessed on 11/28/2022?
This would show its actual physical creation date at the bottom, as identified via the forensic report. At the top, it's essentially showing that this photograph has been created, modified, and accessed at a different time. It's identifying that this is the original data capture of when this actual picture was taken. And essentially this photograph was potentially imported, sent, uploaded. It was placed in another program. And it actually identifies the source file here, where it says JSON Mobile Library SMS, which is a formatting of text messages. And it shows that it was placed in as an attachment. And then it has its metadata associated specifically with the photograph.
Were you able to locate on Jason Chen's phone photos in his photo file that were screenshots of text messages?
Yes, I was.
Can you tell the jury about those text messages?
Yes, I observed multiple screenshot photographs of text message conversations between Jason Chen and the phone number of that of the victims. It identified the phone number at the top of the photographs. I'd say 423-664-2024. There are multiple screenshots that go all the way back to, I believe, August of 2021 to, I think the latest screenshot goes to, with the time depicted in the actual photograph, where it has a timestamp when something was sent or received, is November 23rd of 2022.
Do you know of any reason why Mr. Chen had screenshot photos of his conversation with Jasmine Pace?
I can tell you that the actual text conversations were not recovered from the device. Did not recover these text conversations between Jasmine Pace's photo device and Jason Chen's. The only communications that we observed were the screenshots. So the screenshots were the only evidence left over of the content of this text message.
What does it mean that you couldn't find the actual conversations themselves, only the screenshots?
I reviewed the contents of the forensic extraction to include the timeline, which essentially is a timeline of all activities on a device. So whether it's a log that's turning the phone on, your phone communicates with towers all the time, provide location data. Also, when you're using the internet, it provides location data. Essentially, website searches, it shows text message calls, all those things. I reviewed the timeline. I did not observe it. I went back through the messages portion of the forensic report to find these conversations within the device. I also reviewed other potential ways, such as call logs and things, and trying to find any ways that these were associated with that device. Like I said, that sometimes things can be recovered during the forensic extraction. Sometimes it has the ability to recover things that were deleted, and a lot of times it is not. So the only evidence at the time we had of the actual content were the text messages, because the actual text message were wrong.
States Exhibit 121. Do you have an iPhone?
My wife does.
Do you have experience with iPhones?
I do.
Have you worked, when it comes to downloads, have you worked extensively with iPhones?
Yes, they're about 50% of the phones we do.
If an iPhone sends a message to an iPhone, what color is the text?
An iMessage, the way it's communicated in a iPhone would come up to a blue colored device. And if it's transmitted in green, it means either that device, the iMessage communications were not occurring. That could be for different reasons, such as the device was on, or that device that's communicating with is not an iPhone itself and it's an Android style platform, which then you're not able to communicate via iMessage. You're communicating through a different platform in terms of SMS and MMS text messages.
What does it mean that, did Jasmine Pace have an iPhone?
Yes, her family's reports and her cell phone.
Did Mr. Chen have an iPhone?
Yes, that's correct.
What does it mean that these texts are green?
It means that iMessages weren't allowed to be completed at that time, essentially. Whether it means a device change or that device didn't have the capabilities of communicating. So it could be a few things.
Based on other messages in the phone, were you able to determine what date these photos, the photo and the text were sent?
Correct.
What date?
It identifies, you might have to pointer.
I'm sorry, I keep taking it from you.
The date itself, it's going to say Wednesday at 11:46 a.m. The way that it would identify it, essentially, if we were to look at the metadata, it would identify potential creation date or access date, which would further give us the year range as well. So even though it's only saying Wednesday at 11:46, based on the screenshot, the metadata would show us the year that it was created in, essentially. So it shows Wednesday, 11:46, and based on my knowledge of metadata, that would refer to 2022, and that Wednesday, 2022, 11:46 a.m. based on the metadata would be November 23rd, 2022.
One second. Can you read the text messages there?
Yes.
And not the top, the two green ones.
Two rings starting down below. Says, good morning. Slept like a baby, question mark. Made myself a matcha. Next one, starting at Wednesday at 3:03 p.m. Hey, are we still good for dinner tonight? Question mark. And it says red directly under.
Based on the location of that photo and those text messages, who were those sent from?
Based on how they were captured from the device, it appears they're sent from Jason Chen's cellular device to that of Jasmine Pace's cellular device.
Because that's Jasmine's phone number at the top.
Correct. That's Jasmine's phone number associated at the top. It just doesn't have her contact name.
States Exhibit 122. Does this person look like Jasmine Pace?
It's Jasmine Pace.
Do you recognize that location?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is the bathroom located in apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
And was there metadata associated with this photo?
Yes, there were.
Can you just again briefly explain to the court, to the jury, what that metadata indicates?
Essentially, this metadata is identifying created modified dates of 11/16/2022 at 2:02 a.m. It once again shows where that photo is documented being taken from, and then you're going to see the pixel resolution and orientation as the picture was taken.
All right, while we're talking about cell phones, who requested Jasmine's cell phone records from Verizon?
You think?
Police department.
Oh my God.
And how is that done?
She was saved by the bell. Yes, I said it.
Originally, with Jasmine Pace's cell phone records, we contacted Verizon. Verizon has certain requirements for exigent circumstances to provide those records without a search warrant in place. We applied for exigent, we filled out an exigent form, applied it to Verizon, and they granted us exigency based on their requirements. So Verizon then sent us Jasmine Pace's phone records based on vacancy at the time.
Insane.
Two documents, Investigator Crawford. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
The first one is a copy of the emergency situation disclosure, the action circumstance form I was disclosing. It's filled out. I filled out the form. I filled out the form to the best knowledge of information. It's on the form and faxed that form to them. The second documentation is from Verizon, certifying the records that we received from them in regards to Jasmine Pace's phone number are certified to the best of their custodian of records, and they're certifying those records.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these be exhibits to exhibits. One is the 902 affidavit from Verizon.
Is the next one 124?
Yes, sir. I'll make the Verizon emergency situation disclosure 124 and the affidavit from Verizon certifying the records 125.
124.
Looking at this certification from Verizon, is this something that they typically send to verify that the records they sent are in fact what they are claiming to be?
Typically, we also request them to certify them as well, typically for court purposes.
Okay. And can you see that there is a Verizon case number on that sheet of paper?
That's correct.
All right. You see this jump drive?
Yes.
I'm going to pop this jump drive into you see the jump drive showed up on the
Yeah, they think they can beat the
All right,
technology.
I just opened, will you verify that I just
Wrong.
opened the jump drive that's in the side of the computer?
Yes, you do.
And do you recognize what is on that jump drive?
Yes, there's a folder for the associated Verizon case number along with the name certification. There's also an Excel sheet for cell site CDR, current 4G VoLTE data with the associated number with Jasmine Pace. There's also a certification of records for the associated case number for Verizon. And then the final Excel spreadsheet is for SMS content associated with phone number 423-664-2024, and the associated dates that we requested.
And this, there's a number here that says certification. Does that number match the number from Verizon and the affidavit from Mark Brand?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these records be admitted to the next exhibit.
The jump drive itself.
Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit 126.
Okay. At some point, after all of this, were you notified of a discovery by the owners or operators of the Tremont Apartments?
Yes, I was.
What was that contact?
On January 5th, I was in contact with the managing staff at the Tremont Apartment Tremont office. I had a conversation with the courtesy officer, Officer Clemens. After our original search warrant and after the case unfolded, where we arrested Chen and found Jasmine Pace, I knew that potentially at some point they may reclaim that apartment. Sometimes apartments will, kick people out for breaking lease agreements and such. I advised them that if such were to happen, if they could contact me, I'd like to do another walkthrough at the apartment, just to do a final walkthrough of some sort. I talked to them. They actually called me back a little over a month later, when they notified me that they were actually doing a renovation of the apartment. Due to their wording was because the extensive amount of cleanup it was going to cost, they were actually just going to renovate the entire apartment. They notified me that process started, and they provided me consent to go back into that apartment. I subsequently that evening called the crime scene. I wanted them to come back out and potentially redocument it after if something else were to be found or located. Also, myself and Detective Siege responded, and the courtesy officer of the apartment complex, Jason Clemens, responded as well to allow us further access to it, because I requested, once they provided that they had located potential items of evidentiary value to us, I requested that they stop until we had the ability to properly document those items. So they granted it and locked the apartment. I responded that evening just after 5 p.m. where then I did another walkthrough. I located other pieces of evidence within that residence.
Had they begun to remodel, renovate that residence at the time that you arrived?
Yes, they had.
Let's get Crawford, if you don't mind. Photos.
Oh. No, he isn't. Oh, Hitchman Homes. I'm sitting here thinking I need a cup of coffee. I need a cup of coffee. Let me zoom through this.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, this would be.
Okay, I'm going to be here. I'm just going to brew a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
I have to exhibit 127 dash 1 through 127 dash 17. This is exhibit 127 dash 1. Investigator Crawford, if you can, again, just instruct the jury as to what we're looking at in this photo at this point.
Yes, this is a photograph from essentially standing within the bathroom area, looking back into the main bedroom or the single bedroom of that apartment. You can tell based on the other photographs that you've seen at this point that the flooring is different and items have been removed. At this point, you can see the subflooring. You can see a mattress pad and other objects that have been removed from the bathroom. That's the actual bathroom sink as well.
I'm numbering these, Your Honor. (127-2). What do we have here?
This is going to be the carpeted section from the bedroom. This is going to be the bathroom area leading into the bedroom. This will be the left-hand side. In earlier photographs of the original execution of the search warrant, the bed would actually have been located in this area right here.
So is this evidence that you did not find when you were in the apartment on the 28th of November?
That's correct.
Because the bed was there.
There was a bed placed over top. The other things that are different this time, at the time that the search warrant was executed, it appeared that the lights that were placed in there were aftermarket of some sort. They had a light hue to them, so it's not a very well lit apartment. So a lot of things we did by way of flashlight at the time. Once they reclaimed the apartment, they put new lights in there for the assistance of renovation. So it was a lot brighter. I could actually observe a lot more things at this point in time than having to use just a flashlight and then lighting the apartment. So we did originally look under the bed for potential items of evidence. In this picture with the lighting as such, it's obviously more clear that there is a dark discoloration at this point. That night, myself and crime scene investigators did not identify that.
And did it also come to your attention through other evidence that Mr. Chen's bed before 11/23/2022 was not in the position it was when the search warrant was executed?
Correct. When I re-entered the apartment after being granted by the apartment management to go back in and further process that scene with the well-lit lighting, I observed a few different things. Obviously, the dark discoloration was different than I originally observed. Not different, but I didn't observe it based on the lighting. Another thing is I can tell, originally I remember we talked about the potential, the splatter of some sort of an unknown substance. There's actually just above this picture, there's an oil stain a few feet off the ground that runs the length of it. I knew through investigative experience, through personal experience being a homeowner, that the length of it was consistent with the top of where your headboard meets the wall. When you sit up in bed, it's involuntary, but it happens. You rub your head against the back of the wall and an oil stain begins to build up there, especially for how long potentially you had that bed or that item to place at that location. I observed that on the wall as upon entry, and instantly you will see in this area back behind what this is actually the tile that was taken from the bathroom area. It's just the bottom, the mortared section of the bottom of the tiles has been filled back and left here. There's going to be the original bed frame still in that room. Most all the items were taken out by the family before the apartment was reclaimed. And then certain items were left there. So they were going to eventually get rid of that bed frame, but it was still in place during our discovery, which the bed frame itself, I observed it the headboard to be consistent with the oil stain that I saw on the wall.
And then the jury's already seen exhibit 117. This was a photo you located on Jason's phone, correct?
Yes, that would have been, I did not observe that photograph particularly until after this secondary going back to the scene, due to there was approximately almost 10,000 images in the cellular device.
What is the blue matter that you can see coming out from under the carpet?
That's going to be the padding between the subfloor and the actual carpeted area. If you're not familiar, some carpet has it built in. Some, when you lay carpet down, obviously you don't carpet directly on the subflooring because it'll be hard and not as comfortable to walk on. This is going to be the padding for the bottom of the carpet that was in place prior to them starting to cut some of the other areas out.
And underneath the blue padding would have been what?
Underneath the blue padding would have been the subflooring itself, the wood.
State's Exhibit 127-3. Explain to the jury what we're seeing here.
This is going to be the carpet section as it's pulled back. You can see I pointed out a reddish brown color, a discoloration in the carpeted area where the bed was placed earlier during our first search of the apartment. After the carpet was further peeled back, you can see a larger reddish brown discoloration that's consistent with blood. And you can see that discoloration also then seeps directly back into the carpet or to the padding as well.
Based on your experience as a homicide investigator, what does that substance look like to you?
Blood.
State's Exhibit 127-4. Is this a closer up photo?
Yes, that's correct, with markers in place to show the size of the section itself.
Were those markers placed there by the crime scene unit?
Yes, by my request.
Did they collect that item?
Yes, they did.
Mm-hmm.
State's Exhibit 127-5.
It shows the carpet padding as it's been pulled up to further reveal the suspected blood that is now seeped through the carpet, the padding, and onto the subflooring itself. You'll see the two major sections where it seeped all the way down to the wood section itself.
State's Exhibit 127-6.
It is another photograph of the subflooring from a different angle. This is actually the other side of it, with markers to your size and relevance.
State's Exhibit 127-13.
At this point, you're going to see the bed now fully assembled. So the bed was there, the bed frame was there, and the mattress was still there. Myself and crime scene investigators are requested that we put the bed back together to see if we could further depict the details of what happened, during this incident. After putting the bed frame back together, we then placed it on the wall in the area that I believed that the potential long-term use of that bed frame to be used based on the discoloration of oil stains on the wall, which then it made it more consistent with the blood pattern located on that day. We inspected that bed frame further. It was disassembled.
Howdy, Anna.
Bottom of that bed frame
Welcome.
to see if potentially.
Oh,
if we
it
pulled
was
out
bad,
that-
y'all.
That bed frame was up against the wall and someone was stuffed under there. We didn't see any blood transfer to the underside of that bed frame. The only blood transfer that we observed was on the side of the frame that's consistent with somebody being placed on this side of the bed.
Let's get off.
All right, now we're seeing what you've been describing in 127-17. Can you just explain that to the jury briefly?
Yes, you can see it more clearly here. In this picture, it looks similar to a shadow, but it's actually from this section here. Just above here is going to be dark discoloration that's consistent with like little stains from hair, body, and things like that, such as touch that you normally will have. As you can tell, as the bed frame falls off, so does the dark discoloration, and it does touch on the other way as well. So it's very consistent with the bed frame in place and that they've been in place there for an extended period of time.
12711, just a further, a more distant photo of the entire bed as you put it together there in the bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This would be exhibit 12716, just from the other side of the bed. Again, the same markings where you pointed out before, wear and tear on the wall.
Now,
Correct. And the difference here is you can actually now see the shadow that's created from the bed in the light, this dark strip here. You can see like how it gets darker here, and it's not, this is not a shadow, this is an oil stain on top of here. Just to show, and to be honest, most of it's concentrated on this side of the bed frame, where it would be typical of a single person residing there, that you only have one side. Most people have the side of the bed that they typically take, especially if you have a significant other and you sleep there every night. It's consistent with that with a single person.
And lastly, 127-10, you mentioned that there was what looked like discoloration that resembled blood on the bed frame. Can you explain where this photo was taken?
Yes, this is going to be on the side of the bed frame. When we were looking at the picture of the bed itself, fully assembled, it would be on the left-hand side, about halfway up. There's the dark reddish brown discoloration on the fabric of the bed frame that is consistent with blood.
You're on a mini approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, all mothers
Sorry.
knew, understand,
Kids just came in.
Set up in the jury room now. We'll take our lunch break at this point. It's 5 minutes to 12. Let's try to resume the trial at 1 p.m.
okay, so they're going to want to resume at 1 p.m.
For the contents of that cell phone.
In communication with her, saying that we texted, but we weren't in
I'm
person.
going to pop back to here because I want to hear from these
the first-
expert witnesses this lady's bringing in.
We do want to give you an idea of what the jury's seeing in this courtroom on day 2 of this murder trial. So this is a dumpster outside of Jason Chen's apartment on Tremont Street. And what they pointed out here is you can see a pair of pants and some shoes and some other items that prosecutors and investigators say they noticed had blood on them. So we move now from Chattanooga, where Jason Chen currently
Chattanooga,
lived as a
choo-choo.
UTC
Sorry.
student, to Nolensville, where his parents lived, where he still had a bedroom, and where police actually found him after they were able to get a search warrant for his cell phone data and track him down by cell phone pings. So what you see here is Jason Chen coming to the door when homicide police investigators came to his Nolensville's Nolensville parents' home, and his father yelled out Jason, they said, and Jason came downstairs. And this is a picture of that first interaction there with police. Now, they also entered into evidence pictures from that Nolensville home. And this is a picture of a backpack that they say they found in a bedroom upstairs at Jason Chen's parents' home. And they described some of the items that they had inside. One item of big significance that was found inside this backpack was a glasses case. And they say inside that glasses case was a SIM card that had Jasmine Pace's cell phone SIM card in it. They never found her actual cell phone, but they did find the SIM card here. News Channel 9's Mary Beth Mangrum has been in court all day. She's going to join us now. Mary Beth, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. So we're walking through some of the evidence that was presented today. And we're seeing that here on your screen. We're looking at the backpack that they found in Jason Chen's parents' home. Can you talk to us a little bit about being in the courtroom there? What was the reaction as some of these photos came up on the screen?
Yeah, well, one big thing about this trial is the sheer amount of evidence that they're having to go through. So there have been a lot of photos on display, some of Jason Chen's apartment, some after police had that search warrant for his parents' home in Nolensville. But overall, I would say the reaction in the courtroom has been pretty shocked just at, again, the amount of evidence collected in this case. And specifically to the amount of blood found by CPD in Jason Chen's apartment.
Yeah, since you mentioned that, let's go now to a different picture that we have. This is a picture, and like we said, there are going to be some graphic pictures shown here. We do want to warn you about that. So this is a picture, Mary Beth, that we're looking at of the carpet that was pulled up at Jason Chen's apartment in Chattanooga after the apartment complex started renovating it. Police went back in and they found even more blood. You can see underneath the carpet here, blood stains, and then you can see on this carpet padding, the blue thing you see on the left-hand side there, blood as well. And Mary Beth, that speaks to what you were saying about the testimony we just heard about just how much blood there was in this apartment.
Right, and this was something that CPD wasn't initially made aware of just due to the placement of the bed. Investigator Crawford, he does detail how they were able to, just discuss the oil stain right above the headboard, which apparently will collect, if there's a single person sleeping in that bed consistently. He also spoke about how they were, once that bed was moved out of the way, those stains became very clear to them. And it was just, another piece of evidence in this trial among the crazy amount of evidence that we've seen so far just on day 2.
It is slow, but it's going to get moving.
Yeah, exactly. And then, as they said, the lighting was not very good when they first went in that apartment. So some of the stains that were on the carpet,
like
they
this.
even
I don't have
missed
to do it.
the first time. So this was a second chance for them to seek some of that. And going back to Jason Chen's home, his parents are in the courtroom. Is that right, Mary Beth?
Yes, yeah, both of his parents are in the courtroom as well as what seems to be some extended family members. And they were there yesterday as well.
And we heard from our other reporter, Meg Doyle, they had an emotional reaction when their home was shown as one of the pictures. Is that right?
Right, yes. We did see tissues being offered to Jason Chen's mother during that period of the testimony. We've, seen just in the courtroom, both the Pace family and the Chen family, both of them sticking very close by each other. This is a very difficult trial for both sides.
And we talked a little bit earlier yesterday, they separated the two families. Is that the case again today? Are they both sitting on opposite sides of the courtroom?
Yes, this morning, Judge Boyd Patterson, he actually went ahead and said that it was for the best just to keep the families separate in the courtroom, just because there had been a little bit of contention given, the nature of this trial and, what the trial is covering. It's a very emotional one. So there was a lot of understanding this morning about how that might become a concern and how we can avoid it in the days coming.
And then we know that Katrina was the first witness to testify. Is she now back in the courtroom and listening again?
Yes, yeah. She is with the Pace family. I believe she's in the front of the courtroom. She's been there with her husband.
Okay. Mary Beth, thanks so much. We'll let you get a short break in now too before court resumes. Thanks so much for your insight about what it's been like in the courtroom today.
All right, yeah, thank you. We'll let you know.
Okay, thank you. And I want to bring now Attorney Bill Speak. He's back with us again today. Bill, thanks so much for your time again as we wrap up some of this morning's testimony. Lots of evidence, lots of crime scene pictures, lots of things that we've seen that the prosecution has gathered and that they found both in Jason Chen's apartment and in the Nolansville home of his parents.
In a minute.
Yes. And that's, in the start of a trial like this, there's going to be an enormous amount of evidence that gets introduced early through the investigators and crime scene detectives, crime scene investigators as well, that is meant to.
Okay, I'm going to take a pause because we got Karen Reed. And let's do Karen Reed. For those of you may already seen this. If you have, my apologies for being late on the draw. But we got Karen Reed. Let me make sure it comes up right. Let me share this. Yes, it does. I did it. Woohoo! Dawn, thank you for liking. By the way, if you've not put the word ILIKED after you click the like button, you can you will be entered into the drawing. Right now, we've got 17 in, and I want to see how many do we have. Awesome, y'all. Y'all are doing great. Thank you. Okay, guys, here's the skinny. Here is the memorandum of decision order, Commonwealth motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. By the way, the judge, she throws a little wink, wink at the prosecution. I'm like, what? Wink, wink at the prosecution? We'll get there. All right, here we go. Before the court of the Commonwealth motion to exclude the proposed expert testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. Dr. Russell intends to testify as to whether the abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm, were caused by a dog, not Chloe, but a dog. Sensei, come here. The Commonwealth contends that the defendant has failed to show her testimony meets the requirements for the Daubert versus Merrill, blah, 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 blah. Since it was a Daubert hearing. The court, somebody argued me that yesterday. It was a Daubert motion hearing. The court conducted a Daubert-Langen hearing, not Vordier, on December 12th of 2024, and then again on January, 7th of 25. Although a closed question, the court will deny the Commonwealth motion. She will be testifying on the behalf of the defense. However, mother knows best. No, sorry, Disney reference. Before the witness can provide expert testimony, the court, as the gatekeeper, must make a preliminary determination that the testimony satisfies the requirements for admissibility. See Commonwealth versus Hans. Expert testimony is admissible when the testimony concerns matter beyond the common knowledge of the jurors and will aid the jurors in reaching the decision. So, an expert witness is somebody who can come in and explain to us common folk whatever they're an expert on and make it easier for them to make a decision in this case. So they break it down for the common folk and give their humble opinion based on their knowledge, skills, and experiences. The expert testimony is inadmissible, however, when the witness testifies to matters beyond their areas of expertise. And somebody kind of got tissy when she basically said there's not very many people in the United States that has more experience in this particular matter of dog bites in the medical field than she does. Honey boo, I tend to agree with her. Just saying, she's got a lot, and she's just I'm at all with what she's done. Oh, she's going to get a little better. It's kind of like she's telling the prosecution, "Attaboy, nice try, keep it up. Use this for your questioning. Use this for your cross-examination." So let's keep looking at this because it gets interesting. It sounds like a setup. It very well could be. The demonstration and the admissibility is within the court's discretion. However, before the court may exercise its discretion to admit an expert's testimony, the party seeking to offer the testimony here, the defendant must establish 5 foundational elements. What? They have 5 foundation elements that they must prove. 1, that the expert testimony will assist the tier of facts before the information is beyond the common knowledge of jurors. Okay. 2, that the witness is qualified as an expert in the relevant area of inquiry. 3, the expert opinion is based on facts or data of a type reasonably relied on by experts to form opinions in a relevant field. 4, the theory underlying the opinion is reliable. And 5, the theory is applied to the particular facts of the case in a reliable manner. I want to say something before we read on. I don't think Beverly, Miss Auntie Bev, had any choice but to allow this witness. The reason is because she herself allowed the witness in the original hearing. If she comes back and says, "I'm not going to allow her as an expert witness in this hearing," would cause a shite show for appellate issues, because she already validated her as an expert witness in the first hearing. That's right. See, Morales, you and I are on the same page. She had already validated her as an expert witness. Thus, if she came back and said, "No, she's not an expert witness," I think that would have hurt her tremendously as a judge. Yeah, she would look bad. Exactly. But she gets her little digs into the defense. Here, the recognition of dog bite, that should be in parentheses, wounds, is not within the common knowledge of a layperson and requires expert testimony. Okay, y'all. How many of us lay folk on all the YouTube channels, what does the majority of the people believe about those scratches? Us lay folk are sitting here saying, "Oh, we believe those are dog bite." So us lay folk, do we have more common sense than you? I don't know. We're all saying dog bite over here. Well, not everybody, but a lot of us are. So the wounds is not within the common knowledge of a layperson requiring expert testimony. And Dr. Russell is a qualified expert on these topics. Yay! She is a board-certified emergency medicine doctor with over 30 years of experience, is trained in forensic pathology, and has conducted over 500 autopsies. With respect to dog bites specifically, Dr. Russell has treated hundreds of wounds resulting from dog attacks in her time as an emergency room doctor, and co-authored peer-reviewed articles on the treatment of law enforcement canine bites in the emergency room. Lastly, in her forming her opinion in the case, Dr. Russell conducted a differential diagnosis based on the pattern of a victim's wounds and their categories, and supported her theory with references in peer-reviewed publications. The use of differential diagnosis is a standard scientific technique of identifying the cause of a medical problem. Auntie Bev, I'm proud of you. Did you write this? Or did somebody else write this? Yeah. And do you know what the problem is? It is said that the Commonwealth does not have an expert at this time. This is going to be so good. Accordingly, the court finds that Dr. Russell's testimony satisfies all 5 elements and therefore will allow Dr. Russell to testify as whether the abrasions on O'Keefe's right arm were caused by a dog. In so ruling, the court recognizes. Now, here's the wink, wink. Are y'all ready? Wink, wink. I'll give it a gavel. In so ruling, the court recognizes on cross-examination, Commonwealth demonstrated, among other things, that Dr. Russell's expertise preliminary concerns the treatment, not the identification. Ding, 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 ding. She's telling them what to hammer on in their cross-examination. I'm like, what? Did you just throw shade their way to tell them, hey, wink, wink. It is her expertise is the treatment, not identification of dog bites. Her evaluation of abrasions failed to consider all available information. Wink, wink. That she has not compared the abrasions with the decedent of a dentition of a German Shepherd in question. Wink, wink. She hasn't examined the dog. And her opinion is inconsistent with the findings that there was no canine DNA in the area of the victim's clothing near the abrasions. Wink, wink. But pig. All right. Did John O'Keefe own a pig farm? Did he have a pig? The only place there's going to be exposure to pig is a dog who chews, which people have said they had plenty of at the house, of dog treats such as pig ear, rawhides. A lot of those, or most of those, are pig skin. So pig ear. So finding pig on a victim where there's no farm, but there's a dog, is a reasonable conclusion that anybody can come to, that there's possibility that a dog bit him. But she's giving the defense her opinions on what they need to nail or hone in on their cross-examinations, which I think this whole paragraph right here should not even be in this decision. But let's read on. However, the court concludes these issues go to the weight of Dr. Russell's testimony, not its admissibility. So, in other words, she's saying, I'm going to admit it, but I just told you and I just showed you all the weak points in her testimony. So, have fun on cross. Oh, this is going to be good. And can be addressed during cross-examination. I haven't read this yet. I haven't read that part yet. Yeah. See Hines, 487 MASH at 218. The evaluation of admissibility. A judge does not determine whether to credit the expert's ultimate opinion. Order for the ongoing reason Commonwealth motion to exclude the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell is denied. January 13th. Auntie Bev! Oh my God! Auntie Bev, did you just pull that was weird. I'm like, Auntie Bev, you can't do this, Auntie Bev. It is not fair to the defense that you're sitting here helping the prosecution with their redirect. She can. They can, the defense can ask, now that they know that there were dog bites, molds, or impressions made, which I hate because they had to sedate the dog to do it. But that's still going to be a difficult thing to prove because the dog bite is a fixed position with no pressure of the bite, no moving. It's just the dog mouth, and skin and clothing are malleable. The molds are not malleable unless they make silicone. But even then, to recreate everything, you're going to have to exhume the remains, the descendants' remains, and get that arm, and it's not going to work. It's too decayed. I'm not trying to be gross, but come on now. You cannot take a dog bite impression and put it on a photo and make it look like it did the day that it happened, and try to recreate it. It just is not going to happen, y'all. And never going to happen. Never going to happen, never going to happen, never going to happen. Oh gosh, y'all, I'm on a music kick. Don't get me going. Let me see. Someone sent me something I wanted to look at. All 21 photos. Let's look. Okay, we got crime scene photos to look at. Okay, let's go ahead and look at these crime scene photos. I'm going to try and embiggen this if I can. I guess I cannot. Let me look on StreamYard. Let me get this. I hate all this stuff. I want to embiggen. Can I embiggen? There we go. Is that good? Yay. All right. So these are just some of the crime scene photos of the house. Oh, wow. Thank you, Ronnie. Oh, that is a lot. Okay, he's in court. That's the kitchen, the galley kitchen. It's real tiny. Stop it. There's some clothing. It looks like they've been wadded up and used to clean something with. I got to move it over here because I've got too many windows open. It looks like they've been cleaned up. Something's been done. No, they didn't, but it's horrible. My parents used to show dogs years ago, and some of the owners used to take their dogs to get their bites changed in order to, that may be like doggy braces. That may be true, but I doubt that the new owner, and if anybody allowed that on their dog for a case, I would be, no. Look at the blue star. Oh, I know we're back over here to the Chen case. Look, I need a good swoop. Do I have a little swoop? I've been struggling on making a swoop. There's a swoop. I need to start doing that. I forget. Look at the blue star, y'all. That is horrendous. Oh, I know they got to get their ads in. Oh, that's on the TV. Wow. Yeah. That's horrendous, guys. Yeah, and look at it there. I'm kind of making sure. Wow. I don't mind showing this kind of stuff live. I do mind showing body parts live. They do. My dog's teeth have been changing over the years. My dog, I've had her 2 years and her lower teeth has shifted. And of course, there he is on surveillance camera, buying his stuff. Oh, those look comfy. That's the victim. I need to save that. I can use that. Desktop. Save. Okay. What a beautiful girl. Looks like mama. And his family. See, that's one thing that some people don't realize is that he destroys his family and her family. And the perpetrator's family are victims. They're innocent. They didn't do this. Look at the mother. That's not passion, that's evil. I tend to agree with you on that. Oh, look Look at that. Beautiful baby. Now he's got short haircut. Okay. Now we're going to go back to this one. Wow, that is pure evil. Pure freaking evil. That is pure freaking evil. That's horrible. Well, guys, I'm missing some contacts here. I apologize. So, we right now are in a position. We already snooped. I got to get used to swooping. So, with this case here, it is some days are boring, some days are excited. But this is kind of boring at the moment, but we're going to get to the exciting part. Oh, you're still listening? I do the same thing, and I have it in my hearing aids, and I'm trying to lip read them and hear at the same time. Yeah, sensations change. No, not every dog will change over time. I'm not saying every dog will, but most dogs do. A lot of dogs do. We'll get back into lifetime. There we go. But hi, yes, Mama Green Eyes. I hope you're doing well. Yana, I love your name. I love your name, Yana. I do. Sorry, I disappeared. Oh, you're fine, Haley Mouse. You're fine. All is well in the neighborhood. So, this motion really, with the, I'm getting back live. The Karen Reed motion, I'm still kind of mind boggled over that because the judge did not, that whole paragraph about wink, wink, this is where her testimony is weak. And this is where you can hit her on rebuttal. I'm like, cross-examination. I'm sorry. You can hit her on cross-examination. My mind is just spinning on that. Oh, I can't do that. My earphones are my hearing aids. People think I'm crazy because I'll be walking and I'll be talking and they don't see when you're looking this way. You can't, unless you really look hard, see the thing. I thought about bejeweling the back, but anyway, looks like they're coming back in a minute. Hold on a sec. Okay, guys. So, what do you think about the music? Night driving. I'm going to get lunch order going. Hold on a sec. So I'm treating my family to DoorDash. So I just told her, place your order, babe. Place your order. Don't they love it? Yeah, we ran amok while you were gone. Just tore up stuff. Do you know what? Talk about tearing up stuff. Oh my gosh, y'all. I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but I have a capuchin monkey. I have a capuchin. I'll see if I can pull up a picture of her. I got to go to my pictures and do that. And oh, can you find that case, Swan? I'll play it. So I have a capuchin, and I don't think it's in screenshot. Oh, maybe. She discovered how to get out of her cage after she's like 9 years old, and she hadn't broken out of her cage in like a long time. And she freaking broke out of her cage. I was so mad, y'all. I was angry. I was unfreaking glued. I came home and she got into so much stuff. She spilt, I had water next to my bed and she spilt it all over my bed. I mean, it was horrible. Horrible. Why can't I find, I'm trying to find a picture of her. And why can't I find pictures? Why am I not able to find them? Go to the homepage. So, anyway, she's my love. Oh, Facebook. Hello. Anyway, she's my love, but oh, I wasn't loving her. I wasn't loving her when I got home. And what she did is we had a screw holding the catch tray in her cage from her being able to push it out. And somehow she was able to finagle the screw out. These little fingers can get anything. And when I mean get anything, I mean anything. And that girl got it open. And I was mortified when I got home. Why can't I find photos on my Ada? Oh, let me see if I can get, oh, there it is. Photos. So anyway, she got the screw loose, and then it's not the best picture of me, but it's a cute picture of her. Okay, I'll share this. That's my little girl. She unscrewed the screw, pushed the catch tray and the grate out, and escaped underneath. She got into my protein drinks in the laundry room because I have a laundry room with a little pantry. She tore up into a bunch of food. She got into some over-the-counter meds. Luckily, she didn't eat them. She got into, I mean, I can't even begin. She got into some glue and then she tore up my bedroom. She got into I have an antique sewing machine next to my bed and I use it like a nightstand. And she got into those drawers and got all of that stuff out. It was a monkey mess. It's the 2222, if not at it. And oh my gosh, it was a hot flippin' mess. I was beyond mortified. Beyond mortified. So we get her back in the cage, and of course, she gets sick. She overate. And she wasn't sick. She didn't get anything that was going to harm her. And then we get everything all cleaned up. Thought we had it fixed. The next day we come home, she did it again. 2 nights in a row. New sheets, had to tear all the sheets off my bed, clean the house. Luckily, we zip tied the living snot out of it. And she's going to have to pop all those zip ties, which she technically could do if she really wanted to, but she hasn't yet. But anyway, she is my 10-year-old capuchin. She's my honey boo-boo. I love you dearly, honey boo-boo, but you made a mess. It was a hot mess. Y'all haven't seen me with really short hair. I'll show it. This is me with really short hair. That was after cancer. Oh, that was me. Look how it said. That was me at 320 pounds. That was when I graduated. That was in 2017. And then that's me at 2019 after weight loss and chemo. So anyway, I was looking for monkey butt pictures, but y'all, I was like, oh, I realize how good wow, that's a good picture. I could get rid of the car. That's not a bad picture. Anyway. Oh, you did? Let me go to Discord, love. On corner? Did you send it in my corner or did you send it into new unread? Where? Remember chat? Oh. Oh, we're sharing this tab. Let me see if I can embiggen. What did y'all order? Oh, you did? You're welcome. Did you get me what I needed? You know what I like? Oh.
We have sour cream here.
I don't know if we do. You better check that sour cream.
No. Yeah, that was. I don't know how she turned that down.
I have been working so hard behind the scenes trying to get more information about Sarah Boone, her childhood, her teenage years, and even her younger 20s. Everything's been taken off the internet.
Look at her
and
weight on
wiped
her
clean.
face.
But I'm so happy to say that with some perseverance, I got to sit down with Sarah Boone's childhood friend who went to elementary school and middle school
I need
with
to give
Sarah.
credit
And it
to
just
this.
so
Who is this?
happens that her family was very close with the Boone family. If this is the type of content that you like, I highly suggest that you hit like and subscribe because in the not too distant future, I may be having more videos like this come up, if you're picking up what I'm putting down. All right, before we jump into
we're
it, I'm going
picking
to
up
give
what
an
you're putting down.
honorable
We're going to give you
mention
credit.
to my teenage daughter who single-handedly saved the day and fixed an...
Okay, I'm going to skip through all that and get to this kind lady.
This has been a
We're
crazy
going to give her
weekend.
credit. Don't worry.
Oh, really? For
I
other
mean-
reasons or just...
No, for this. This
Yeah.
has just blown my mind how I didn't know about any of this.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's going on 5 years this February, and it has just been a whirlwind. I mean, her case has been, I said worldwide, and literally everybody is involved. So I'm really surprised you haven't heard about it.
And my parents, I talked to them this morning about it for the first time, and they thought that I knew everything that was going on because I keep up with so many of my friends, and
Yeah.
and I had no clue. And they said, "Oh, we figured you just didn't want to talk about it." And I was like, "When do I not talk about things? This is crazy." Yeah, and even some of my friends have heard about it, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we were just watching videos and like a short documentary." I'm like, "What?"
Did they know that you knew her? Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They just knew it was in Florida. They didn't know that it was like Central Florida where I'm from, and yeah, no.
Did you go online? Did you read all the details there? Yeah. Have you watched any of the videos? What are your thoughts on it all?
I'm no words. No, yeah.
I got it. Thank you.
It's my husband sent me Brian's testimony. I feel so sorry for the Boone family.
Yeah.
Being dragged into this. I've grown up with them as well. Yeah, I feel so bad for his son.
Yeah.
I
Definitely.
haven't talked to he or Sarah in like over 10 years.
Okay.
Like I
But
said,
your family like grew up with the Boone family, or at least you knew them for a long time?
We had carpool in elementary school with the Boone family.
Oh, wow.
Lived in my neighborhood. My mom and Mary played tennis together.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So very intertwined. Yeah.
yes.
Well, I will say he is one person I have intentionally not reached out to talk to him, because I think he and his son deserve much needed privacy at this point. I can't even imagine. I feel the same way that you do, what he was dragged through, what their son has been dragged through.
He's in high school with his mother as a high profile criminal.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, we have to switch. I'm so sorry. The case is back. We will continue watching this on our breaks. Wow. That's all I've got to say. Holy wow. Um, but thank you for finding that. Now we're going to go back over the case, because I don't know if how they're running it, that they sometimes can end their, when their live ends, I don't, if I'm behind, I won't be able to catch up.
So again, Investigator Crawford, I will have him on this back screen, the next photos I'm going to show, but I'm also going to have them here. And there's a court allow the jury to
Oh,
stand up
I forgot.
and see you all know.
I got to start.
Raise your hand if you should stand up to your ground if you need to, within 3 months.
Investigator Crawford, do you recall who employed Blue Star at the apartment that day?
I do.
Oh, they're talking about Blue Star.
And you were present for that?
I was.
Their audio sucks.
And on this screen is State's Exhibit 25. Investigator Crawford, was that represent to you? Oh, it's gone.
Jennifer, moving the TV closer to the jury will help. Feel free to do that. I can watch it on the.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Of course. Just wanted you to sit for a minute. Flash.
Did we see that?
That's correct.
What you can see in this right-hand side over here is that.
They're still in lunch break. My bad. They're replaying. Okay, back over to this.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just awful.
And it's been going on. She just now got sentenced, but so it's been an ongoing large topic for 5 years. I just can't imagine. And they've been staying, they still, at the time at least, were living in the same area. So yeah, it just is a lot. So oh,
no, go ahead.
I was going to say, so you sent me that picture and I had to go back and look at it today, but was that a christening?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's neat to see photos of her with other people because, her parents died, her grandparents died. One of her brothers was in prison for a very long time, and he either still is or he just got out.
I don't know anything about Tyler, but yeah.
Yeah. And
but then Philip's been in the Army.
Yeah. Well, he seems like he's doing well and
Yes.
trying to stay far away from this situation.
Far.
Yeah. So I didn't
far
reach out to
away.
him either. I feel like he doesn't need to be constantly talking about this or dealing with this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Philip's a good kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I should say he's not a kid. He's 40 something years old. He's not a kid, but I mean, in my eyes, he's still a kid because
Yeah.
I grew up at her house. So
Yeah. So you went to school in elementary school with her?
elementary and junior high.
Okay. Yeah. So you definitely have. It's crazy how that works, that you knew her, but then you also knew the Boone family pretty well.
Well, Brian's younger brother, John, was in our grade with us.
Oh, okay.
And then
Yeah.
they had a little sister. So we knew John.
Yeah.
We kind of knew Brian, but he was the older brother.
Right. Wow. So one of the things I was curious about, just as I wasn't sure how much details you went into for all of this, but I was just curious if there was anything overly surprising. The media portrays one side of her, and that's why I've done so much research to try to find other things because nobody knows anything about her life before, about her personally. You know, was this a time that she was just off the rails and it's not who she was that you remember?
Oh, it's definitely not the person I remember, but I don't know who she's been for the last 10 years
Yeah.
either. So, I mean, growing up, it was three of us. Susan, she was the real conservative one. I was the semi-conservative, and Sarah was the fun one.
Yeah.
But together we had fun, and we were kids growing up and doing all the kid things and playing softball and yeah. I just she was a straight A student. Parents were always proud of her.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really don't know. I don't even know what happened between she and Brian. An adorable house on the east side of town, you know, great pool. They just redone a bathroom, and I had their son, and all was well. And then the next thing I know, I heard through the grapevine that they were divorced, but that's all I ever heard again. And then of course, you know, pandemic hit, and
oh yeah,
I've got 3 kids and life went on, and I really don't try to listen to the news.
Yeah.
But for me to not see this online, and granted, you have to understand, I moved to the other side of town before high school.
Okay.
Where I lost
That's
my
fair.
connection
Right.
to anyone that went to Edgewater.
Yeah.
Because I moved over and went to Winter Park. So, I mean, I kept in touch with some people through church, but that was where and you know, that was back before cell phones and pagers and
right, the convenience of to be able to keep up with other people. That makes sense. And
Yeah.
I mean, and also, were you in your teens at that point?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, you're just meeting new people and going to school.
Yeah. So getting into sports and things like that. So yeah. She was a great best friend.
Yeah. I was gonna say that there's not a lot of talk about her.
Ma'am, was she as controlling and manipulative back then that she is today? I want to ask, come on, madam, get some questions
Personally,
going.
but for Brian, he did make statements to the police, and then they were later, you know, coming out through the trial that they were dealing with issues, but drinking became one of the top issues, and he just said he couldn't deal with it anymore. And that year, that was 2018, they had separated, but he wasn't done. But she had met then George Torres, and it was over from that point. So I think
I had a feeling it was something like that.
yeah. And I mean, it makes sense. It seems like there was definitely at some point time that she just started going downhill, and it just kept going downhill. And maybe that is because of the drinking
to a burning ring
drinking whenever that really
fire.
picked up. I don't know. But it makes sense. It sounds like Brian was dealing
Alcohol
with
is
a lot.
never a good thing.
Sorry, for those of you just joined, we are watching an interview with a friend of Sarah Boone's in junior high and high school. Welcome, Gabby. Welcome, Tash. Welcome, everybody. Don't forget the I like.
No.
Like, and then I like.
And yeah, Brian was dealing with a lot just in those times, trying to take care of Lucas. So to continuously every year deal with something, and then this, it's just overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
But you said
My camera won't
that a lot of it's shocking, and she wasn't really how she is, at least portrayed now.
I watched her statement before they sentenced her, that really long, drawn out.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Very eloquently put, but without any sincerity.
Yeah.
Without any remorse.
That is the number one thing that everybody who's been involved in this case, they all say the same thing.
I had a
There was
glitch.
no remorse. In all of it, she has never cried or said sorry or
Hey, Addie.
anything. And even the day that the police came, when she called them, and because she found him dead, she didn't
True.
cry. She just kept saying, "What's going to happen to me?" And I think that really kickstarted all the media and people following her because she had such an odd reaction to the entire thing.
So that's what you meant by the body camera footage of the police and her saying that. Oh, okay. I hadn't seen that part yet.
So there's many of those. She basically called the police every other day for years. So they have a lot of it. She was drunk in basically every single one. But even in her interrogation with the police, she's been very remarkable about making these statements that are just so outlandish, considering why she's there. Someone died. And yeah, so she definitely has brought on a lot of attention by her comments. And then, as I said to you, she kept issuing letters from jail, and they would go public. Even if they were like talking to the judge, they all have to go out to the public, and she knew that. And she had gone through 8 attorneys. 8 attorneys would not work with her. And so she made a public letter searching for an attorney and put it out there. So it just continued to grow from there.
Yeah, I don't think the judge liked her too much.
No. And we also found out that that judge is the one who dealt with her brother and him going to prison. So there was definitely a lot of ties.
I didn't know that.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of interesting too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I played that. I didn't know that. Did y'all know that? That this judge also put her brother in prison? I had no idea it was the same judge. Oh my gosh, I learned something new today. Woohoo. I was today's old.
Yeah, last I heard he lived in a motor home or mobile home or whatever and worked at a convenience store. I don't even know.
Hey, Addie.
Yeah. He was still there last time I looked. I think that was his last location up until he went to prison. And I don't want to flag myself, so I'm going to be careful on how I say this, but he
Yana.
was arrested for
So true.
R-ing a minor.
Okay.
Yeah. So between him and Sarah, the other brother's just like, no, I can't. Hiding. Yeah.
High five, yeah.
Poor Phil.
Yeah. It's been a lot. Do you have any memories of her mom? That's been a huge topic because people have wondered if maybe she started struggling with issues or even drinking because maybe they had a hard childhood. I know her dad died kind of young.
From what I understand, when she and Brian were dating, she was still living at home, and her dad had a heart attack and died, and she found him.
Oh no. That's awful.
Yeah. So that was really rough, but that was after her mom had already passed. I don't really know why her mom passed. This was at that time where I was disconnected from that side of town and her. Her parents seemed really easygoing.
Okay.
Her dad was the type you'd find in the recliner after 5 o'clock watching whatever TV.
Yeah.
Her mom would be some kind of apron, not even an apron, it was more like a muumuu or something. And, in the kitchen doing whatever.
Yeah.
Muumuu was not on my bingo card. I need to get a cow's. That's funny.
Wasn't on my
No,
bingo
I mean,
card.
I remember playing a Super Nintendo at their house.
So
She
just
had
a very typical family.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. This has been.
I mean, that's what I saw from my point of view.
Sure. Yeah.
If the doors were to close and it's just them at home, I don't know what's going on. So
Yeah, and that's a fair statement. I mean, I guess you do never know, but there hasn't been anything bad said in that regards. Not that there's been a lot said because her family is now basically Paul and he's very silent. So it's
Good point, Addie. Sorry. Had enough coffee. For those who were just joining, I had a migraine at 4 a.m., so I'm still kind of fighting the hangover. But Addie, that is a very good point. We don't know what she was like before the alcoholism. This friend is remembering her as she was in school. And alcohol definitely can change a person.
It's interesting to know that things were at least okay for what you saw.
Yeah.
And you made the comment that you guys had drifted apart, probably because you moved, but then you guys were slowly starting to talk again at some point or reconnect.
I think it might have been okay. So it was before Lucas was born.
So that was
I
a
don't
while
know
ago.
how we reconnected.
Definitely
I think maybe
a
one of
while
us
ago.
found the other online.
Yeah.
And it just so happened maybe my family and I were going back for a visit. My family is all still there in Orlando. And we got together and then Lucas came soon after and she invited me to his christening and to be one of his godparents.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah.
Wait. You lost communication? You weren't really that close? You must have been desperate to ask somebody like that to be a godparent. No, don't get me wrong. I'm sure she's a wonderful, nice lady. But godparents are usually people who are active in your life and close to you. They're normally not people that you are reconnecting with and you're not that close to. That just kind of doesn't fit well with me. But each to his own.
And so that was really sweet. And you saw my Annie in the picture, now my 20-year-old. So she was 6 at the time.
I know.
I'm
not that old.
I know.
I'm not that old.
But everybody knows.
I cry about it every day.
Me both. There was a time where we moved back to Florida for a short time.
Okay.
And so we started spending more time with them while we were there. And then things happened and we moved back out here just for our own personal reasons.
Right.
If I could take this little town I'm in and stick it in Florida, I'd be very happy.
Yeah.
But my husband's self-employed and it was just a wrong decision. So anyways, yeah, we moved back here and we got back into the swing of life and just didn't end up, staying connected.
Yeah. Well, and I think social media helps that at some point you could open the door to check up on each other. But yeah, when you're that far removed, I mean, that is a long way from Florida. So it's hard not to just live your life. And sometimes you do kind of fall out of touch, but that's normal.
Mm-hmm.
But you said your parents still live there?
Oh, yeah.
What do they think about this whole thing? I think it's kind of funny that they knew and thought that you just didn't want to talk about it.
Obviously, they don't know their daughter. My goodness. Yeah. And I will tell you that they didn't actually, they weren't too excited about me talking to anybody.
Yeah.
And I understand that, but I don't really have anything to offer to, I mean, the case is done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just more of you seeing a little bit more of her from long before.
Yeah.
And I get that. And I was curious as to how you found me, and way to go, you.
Thank
Um, but I just, she was my friend, you know?
Yeah.
I thought I owed her just a little bit of someone being able to understand the person that she was. I don't know who she is now.
Yeah.
I don't know what
That's
has
fair.
happened.
That's fair.
I did talk to someone going, why in the world did she not just apologize right off the bat and say she made a horrendous mistake, and just go that route? And I'm wondering if those 8 attorneys each tried to push her that way,
Yes.
and she rejected it each time or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we definitely don't know why for all of them. We know a couple reasons for a couple of them who said basically that she wanted them to say something that they thought went against their code for being a lawyer. And they weren't willing to do that because it's now worth them getting barred from being able to be a lawyer.
From being disbarred, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we do know that, but I don't think it's probably that way for all of them. That's a lot to go through.
Well, I did read that they did get a plea deal at one point and got it down to manslaughter and only 15 years in prison, and she turned it down.
Yeah, that was, I don't know how she turned that down. And we think that her attorney, who was her last one, James Owens, we think he was telling her to take it. It's not for sure.
Yes.
He couldn't come out and say that, but
Right.
Actually, he did. He said initially his goal was to get her a plea deal that she could accept. That's why he initially took the case, because he felt that was going to be her best interest. But for some, I got to get these trimmed. If I don't, I'm going to start hacking. Oh, can I do it once? Oh, perfect. But anyway, she turned him down and flat out refused. And it was in the 9th hour. I mean, he tried. So shame on her. She would have been out in a few years, not in life.
sounds like that. And she thought that she wasn't going to get anything. In fact, she thought she did too much time at that point, and so she rejected it. And then it went to second-degree murder, and she was found guilty. So, yeah, it was shocking that she didn't take that plea, but I don't think she realized.
Oh,
I don't think she realized that the jury was most likely not going to swing her direction for this. So then she right now is fighting to have an appeal with a different lawyer. We don't know much on that. We know that that was filed. But while that's in motion, she went from the jail in Orlando, and now she's at the reception center, which is just basically a place that inmates go until they're transferred and placed into their prison. So she's right now there. But I think they're still fighting to try to get more documents out and keep the appeal ball rolling. Oh, and I was going to say about your parents. Yeah, I understand completely people being like, oh, I don't know if you should talk about that. I definitely went into it being like, I am not going to be here talking bad about Sarah or anything like that. Everyone can have their own opinions on it all. But really what kickstarted me trying to find people on Sarah's side, not Sarah's side in this case, but in general, like you knew her, anybody that knew her, was when she had her sentencing, she was allowed to have people come and speak on her behalf. And her brother wrote a letter, which was not allowed to be read in court. And the only 2 people that came to speak on her behalf, just try to say, like, I can vouch that she's a good person or anything about her. It was one inmate that had been in the same jail as her. She came, and then there was a lady in Wisconsin that she met after she was already in jail, and they were writing letters to each other. That's the girl who phoned in and talked to the court. And that was it. She had nobody else. And it really just, I already wanted to find stuff about her beforehand, but that motivated me even more because like there has to be somebody who actually knows her. And it's just shocking that nobody was there for her then. Like I even thought there was a small chance Brian Boone was going to come in and say something for her, but
like I said, I have no idea where their relationship stood. Or what, yeah. If I had known this sooner and still had the whole past with her that I have, I don't think it would have been fair to her for me to stand up for her because I don't know the person she is now.
right. Yeah.
My heart breaks that there was no one there for her.
Yeah. And so that's why like I said, I appreciate people wanting to be reserved and maybe not, but my intention is definitely only that. I just really wanted to hear anything. I want to hear good things about her. All you've heard for 5 years is that she's horrible, and it's not all who she is. I mean, like you said, that was something that you're looking at, and it's like, this isn't who I knew when I knew her.
I can tell you 2 memories of the time that I had with her when we were kids. We used to go around the corner to from her house to a little mini mart or whatever little thing. It was right off Edgewater Drive, close to Bishop Moore. And I remember one time there was some like, I don't know if it was a group of boys or something, but it was kind of we felt like it wasn't good for us to be there.
Mm-hmm.
But she felt it. She noticed it. She goes, we need to leave right now.
Huh.
So she was very smart and very aware.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's I don't know why that's always stuck with me. But another fun memory is we took a rowboat out into the middle of Lake Fairview one time and sunbathed and flirted with boys passing by in boats and got a little sunburned, and we're kids.
Yeah. Just having a good time.
This was late 80s.
Okay.
Right around, because I moved away in 92.
It was a good day.
Yeah. The late 80s, early 90s.
I'm happy that you have good memory.
Okay, we have to flip over. I am trying to find Sarah Boone's DC number, and I'm not finding it. Dagnabbit. Let me see. I'm trying to find her DC number. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I can't find it anymore. Okay, let's see. See if I can find it here. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I found it. Let me see. Trying to find her DC number, and I'm struggling to get it because I want to look at something. I think I found it. Nope, it's too long. Nope, it's not it. Dang it. Anybody have her DC number? Please let me know. I can't find her DC number. Okay, they're still not back yet. They're working on it.
For sharing. Like you said, she
Put it in
can't
my-
be all bad, and this whole thing obviously is bad. but it's nice to hear that she was different before. But I still think that having that connection of her before this happened is so important, because it's easy to throw stones looking at the situation she's in for people who don't know her. So I just wanted to find a little bit more humanity. And so I'm happy you have good memories to share.
Yeah, I wish more people did. And I just, in watching the little bit that I've watched and all this has happened, I'm just wondering,
I'm looking for the
I'm curious
mugshot.
about her mental health.
That has been a huge thing, even in the trial. Yeah.
Did they do a psychological evaluation?
Yeah, they did several. They were trying to use the whole thing around their entire trial was that they wanted to do a battered wife syndrome, saying that that played a role into what happened.
Don't see her
It did
DC
not
number.
successfully work. Because a lot of the actual proof, the videos, the audio, text messages, just all of it showed that she was, for the most part, the aggressor. So she definitely had, and she had some sort of underlying depression, but nothing else has been concrete with that. But they definitely did do that and try to bring up at least those two things.
Then I don't know who she is anymore at all.
Yeah. Well, and it's a good PSA about alcohol. I don't think she was on any drugs or anything, but alcohol can be just as bad if you're abusing it. And she and George both drank way too much. It was always kind of my perspective when I first heard this, that I don't think she intentionally left him in the suitcase to die, but I do think that most likely she blacked out and just didn't even know or remember that that even happened.
Well, she forgot she even videotaped it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, and part of the issue with the trial, so
We have to hop back. Sorry, guys. Every number I put in is not working. I'm trying to get into her records.
Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so after this part of your investigation, what happened? So you testified that we located her body. And you went back in the apartment at that time. Do you recall when this was again? Tell the jury.
Approximately January 5th.
So after major portions of an investigation have been completed, what from that point forward are you doing as a homicide investigator?
First and foremost, trying to potentially discover more evidence in the case, such as
I've had it.
search warrants,
What did I do with it? Let me do this.
TBI in terms of the processing further evidence in the case. Also, even though I was assigned this investigation, my duties as a homicide detective don't stop there with this investigation. So during the meantime, I'll also be assigned more investigations to include further homicides that come up in the coming months.
Would you have been looking for video evidence?
Yes, I was.
Looking for evidence that pertains to Mr. Chen's involvement with Jasmine Pace. Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the Real-Time Intelligence Center is?
Yes, the Real-Time Intelligence Center is essentially it's a unit within the Chattanooga Police Department. In the city of Chattanooga, we have city owned and operated cameras that are also monitored by the Chattanooga Police Department that are placed.
I've got this gained up 100%, guys. Sorry.
Those cameras work in many different functions. Some cameras are fixed cameras. Most of our fixed cameras that we have will have essentially 4 cameras at that location that will look in 4 different directions to potentially try to cover that specific area in a 360-degree angle. Some of the cameras that were in place are pan-tilt zoom cameras, and based on time rotation, that camera will pan out a view of the intersection. It will then zoom in for approximately 15 seconds before zooming back out, and it will complete that cycle until it's done 360 degrees. So sometimes we have cameras that are stationary, look at one angle the entire time. And sometimes we have a camera angle that shows part of something. Only when something
Got
is
it.
good,
I
turns,
saved it.
to another angle.
I'm so good.
But those cameras are, like I said, owned and operated by the city of Chattanooga. They're maintained by the Chattanooga Police Department. The Chattanooga Police Department monitors those cameras. Also, with those cameras, they're given access to other officers to potentially monitor, deter crime, and see potential traffic congestion and those things as well.
When you say that employees of the police department are monitoring, Arctic, is it called Arctic?
Arctic is the abbreviation for real-time intelligence.
That's what it's called within the community, is Arctic cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say it's being monitored, are they being?
My lunch
monitored
is
in
here.
real time?
I'll be right back.
Yes, that gives the name. We have, depending on what time of day it is, we have Arctic investigators. Then we have a place inside the police station that has multi TVs and camera angles that they will look at specific calls that come in. If a call comes out in a specific area, violence or a burglary of some sort, they tend to access these cameras to get suspect information. And a lot of times when there's stuff that's not going on, there's one of those cameras to make sure that no potential crimes or something suspicious going on in time. If there's active investigators that are looking at those cameras, typically it's only filled by 1 to 2 active investigators at a time that are monitoring those cameras. And you can determine that the size of the city of Chattanooga, obviously we can't get every camera placed throughout the city, but other investigators within the department also have access to those cameras as well.
So are you able to ask individuals that work in the Arctic Center to go back and look for video footage that they may have not seen anything nefarious at the time, but as an investigator, you can ask them to go back and pull up video for you?
Correct. We have, depending on the cameras and servers, when they're replaced, anywhere from a few days of video footage to up to a month of video footage can be stored in the time on the cameras before they potentially deleted.
Do you know approximately how many Arctic cameras there are in Chattanooga?
It's ever expanding. I don't know the exact number. I would guesstimate over 100.
Would you describe them as helpful in solving crimes in Chattanooga?
Yes, video footage is extremely helpful. Obviously, if you can see it, it takes out the middleman in terms of getting access to that video. Because sometimes when we do these neighborhood canvases, we're trying to locate witnesses or video footage. You have to make contact with that business owner or that homeowner, and then not only once you make contact, you're seeking permission to then have access to that video footage. So since you see it, it captures everything. But in terms of the real-time intelligence center cameras, we have direct access to those cameras at all times. So we're able to review those cameras. Sometimes maybe we get enough video footage, so we can go back and we can monitor that as many times or review it as many times as we like.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was an Arctic camera close to 110 Tremont Street?
Yes, I did.
How did that information come to you?
I'm very familiar with the Arctic cameras within the homicide unit. I'm somebody to rely upon when it comes to certain types of investigations. One of those is being the ability to review camera footage. So I was familiar with the camera being placed at the intersection of Tremont Street and Fraser Avenue. It's actually, most of our Arctic cameras, basically all, because of the power source they need, are mounted on electric poles placed there by EPB. So it gets direct source by the city-owned power. We have somewhere where they can mount it to, so the city has full permission to place those cameras there, place in public areas, and I knew there could be one approximately less than a block south of where Ms. Pace was last seen.
Were you able to request to see the video footage from that Arctic camera from the days of November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
I don't have to request that video footage. I actually have direct access to all the Arctic cameras. So I've pulled the cameras up myself since I have direct access, and I've used them on my laptop.
Were you able to retrieve video from that Arctic camera from November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
To orient the jury, Investigator Crawford. jury has seen this several times. You recognize this area, Investigator Crawford?
Yes, we just saw the front of 110 Tremont Street. You're going to see Tremont Street as it leads down into an area of Coolidge Park. And you have Fraser Avenue, which goes from left to right or east to west.
What is that?
That is going to be one of our Arctic cameras. Typically, they are in block style for storage, communication. You can see the dome style bubble at the bottom. That's actually going to be our physical camera there. And this specific camera actually picks up, has still video, where it actually monitors different areas, such as the streets.
And is this the Arctic camera that you were able to pull footage from around the time of November 2022?
Yes, that's right.
And did you review that video?
I did.
Back. Looky. Mamacitas. Mexican food. We like mamacitas. Okay. Get my ears back.
It's on the list of Fraser Avenue, 1122, Fraser 1122.
Amen, Haley Mouse.
Computer?
I'm always screaming, get on the mic. I did see that. Thank you. I was trying to get into the court documents, but she has a special number and I entered it in and submit request denied. I can't get in.
Do you recognize this?
Finally
Is it footage
got in.
from that Arctic camera from 11/22, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
This accurate depiction of the footage from that day as you saw it in 2022 or 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the 11/22/22 Arctic footage be admitted into evidence. This evidence says Arctic 11/23. I just put it on USB. Okay, is this also footage from the Arctic camera that the jury can see on the screen behind me?
Yes, that's correct.
What day is this from?
It's from 11/23/2022 to 11/23/2022, and it's from 10 a.m. till 10 p.m.
And that's noted on this video, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it also noted on the 11/22/22 video?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I ask that this be admitted into evidence of the state's video. All right. Before we get to video footage, Investigator Crawford, I'd like to talk about the location of several spots we've talked about throughout this trial. 110 Tremont, you can see a little sliver of it on the screen behind us, correct?
Correct.
How far away from 110 Tremont is the Walgreens at which Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022?
Just a few blocks to the west.
And then from Jason's apartment to the Walmart where Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022. How far apartment to Walmart?
Less than 10 minutes.
How far from Jason Chen's apartment to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Approximately 15, 16 minutes.
How far from the Walmart to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine's vehicle was located?
15 minutes.
How far from Jason's apartment was Jasmine Pace's body located on Sub Creek Road?
Approximately 14 to 15 minutes.
How far is the Walmart from where Jasmine Pace's body was located?
Just a few minutes, 45.
So would it be fair to say that we're talking about a pretty small area of activity that we've spoken about throughout this trial?
That's correct.
All right. Can we switch to prosecution laptop, Your Honor? I'll ask Investigator Crawford if he'll turn around. Before you start playing, Paul, Investigator Crawford, this is video footage from that arcade camera, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Similar to what you just saw that I showed you on the laptop?
Yes.
And if you can see on the bottom there, does it have a date? Can you show Paul?
Yeah.
Just show it a second ago. There we go. Is that date accurate?
Yes, it is.
Would that time be accurate?
That's correct.
So 11:42 p.m.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Note that we are going to begin to play it, Your Honor, around 11:42:41.
Sorry, guys. Turned off the mic while I ate. The thing is she doesn't have to prove intent because he's admitted to doing it. It's just, he says it's a crime of passion.
What type of vehicle did that look like to you?
That's not a crime. You're right, Ronnie. And that is not
And,
a crime of passion. That is thought out, planned,
Did it look like Jasmine's vehicle?
unaliving.
Are you sure it was a Traverse?
Yes.
Are you sure it was a Chevrolet? A white Chevrolet?
Yes.
Okay. And when that vehicle pulled in next to the apartment building, what pull-in would that have been in comparison to Jason Chen's apartment?
This pull in here is going to be the parking lot area that's just south. So the picture we kept looking at, the street view of 110 Tremont Street, it actually is to the right. In Signify, there's these signs here that are permanent. You can also see the trees over here. Essentially, there's a pull-in location. It's kind of darker discolored here. That's the driveway to the southern parking lot.
Praise God.
You are familiar with the My Chevy app that the Pace family was able to view to show where Jasmine's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the time on this video match the time on the My Chevy app that would have shown her arriving at 110 Tremont on 11/22/22?
Yes, it's consistent with her traveling.
Okay. Now let's move on to 11/23/2022.
Try to get a sticker off the cup. I don't want to come off. It likes being on its in its happy place on the back side. Look at this. Look what I got. It says it might be wine. Bucky's.
All right, can you pause
I
this?
won't put wine in it.
What are we looking at here, Investigator Crawford?
This is a camera within the Walmart, specifically the 500 Sigma Mountain Road Walmart. that was earlier.
Do you recall when this surveillance footage was taken?
Yes, the date from which the surveillance was taken was from November 23rd, 2022.
You can play it now.
That didn't go well. My feet are cold. Nonchalantly just walking in like nothing's happening.
There's going to be another video from Walmart. This same day, same event, just when Mr. Chen was checking out.
Yes, that's correct.
Did he get oats? Band-Aids? What is that? I don't know what that was. Ah, cleaning supplies.
Look like anything you've seen before.
Yes, they're consistent with the hand towels that we located.
I just took a baby.
Corner cabinet, closet area of Jason Chen's apartment.
Oh, Dunkin' Donut coffee.
What color are Mr. Chen's shoes?
They're white.
Hydrogen peroxide.
Does that appear to be the same hat that Mr.
Towel.
Chen had on when you met him in Nolansville?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you recall the time of day that this video was captured?
Yes, he was in the Walmart area between 10:46 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.
And did it correlate, this video correlate with the receipts that was previously entered as an exhibit in this case?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you please continue to look? Does that phone look familiar?
Yes, it's the same clear phone case with the same sticker on the back that's similar to Boston College, along with the debit card that's consistent with what we located inside of his wallet in Nolansville. And
You can go back. All to the. Did you see a time come up on Mr. Chen's phone that you can, that December 9th date is the date that this video was retrieved, correct?
correct.
Did you see a time on Mr. Chen's phone?
There is a time associated.
And here, in this photo, you can see Mr. Chen's wrist in this photo, correct?
Correct.
Ronnie, that's priceless. I'm going there.
He does.
Does it match the bracelet that he had on? In
I
his
saw it
mall
pop
shop
up when I was on the
photo
chat
that
with
we
my
sent to
daughter.
Jasmine Pace?
It does not.
But that picture was, those texts were from the same day as this video, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Move on to Walgreens. So this video, there are two sets of videos were collected from Walgreens, is that correct?
Sensei,
That is correct.
come on.
Was one earlier in the day
Yes, it was.
and was one later in the day?
Lay down.
Is this video footage from
Down.
earlier in the day or later in the day?
It's going to be the earlier video footage around 1:39 p.m.
Based on your knowledge, the date and time are correct on those videos as Walgreens testified?
Correct.
Okay. Got to see somebody walk in the door? Your Honor, we can't fast forward through these videos.
Down.
So we're just gonna wait just a few minutes.
Down. No. Down. Good girl. Warm my feet. Thank you for the docs. I'll go over them in a minute. Yeah, Walmart has a wonderful red drum aisles. Home Depot and Lowe's too. Thank you, Toxic. Got them. What is he buying there? Ronnie, that has to be the funniest comment of the day so far. Love it. Oh, to my little girl. She's all under my feet. Oh, wrong way. Oh. It's time for trim.
Did this transaction correlate with one of the receipts?
And everything's backwards in the camera.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, briefly before we go to the next video.
Looks
Based
like a
on
pretty
your
town.
previous
Reminds me
interactions
where I
with
live.
Mr. Chen, and then reviewing these videos, were you able to identify the person in those videos?
Yes,
Who is that person?
Jason Chen.
Do you see Jason Chen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for the jury?
Sitting directly across from me with a dark suit, bluish tie.
I know, right?
In between two lawyers?
That's correct.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Chen has
I-
been identified.
Oh, I didn't tell you what happened yesterday. The
Okay,
emergency.
so then we're gonna go back to real-time intelligence center video, Arctic camera footage.
I've been there.
And,
It's awesome.
we are going chronologically.
Awesome. Bama green eyes. Beautiful aquarium.
Can you pause
My daughter
this,
and I went to a 3-week
Okay,
trip to
so
Tennessee. We went all over
correct
Tennessee.
date on the bottom?
My home state,
Is the
birth
time
state.
correct on the bottom?
Texas is my home state.
Would that be 5:59 PM?
That's correct.
Mr. Chen's apartment right there.
My daughter walked in today and she goes, Mama, you look cute. I'm like, thank you.
As part of the complex. Just between here is the front stairwell and obviously the brush and then this is the parking area. over here.
I guess we're just watching them drive. He went all over. I know that was so sweet of her to tell me. I did make an effort today. Chattanooga choo-choo. I'm an oldies girl. Ooh, give me Bing Crosby and all that. Give me the 20s, 30s, 40s. Ronnie, love you. Lying a little bit gets you a long way. Thank you, babe. Yep. Yupper. Yupper. Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. Yes, please, guys. If you like what I liked, and if you sub what I subbed, at the end of the month, we are having a giveaway. Way down yonder. Ronnie, why did you do that? Why? Yana, why? Now it's not going to get out of my ears. Well, my ears. My brain. I know it was Ronnie. Now my brain has got it. Yeah. You know, I've never been labeled ADD or ADHD. ADHD. But sometimes I wonder. I do go rabbit trail. I'm bad. This right here is so slow. Oh, there's a jogger. Poor jogger. Never thought he was going to end up on a court trial, did he? Oh. Yeah. And this is a boring part of court, and that's okay. I could have a whole lot of worse songs stuck in my head. There could be a whole lot of wrong going on there. I'm just checking the Discord. See if anybody's hollering at me over there. How long of this we got to watch? Ronnie, why do you think I have ADD? Give me the reasons why you think I have ADD. And what's the difference between ADD and ADHD? Hello, 80s music man. I know, right? They couldn't identify him by the backside. And why do you say I have ADD? It's just that creative brain of mine. You know, it thinks faster than my mouth can talk.
Does that match the description of Jason Chen's vehicle?
It does. It's a Toyota Camry, same color, and approximately same model year range as well.
Based on your review of this video, was there anybody else? in Mr.
Adult
Chen's car?
attention deficit disorder, ADD. Maybe I'll just coin a new one, AADD.
All right. Chronologically, let's go back to Walgreens.
No,
Oh, let me ask you if Mr. Chen in that video was going towards Suck Creek Road, which way would he have turned out of that?
I thought
Fremont
Asperger's
Street?
was still a diagnosis.
From that angle of the RF camera, it actually faces north or, up towards the screen. And Fraser Avenue goes from left to right, from west to east. Sutter Creek Road, you would need to take a right out or travel left down road to the west.
It's just now the spectrum.
Well, let me ask you this way, because that's actually the flipped version. Was he traveling in the correct direction to get to Suck Creek Road?
Yes, he was traveling in the direction of Sutter Creek Road.
Thank you. I should have asked like that. All right, let's go back to Walgreens.
AADD.
Later in the day, correct, but same day, 11:23.
Everything's got to be in odds. I'm kidding.
On the screens again.
Yes, it is.
Now we're in the 1900 hour.
Yes,
1903, 7:03.
7:30 p.m.
Okay. See somebody standing in line on that bottom right screen.
Yes, that's correct.
Does that appear to be Jason Chen?
Yes,
Does he appear to be buying paper towels?
yes.
You can see on the top left screen in the better view.
To be diagnosed at
Walgreens
53.
video was around what
That's
time?
odd.
So 1:39 p.m.
But it wouldn't surprise
And this
me.
one, 7:03, so we're 5.5 hours separated.
Bunny.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm so bad. Flowers? Was that flowers? Girl.
Okay. Chronologically.
Was he going to
let's
put
go back
flowers
to
on
Audrey.
her as he dumped her in the river? I'm Gen X. I can't keep up with that stuff. And some people think my brain's going, the main. All right. I have a big picture of this on my monitor to my left. That's the whole monitor because what's in front of me is about that big and I'm old. So people see me doing this. I'm looking at stuff on the screen, watching what you were
So
watching.
what date does that video say, Investigator Crawford?
November 23rd, 2022.
I kind of like those faces in the windows. That's kind of cool. Really. I need to get beating again. So
Do you
far
notice that
behind.
This video jumps, Investigator Crawford.
Yes,
Why is that?
it's based on signal strength of the camera. Ever interacted with anything computer-based, based on signal strength, especially the cameras. The signal strength's not strong enough. Obviously, the video footage doesn't pick up great. The time's recorded properly, so it'll show, but it's not edited. It's just poor signal strength of that camera based on the time.
8:30 p.m. Do you recognize that vehicle?
I do.
What vehicle do you recognize that to be?
The victim's vehicle, Jasmine Pace.
Can you tell anything about what the driver of that vehicle was wearing?
Yes, they're wearing essentially a light colored upper top with something potentially dark light. It's almost essentially like a hood is up.
Okay. All right, and that vehicle was leaving Mr. Chen's apartment complex around 8:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, now we are going to Mountain Creek Road video. You'll recall you heard Scott Miller testify, Investigator Crawford,
Yes, that's correct.
and you're familiar with this video as well.
I am.
Is this video from the Signal View Apartments on Mountain Creek Road?
That's correct.
Did you visit those apartments during the course of your investigation?
I did.
Okay. Have you seen this video? Previously?
I have.
Now, do you recall Scott Miller testifying that this time was also accurate?
Yes, I did.
Y'all, there's a heated discussion going on that there's some, which is it the Grammys, the Emmys, something coming up? And a lot of people are fighting whether they should go ahead and have it or not. It's getting to be a very heated conversation.
Yes, that is correct.
What we're getting to is about 8 minutes ahead of this, if the parties don't mind that we fast forward.
I'm sorry, this is the most quietest part, all the videos. I think my toes are finally getting warm. Put on some slippers.
That vehicle going pretty fast down that parking lot road.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify what kind of vehicle that was?
Yes, it appears to be a grayish tan color, like Toyota Prius.
Okay, keep watching.
Joe Biden announces a stimulus check for people impacted by the California fires. Or what are we? Oh, this is the part I hate a trial. I hate this part in trial.
Are there multiple entrances at the Signal View apartment complex?
Yes, there is.
Where, in comparison to where Jasmine.
This gets highly political, but all I can say is not everybody needs it. A lot of them have more than one home to go to. Not all of them, but a good number of them. It's horrible. Don't get me wrong. It's horrible. But
This direction is going to be all the apartment complexes themselves. Back this direction to the left-hand side of the video is going to be the rear part of the apartment complex. If you were to continue to fall around the rear of the apartment complex, and then takes you to the other side where essentially you have the mimic entrances this side, so you could exit or enter either side of the apartment complex.
Okay. All right, chronologically, let's go back to Arctic footage.
Iran offers to send firefighters to help combat the wildfires in LA. That's interesting when all these other countries are willing to send firefighters to help. I mean, that's nice.
11, 23, 22.
Yes, that's correct.
What type of vehicle is that?
It's this way over Prius.
What is it flashing? It's a flashers in front of.
In front of 110 Fremont Street.
We're going to run double speed off. Let's rewind that in normal speed. Okay. Regular speed here and just get across it. What appears to be on that individual's head?
You can see what appears to be a light colored hoodie, some sort of over top.
Back up one moment.
Don't know. That's FEMA. That's different. I said this the other day, and I got a little backlash, but I'm going to say it again. My heart goes out to everyone, poor and rich, because let me tell you, when you lose an entire home, even though you may have another one, there's memories, there's photos of your kids, there's things that you can never replace. I don't doubt that. However, when you are Kardashian and have a $70 million home, $70 million home, why? At what point is a home investment too much? I don't care where it is. There are a lot of these famous people have multiple million and million dollar homes in different parts of the world, US and world. There were others who only had one home who lived there all their lives or a long time. I'm just saying, all we hear about, this star lost their home, that star lost their home. For every one star that you say lost their home, and it's a home out of many for a lot of them, or multiple for a lot of them, many people lost the only home they had, and they were not as wealthy. Not everybody in that area is like crazy rich. And it really gets weary on me hearing about the Kardashians. Come on now. It's going to hurt. It's not fun. but you have a place to go lay your head, whether it's your family and another $70 million home that another family member owns. But when you have people who that's only property they had, all of the 100% of their possessions, memories, family, heirlooms, everything gone. The news doesn't focus on that. They just care about award ceremonies and the stars. Don't get me wrong, my heart goes out to all of them. But that said, I'm tired of hearing about only the famous people. Give me the reality of the truth, which I already know. I've been a firefighter and a Red Cross volunteer and have gone to many fire scenes. It's horrible. But when you have a person that's got $30 to $80 million, $100 million in a bank account, and they lose a home, they have money to recover. The ones I'm worried about are the ones who don't. And there's a lot of them. And yes, FEMA gives $750. They have inmates fighting there's a big group of Mexicans, Mexico firefighters that's come. They've got Canadian. They've got them from every state in the United States, even a little itty bitty hole in the wall community down the street from us sent Harper. I mean, it's like one stop sign sent some of their volunteer firefighters up there to go fight. So it's awesome what the company is going. But why do the Kardashians need a stimulus check? That's my point. Ain't that right? Well, and you heard the other day where these women who are famous people, I forgot her name, Halle Berry went and emptied out her entire closet, millions of dollars worth of clothing, guys. Everything out of that closet was emptied out and donated for women to come and get clothes that have lost everything. That's what they need to be doing. Yep. Oh, Haley Mouse. That's what I dealt with. I was a disability integration specialist for the Red Cross, and I dealt with that a lot. And it's true. But there are some movie stars who've lived in their homes for 46 years. I can't remember his name, but he lived there for 46 years. Didn't have another home, but he was devastated, he said. Absolutely devastated. All of his children, grandchildren, memories, everything is gone. But he said, but I have enough money in my bank account that I could buy another home and replace everything in it. Will it hurt? Yes. But he told people were trying to donate money to him. And he said, donate money to me. Don't do that. Donate it to the people who don't have anything. So, yeah. And then people were dressing up like firefighters, going in and robbing homes and financial institutions. It's bad. Oh, crap. Think of the banks that burnt down. Hopefully the safe kept the money safe.
Nothing further from the switch.
Banks burning. That's a lot of money burning. Hopefully they got it out. There are. Oh, I'm sure the fans of whatever star lost their house is going to be sitting. Y'all know the lady on, oh gosh, I just saw it. Barbara Corcoran. She was on the show. Oh my gosh, what is that show? Shark Tank. She had $1 million mobile home that she refurbished and lived in. It burnt down. Yeah, no kidding. Well, the safe won't burn, but the heat gets so hot inside the safe that anything that's paper a lot of times can just kind of start disintegrating depending how close it is to the heat source. If it's up against the walls, I've seen that happen. Oh, I know. Corporations will move in and buy the property on pennies on the dollar. Meanwhile, they have upped the costs. I mean, they're gouging for rent now. One guy saw the fires coming and he called over in the neighboring town about 20, 30 miles behind where the fires is. I don't know, somewhere. And he got a realtor and he rented a house just in case. And his burnt down and he has a house and he got it at the normal rate. And then the realtor said, I wished I hadn't rented it to him because I could get 4 times the amount of rent now for it. That's insane. I agree. Why do they can do a virtual award show? They don't have to put on a big multi-million-dollar production. They can still say who won what. They just don't have the big TV thing. It's all greed. You're right. What are we doing here?
Yes, that is correct.
Sorry. I had to.
Yes, I am.
So they're talking about the laptop. And once again, it's my humble opinion. I am HO. I didn't say I was a joke. That's what my captioning put. I said, I am HO. And it didn't get it. I period, M period, H period, O period. And it put I period, 8 period, O period. Captioning. Come on. Get it right. I M H O. It said IAMHO. Jeez.
The format itself, yes, it's going to be the watermarked video footage that indicates that it's from Axon body worn camera, consistent with body worn cameras that are police officers.
Okay, and specifically, what is the date on this, the date and time on the date on this video?
It's November 27th, 2022 at 05:27 a.m.
And we've heard a lot about timing on other videos. This isn't actually.
It's a chocolate moment.
That's correct.
This would actually been taken at 5:27.
Correct.
So do I want an intense dark? Dark sea salt caramel?
I have reviewed this.
Or an intense dark? Yep. Are you a captionist, a transcriber? Did you used to do that?
Your Honor, I would like to have this marked.
God, they're so bad. I say texting, TEXT, and it comes off SCXT. Thank you for your service.
Investigator Robert, behind you on the screen, is this what I just showed you on the laptop?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and it's.
So do you no longer do that, Yana? I mean, Yana?
Timestamp of 5:27:59, correct?
That's correct.
Investigator Crawford, I'm just pausing for 1 moment. Did you notice the door?
Not anymore.
The one on the left-hand side of the video?
Yes.
Yes.
And what was the number on that?
It's gotten worse.
And that's your understanding that's Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recognize the individual that's here in the video?
That is Katrina Bean, on the right-hand side.
And that would be Jasmine's mother, correct?
That is correct.
We're gonna make sure that, obviously there's no line here. Oh, that Ryan food.
I'm sorry. Bet you can type freaking fast. I'm not a fast typer.
Investigator Crawford, they've done a walkthrough. I believe you described it earlier as a shotgun layout of an apartment. So they have entered in through the living room, the kitchen area, through the bathroom. Where are they now?
One officer is in the single bedroom, and one officer from the view of the body camera is still standing within the.
I gotta brush your teeth, girl. Ooh.
And what is the purpose of law enforcement walking into apartments like this?
Apartments like this.
This specific apartment, what was the basis for going?
The basis, I did speak with.
Wow.
Later on. One officer.
Pretty cool.
described- I can't recall which one, but one officer described.
I'm
that
impressed.
They were notified that family members of the victim were inside the residence. And that they had left the residence. They advised that because the door was unlocked, they entered the residence to make sure that no more family members were inside there. Was what mine for the purpose.
So at this point, they're looking for family members.
No, no, I don't object at this point, it's just, it's all hearsay.
Well,
Are you offering what truth, not third?
no, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
The officers that are inside are, who's in the back room at this point?
I didn't see that part. Didn't see he was walking
Can
in.
you back up?
I would assume it's Grace did if it's from the view of Craig's body.
Can you see behind you now, we're at 528?
It appears to be Officer Grace.
And, the bedroom is where they are, correct?
One is inside of the bathroom area and one is inside of the bedroom.
Let me clarify, Officer Brayson is in the bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
The bed is to the left, you can see that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On the bed, do you see a knife?
From the angle that we see, I did not see none.
Person says, spaces. They're always covered and open. See that? Yeah. One here, here. Goes left, it's on the main table. So, kit down here, that's definitely. Registration. Yeah, I understand, I haven't done that. There's her stuff. Looks like they were in a hurry.
Starbucks no longer has an open door policy. You cannot go and sit or use their restrooms unless you are a paying customer, says the new CEO. If you want to come and join a friend for coffee, you would have to buy a cup of coffee, both of you, not just one of you. Yikes. Yeah, that is crazy also. 103 words a minute. That's fast. Probably. Yes. My ex-mother-in-law, before her fingers got off, she could type almost 120 words, something like that a minute. I was like, I wish I could say the same. I wish. Yikes. So is this the parents' home or is his apartment?
Investigator Crawford, who was
Oh my gosh, no.
hallway when the officers were fixing?
I mean, I can look and do numbers on the computer without looking, but I'm not fast. I know, they're cool.
My first
Way
interaction
cool.
with the Pace family was the service center on November 27, 2022, just after 7:30 p.m.
It's November 7th, 2022, just after 7:30 p.m.
Going through, you get a phone call from. or
On
text
September 7th, he got a phone call.
5:30 in the afternoon.
That's correct.
And how long, did you reach out to the Pace family and ask them to come to CPD?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I was notified that the first notification that I received, official notification, would have been through my supervisor, Amber, at the time. He reached out and said that missing persons was needing potential assistance in an investigation. That's when he disclosed it, and I knew what he was referring to based on my interaction with Detective Siege. We said that we would respond there to speak with missing persons investigators about potentially what kind of case they had at the time, what kind of evidence, what the family said, because it appeared up front that there may be suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. Once I arrived at the police service center, whenever I spoke with investigators on, was the first notification that I was notified that the Pace family was arriving at the Chattanooga Police Department. That's when I talked to Investigator Thompson, and just after 7:30 p.m. is when I had first contact with Pace.
And so when you get to the police department, you've met with Tumlin, have they had the missing persons department or unit, have they made any progress with attempting to locate Jasmine?
I would say that there wasn't much progress in the investigation at that point.
Have they conducted any other interviews with the Pace family, or was this the first one?
To my knowledge, they had a interaction over the phone. I don't know the exact details of what was said.
And when you are at CPD and you're meeting with the Pace family, have they indicated to you that they had been to Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes,
And they had told you that they had found the Chevy, correct?
yes, they did.
At that point, had they been able to get her phone records from Verizon, Jasmine's phone records?
No, at that time, they made contact with Verizon to get her phone number switched over to a new device in an attempt to access her My Chevy app. But to my knowledge, they did not receive their full blown review.
How long was the Pace family with you at CBD?
They approximately 7:30 p.m. is when they first arrived at the Chattanooga Police Department. Around 10 p.m., we requested to go to their residence at 5977 Old Dayton Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, to then, with their permission, document her primary residence and see if there's any evidence for her.
Were they being interviewed or were you discussing things with them for that full 3 hours?
I wouldn't say full 3 hours, but the first hour and a half, there was continued questions and dialogue with the family. As I received the information, myself and Lieutenant Emery were asking the families different questions about what they discovered or different dynamics of the family. And I was relaying that information to Detective C. She was assisting with the investigation to help people preserve things. At a certain point, I requested that the location of 110 Tremont Street to be have patrol officers placed on that to make sure that we could attempt to secure it in lieu of getting a search warrant for that apartment.
When did you do that?
It was at approximately 8:20 p.m.
So as of November 27th, 8 o'clock at night, the apartment had not been secured, even though law enforcement had been there the day before, correct?
The level of security I'm talking about is that tend to have eyes on the apartment itself. To my knowledge on how the doors work at that apartment complex, they do automatically lock once pulled to. They also have a deadbolt function as well. It's my understanding how we treated it and how we encountered it, having to use a courtesy officer to use the key to get in the apartment. The level of security I'm talking about is the actual physically putting a patrol officer or patrol officers around the apartment to see, because we're looking for Jasmine, we're looking for potentially Jason at the time as a potential interview, we're looking for both their vehicles. So we're trying to see if any of those people were to come interact with the apartment. So that's the level of security.
My question, Investigator Crawford, is, did CPD take any steps to actually preserve Mr. Chen's apartment after law enforcement had November 26th, other than sitting outside watching the doors?
They shut the door.
Okay. But we know that the Pace family had gotten in and they were not residents there, correct?
Correct.
So there's no crime scene tape, there's no seals that are placed by CPD, correct?
No.
When did you get your search warrant?
The search warrant was signed off just before 11 p.m. I was notified by Detective Siege that the magistrate had signed the search warrant granting access into the search and seizure of apartment 2 and 10 at 110 Tremont Street. After being notified, I subsequently called Officer Clemens to have him respond there because he has the master key to the apartment. He responded, and once he responded, then we executed that search.
How many times had individuals been into the property to your knowledge prior to the search warrant being executed on you? Let's slow down. We know at least 2 officers are in the video, Officer Creighton and Officer Brixton, correct?
Correct.
You have been indicated by the Pace family that they have been in how many times?
I believe for sure twice by their statements. Some of the recollections, whether it was 2 or 3 times during that first interview as well.
And how many of the Pace family members have went into the apartment to your knowledge?
At that time, I was notified within 3 family members and a family friend.
So 4 individuals plus at least 2 CPD officers?
Yes, that's correct.
6 individuals.
Correct.
Typically, in a potential crime scene, is there a crime scene log and it indicates who else been in the apartment, or who's in the apartment in this situation? Was there one done for this?
Yes.
Did it note that the Pace family members have been in prior to law enforcement? Or does it just start once you've established the crime scene?
Crime scene log is not in place until we've established the crime scene location. It wasn't until the homicide unit was brought into the investigation and going over the details of the case that we deemed Apartment 210 to be a potential crime scene location at the time.
So you testified earlier, I'm gonna pull up. May I have the element here?
Yeah, we're kind of quiet right now, just trying to listen. It's so hard to hear.
I'll show you what's been marked as exhibit 42.
This isn't dynamic right now, and I apologize. It's that part of the trial.
This is as soon as you're walking in.
Excuse me.
Mr. Chen's apartment, right? The right of his door.
Yes,
I'm
that's
trying to get warm.
They
My
should have
toes are
asked you,
cold.
When you walked into his apartment, if you were able to smell marijuana.
That's
You
correct.
indicated no, correct?
That's correct.
So there's the
At
oh,
this point
Ronnie. Or is it Yana? There it is, Yana. There's the wall. There's the wall. And the smell of marijuana. Marijuana. Marriage. Yawana. So I don't get in trouble. There y'all go. Here we are. There you go, Yana.
what is now? Let's ask this. How long ago since Mr. Chen had been in the apartment?
Oh my gosh, case one.
I had no idea.
It looks like
Has
magazines
it been at least 5 days?
or newspaper
4 or 5
article.
days?
Let me get it in
How
front.
long has it been?
Looks like a trophy wall.
All I know is that he essentially entered that apartment less than a few hours from his photograph.
What do you base your knowledge on?
So phone records,
Does the cell phone record actually show him in the apartment or in Chattanooga?
the general area of the apartment.
Does it show him in actually 108 or 110 Tremont, like for Jasmine Pace?
No, it just, throughout the investigation, phone records have been correlated multiple times based on the other video footage. So I based it on the high probability that throughout the investigation, when he arrived at a location, we had video footage. Subsequently,
I'm
we were
just
able to
cold.
track that phone and send to one location.
And this is the warmest place in the
Did
shop.
not see him on video footage, but his phone tracks back in the area. That's why
Not me.
Did you go back through the RT cameras to see if his car was located, like you did on the 22nd or the 23rd?
Yes,
Did you see him at the apartment on the 28th?
I did not see his view.
Did you see him enter the apartment from Tremont at all on any video?
I could not 100% identify anyone.
So you're speculating that he was there, possibly hours before you had seen certain, right?
Saying his cell phone was in the area a few hours prior.
But nothing that actually shows that, right?
Besides the cell phone areas.
Which doesn't indicate that he's actually within Tremont, correct?
No, it just puts in the general area.
Okay. So I'll have you look behind here, and I'm going to zoom in over to the desk here. Could you tell me what's on the table?
There are multiple objects on the table.
What are they?
Starting from the right, there appears to be a bottle of hand sanitizer. There appears to be a bong style device that can be used to smoke.
Bong.
THC,
Bong,
HHC,
bong, bong,
any type of weed
Bong.
product.
Bong, 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 bong. Put it to music so I don't get in trouble.
Gets further in, kind of gets jumbled in. There's a box of Band-Aids, a computer monitor, a speaker.
And
So
the
bong, bada, bong, bong.
that you're talking about, is that the glass device that says boss on it?
Yes, it's this object right here.
I'd like a fireplace right now. I'm so cold.
Was there any other indication
The
of
heat is on.
marijuana within the apartment?
The heat is on.
I did not observe, I didn't have any smell. I don't believe I observed shake. I don't recall any other signs of marijuana in the apartment.
I'm going to take you to State's Exhibit 83.3. You've indicated here that these items were located at the dumpster outside of Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these items actually recovered by CPD, placed in the property?
Yes.
Were those items sent off for testing?
These specific items, no.
Do you have anything that indicates that any of these items belong to Jasmine Pace?
No, we had not received testing due to that.
Yes.
Now, earlier you had mentioned the pants had potential blood stains, the sanitary napkin was similar possibly to one that's recovered in the inmate's office, but nothing in your investigation has shown you that any of this stuff belongs to the space, correct?
Wow.
Not direct.
Nap time.
Who actually retrieved the items when outside the dumpster?
There would be Investigator Johnson with the crimes unit was the one that documented, and Investigator Brown was there. At that point, whenever I notified them of those objects, and they responded to then do the collection further. I was there for the photographs, I was not there for the collection. I was seeing it with the Investigator Johnson.
We're gonna go back into the apartment. What is the search going to allow for you to start off at this town? Thank you. When you were executing the search warrant, what did the search warrant allow for you to do?
It allows us to enter the residence, it allows us to collect items of evidence that were listed on the search warrant itself. So essentially allowed us to enter the apartment, allowed us to essentially search and look for evidence. Evidence is located.
And earlier you testified that you saw one.
Correct.
And where did you see that?
We're around to the park.
And specifically, you said to the, what was the term you used about the actual way that you saw it originally, without any lighting, without any chemicals? You saw spatter somewhere, correct?
Correct. I used for the initial walkthrough, I did utilize a flashlight. It was low light in the apartment at the time. I utilized my personal flashlight to see the blood, whatever was in the blood.
Did you ever bring in any auxiliary lighting to have additional lighting in the apartment?
The crime unit did bring in some of their own auxiliary lighting, but it wasn't lighting we typically need for a room.
And when the Blue Star was administered, it showed traces of blood in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, after using the Blue Star, were you able to notice anything about the directions of the blood marks?
They're multi-directional.
Specifically how?
There's several different things. In the directions of it, you have in the living room area, you can see a potential footprint that shows the direction. The flooring itself is because of how concentrated it is. It's hard to tell directional because it's essentially the photographs will never do justice in terms of what you visually see in terms of Blue Star because of how you have to capture it in such low light. As we saw, there was difficulty in the two different screens and showing its ability to show that the luminescent light and color. So it's hard to tell the bigger quantities. I can tell you was also reactions on the walls, which showed a downward trajectory running downwards.
Was there any indication that individuals have walked through the blood and contaminated the other portions of this apartment?
There was evidence that someone was walking in blood, yes.
And you don't know who that was?
No, I can just have to tell you about what the incident looked like.
Did anything about the directionality of the testing that you got tell you anything specifically about the case?
Yes.
Once you completed the Blue Star, did you complete a Castle Meyer testing within the home?
I requested for Castle-Meyer testing to be done on specific areas throughout the apartment. Some areas were positive, some areas were negative.
What is Castle Meyer testing for the benefit of the jury?
Castle-Meyer testing is essentially it's testing done to suspected blood. I will butcher the chemical that's used. I believe it is phenolphthalein. It's a chemical substance that's applied with hydroxide. That essentially makes a chemical reaction with the substance that you apply to suspected blood. If it's positive, it gives you a pink substance that shows you a presumptive positive test for blood.
And did you conduct a control test before administering?
Where were you moving to, Yana?
Control test Castle-Meyer.
Yes.
I don't conduct any of those tests.
Were you present when this was done?
I was not present for the Castle-Meyer testing. I requested to be done. I get notified about different places specifically, and the Castle-Meyer test wasn't done on the larger sections of suspect.
Who did do the Castle-Meyer test?
I'm not sure. I was requested to the crime scene and alluded to the crime scene investigators that were there was crime scene investigator Johnson and crime scene investigator Brown.
And were their reports submitted
Yes.
as part of your case file?
Yes.
But you don't recall which of them did it?
I don't recall.
But somebody did do it, correct?
I know that Castle-Meyer testing was conducted.
What date was it that you went to Nolensville?
The first date that I arrived in Nolensville would have been on the November 29th, 2022. I arrived in Nolensville at around 11:40 p.m.
And you, when the state had asked you earlier, you were asked to describe Mr. Chen's demeanor. You described him as defensive and calm.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that he was both?
Yes.
What was specifically, had you met Jason Chen before that day?
No, I've never met him.
Have you had any conversations with him prior to being in Nolensville?
No.
So do you know if this demeanor was out of character for him?
No. Council proof.
Okay. So sound is off. Oh, that is driving my ears crazy. Can't stand it. I don't know why they don't have better sound. Oh, that's cool.
And Your Honor, if I may have the ammo gun on once again. Investigator Tucker, just
That's a micro town,
I'm gonna show
micro
you,
mini town.
What's been marked as exhibit 85. This is the photograph that you have described as Jason Chen and his father in the doorway at the Nolensville home, correct?
Correct.
When you were testifying earlier, you said that he was walking away. Was he trying to leave you, or was he placing a distract on because he was living with you?
We allowed him, there was inclement weather at the time that we made contact with the Chen family. He requested to grab a jacket and shoes, which we walked with him, but we allowed him.
So he wasn't leaving.
No, he wasn't walking away from the conversation.
When he was taken to Nolensville, were you still in Nolensville, or were you back in Chattanooga?
I was, the entire time that he was at the Nolensville Police Department,
You stayed
I was
there?
still in Nolensville.
Who were the other investigators that were there with you?
Detective Siege, Detective Slaughter, and Sergeant Miller. Those were the ones that Chattanooga Police Department homicide division.
And when you, at some point, you were requesting phone records related to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And, you're like, we can make sure that's what we're talking about. Jason's phone was recovered in Nolensville, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we were able to do a forensic download on that phone, correct?
That's correct.
Did you also obtain phone records from T-Mobile?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's who Jason's provider was, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you receive those phone records?
We received those phone records, it's two parts. Part of the phone records is historical data, and then the other part was the real-time ping location data from T-Mobile to provide updated locations, but not historical data. We started receiving his phone records on the late evening hours of the 28th, but they were only real-time ping locations and not historical data to include call records and text messages.
And to clarify, you mean November 28th, the day after, or the day after search warrant?
Correct. November 28th is the first part we start receiving real-time ping locations. And it's not until December 1st, around 8 o'clock in the morning, that we receive the rest of the historical data for Mr. Chen's number.
Now, did you receive text messages for Jason's?
We received the call record detail with text message logs.
And the text message logs would include any individual that he had been texting with, correct?
That were texting via certain services. I can't say any because with iMessages, you have the ability to communicate via Wi-Fi, and it's not recorded through your network. So whatever was based on his cellular provider's records, so using their towers through their service, would allow those text messages to be translated, because there's ways that you can essentially text via iMessage over Wi-Fi that you don't need your cell phone.
Did you receive messages that showed that Jason and Jasmine have had a number of conversations?
I did observe different things that they had conversations.
In the records that you got from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes, T-Mobile did indicate they had conversations.
Do you recall approximately how long those conversations have been going on?
From his phone
Periods
records,
of time, yes.
his phone records were only for about a week time frame, so I believe it goes back just a few days prior to her disappearance.
Okay, guys, I got to take a break from that boom, 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 boom in my ears. Let's take a little mental break. You won't believe what I just came across. Right wing commentators attack sign language interpreters during the LA wildfires. Are you believing this crap? Are you believing this crap? Sorry, my son's talking a little loud. If you can hear him, let me know and I'll shut my door. Golly. But anyway, let's read this because this is absolutely mind-boggling to me and angers me to no end. Listen to this crap. Conservative commentators aim the deadly LA wildfires have narrowed in on a target that they have deemed unnecessary and distracting at emergency briefings. The American Sign Language interpreter. The big picture. To members of the deaf and hard of hearing community, ASL interpreting provides a critical service to millions of Americans, and in emergencies, their role can be life-saving. Thank you. But here we go. This human right to information, said John Marchier, the certified deaf interpreter who has been working the press conferences in the LA fires, aimed the fires through pro bono ASL. He's not getting paid. He states, a third generation deaf family member. Marchier is used to the ignorant comments, but the online attacks directed at interpreters aim the devastation in his home state felt more harmful. He told AXIOS through an interpreter. Some of the public figures who choose to weigh in, like Turn the Point USA Charlie Kirk, often influence the tide of the right-wing opinion and have ears of members of incoming Trump administration. Ignore that part. What are they saying? Mercier said having a live interpreter allow members of the deaf community and hard of hearing community to finally feel equal. They are not behind the hearing audience. So true. He added, we are used to growing up with everyone looking at us as second class, but finally for once we were equal. Yes, but Kirk lashed out on Wednesday's post on X, asking, can we stop giving the half scream during these crisis briefings to sign language interpreters? And on the Wednesday episode of the Charlie Kirk show, he characterized interpreters as a distraction. You son of a... You son of a... An avalanche of attacks have ensued. Christopher Rufo, a right-wing activist who helped pioneer the conservative outrage against critical race theory, echoed Kirk, criticizing ridiculous interpreters who turned serious press conference into a farce. Are you shitting me? There are closed captions on all broadcast channels and streaming services, he wrote Friday in an X post. No wild human gestures necessary. Conservative commentator Richard Hyena shared Rufo's post, argued that the CC works fine. Bitch, please. No, it doesn't. See, mine didn't. It didn't. It's not correct on my screen. It's captioning everything I say, as well as everything that comes through the computer. I'm trying to hold my anger. Reality check. Closed captioning is not sufficient in an emergencies, Mercier says. Hearing people can hear the difference in tone and emphasis. If you just have that in captions without any sound, it reads monotone. Mercier told so-and-so, having an interpreter on stage, he says, sustains the semantic of the message. I'll send you the finger. I know that's crude, but I don't care at this point. So what I tell people is, if you type the word really, it could be really, 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 really. We don't know if you're joking, being funny, being serious, or sarcastic. Leave now. It's different than leave now. So anyway, ASL and English are distinctly different languages. Thank you. That means for many deaf people, including Mercier, English is not their primary language. If deaf people read captions, we feel like we're figuring out Morse code, he says. It's our second language we're trying to decipher. Beyond that, Mercer noticed caption tends to lag far behind during question and answering times. And while Rufo attacked interpreters' wild human gestures, Mercer finally expressed and body language lend a crucial nuance to allow the fuller comprehension. Body language, if my eyebrows go, what's up? It was like, here's the difference. Do you need help? Need help? Big difference. Big difference. Between the line system powered and artificial intelligence have made improvements in the automated speech recognition. Oh, they have not. Oh, come on. I say texting and it comes up with SEXING. It just did it on my computer and it's AI. Zoom out for the fire neighborhood. Some exit targets that cruelly spans over 2 decades. Bottom line, Mercer told Axis, something like that. He's not sure why the attack started now, but he says he hopes that those who want to do with ASL interpreters take time to educate themselves on why the service he and other provide are vital. Life is better with this and safer with it, and we need it. All right, let me see your comments. To play devil's advocate, he's talking about very animated interpreters that some felt were not matching the tone of the speaker. Guys, every interpreter interprets differently. My animation may not match Diane's animation. I'm more animated than she is. But when I watch an interpreter, I'm gauging their animation and I'm realizing what is serious and what is urgent by her animation. Like if I sit there and go, ready, leave now. Does that look like that's urgent to you? Does that look like, oh, okay, well, I need to get ready and leave now means, Sensei, over here, baby. Leave now means I leave when I can. But if I go, that's intensity, that's ready, leave now. Come on, you're ready, let's go. Urgent. Yeah, there you go. The problem is that ignorant people think ASL is English with your hands. That's information cause problems can end. Oh, yeah. I teach ASL, and the first thing I tell people, you're going to learn to drop English. You're going to have to get away from your English word-to-word signage. You're going to have to learn to sign concept. Please take impaired out of the vocabulary on this channel. We do exaggerate because our voices exaggerate. And sometimes exaggeration will show it's a joke. Sometimes it shows the depth, the severity. By the way, impaired is a 4-letter word to the deaf community. It's not English with hands. Oh, you're good. But let's look at this and I'll interpret a little. I'm having a hard time with that. Oh, my ears. Very uncomfortable. And I'm going to have to take a comfort break. Oh, let me zoom.
There was no further anything applied to that apartment, to my knowledge, in terms of testing methods. After we cleared that apartment on November 28th.
And so no further testing was done on January. It was just pulling up.
It's possible that the calcium may have been performed at that time based on the fabric.
I can't understand his words.
But
It's too intermittent. Okay, I'll be right back. Comfort break.
Were you present the entire time that the issue was in the apartment in January? Or did you leave?
There were times that I was speaking with management there on scene while crime scene was doing documentation. So I can't say that I watched the crime scene the entire time.
Now, a few months ago, when we were talking about the Blue Star testing, you had mentioned footprints. At least one. Where was that footprint?
In the living room area on the floor.
Was that the only footprint that you observed in the Blue Star testing?
In the Blue Star testing, I believe that one section after it was Blue Star testing was conducted after swabs were taken of the suspected blood. We typically will take swabs of those things first for the proper collection prior to testing being done for the potential chance of dilution or anything else. So we documented, we photographed, we collected, and then Blue Star was administered. Search warrant began at 23:45 or 11:45 p.m. on November 27th, and it's not until approximately 7 a.m. the next morning when Blue Star.
From your review, did you see more than one print throughout the apartment, or just one?
I believe I at least two.
Were they the same or different?
They were different footprints based on that it wasn't the same one. Only thing I can tell is one had about 3/4 of what appears to be the bottom of an unchewed footprint. You can tell based on prior to the Blue Star being administered that it did not appear to be a footprint that was bare skin based on the interaction on the ground. It appears based on the smudging that it appeared that the individual that created that footprint on the ground would have been wearing socks of some sort. And then there was another heel print, which was harder to tell based on the smudging. So I would say that there's potentially two different locations where footprints, presumable blood, were there. I couldn't tell the individual.
Investigator Crawford, I've known you for a long time. So, correct?
Correct.
In this investigation, when you were doing an interview with the Pace team, there was a statement that you made about doing whatever you could to solve this.
Your Honor, objection, seriously.
Please.
She's asking the witness about his own statement. Is that correct?
It is.
What you're saying?
Out of court statement, make the truth matter, sir.
I mean, I don't think she's not offering like a recording of things impeachment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first step would be her asking you to make a statement that you can renew your objection later if other voices are part of the statement. But at this point,
You made a statement about doing what you have to, specifically even tarnishing your entire investigation, if it meant saving someone's life. Do you recall making that statement?
Not that wording, but I did speak.
Would it help you if I showed you a transcript of that recording?
I mean, a transcript could potentially help. I believe I remember.
Ooh. I have no idea why it is so cold. It is so cold in here. I'm angry. I'm trying to keep my cool over that mess, over that hot mess.
It says inaudible.
Deaf. Deaf or hard of hearing. Well, I just don't want anybody to get offended on the channel. And I know some people think that's horrible for me to be that way, but I'm deaf. Was hard of hearing. Now I'm deaf. And so I'm just trying to keep everything cool. No one's offended yet.
As always, police officers, it's preservation of life first. Obviously, criminal investigation.
You're good, beloved.
It's not as important as a person's life.
And in this same interview,
Yep.
you learned that the Pace family has been into Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Correct.
Did you advise them to not go back?
We advised them
I can
after
teach
our
you.
interaction with the Pace family that we were taking over the investigation. We asked for their family to step back from the investigation and let.
It's okay. We love you.
The investigation. We tried to
You're forgiven.
whatever confidence we could provide.
No. Something's going on.
As
I'll be
a
right back.
homicide detective, I have a tough job of sitting across from parents and having to work through those.
What?
So I was trying to do whatever I could to potentially instill some confidence in them, to give them some peace of mind, even though my gut feeling said otherwise.
Were there errors made in this case?
There's two errors and
Were there a lot made in this case?
I don't believe so.
Do you believe that the crime scene was pristine when you got there on November 28th and executed your search warrant?
Now, the only way a crime scene can be pristine is if we have full control of that scene from the beginning.
Do you agree that there were items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And those items have been recovered from where?
The items, both of them.
What all was recovered from Miss Bean's house?
There were small travel makeup bag. There were the victim's identification card. There were credit cards, miscellaneous cards. There were cellular devices, an iPad, and some miscellaneous clothes. There was also folders of paperwork, binders. There was a trash bag. There was a black duffel bag, and an Xbox.
And all of that was recovered from the residence of Bean.
Deaf. I have what's called latent onset of deafness. We sometimes call it deafened. Kind of combine the two. But when I could hear with my hearing aids well enough that I could function in the world and no one know, but when I took them out, I was very hard of hearing. Then I was labeling myself hard of hearing. Now, without my hearing aids, I can't really function as a hearing person at all. I depend on lip reading and sign language and other things. I call myself deaf. There are deaf people out there who don't call themselves deaf, although they are. They'll say hard of hearing because the stigma and the way they are treated is better than if they say deaf. Just saying. Some are deaf proud.
In the video that I showed you at the beginning of Officer Creighton's body cam, when the officers walked in.
Yeah, that's right. I got to start teaching soon. I got to figure out what date that is.
Identifications are there on the table, correct?
That's correct.
But they weren't when you went in to execute your search warrant, correct? They were already removed from the property and at Jasmine's mother's house.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that items have been taken from the crime scene prior to executing your search warrant?
Yes.
And let me have 1 moment just to go through the list.
Oh, I hate these down times. This is moving really slow with this dude. Let's see if I can speed it up. He's still sitting. He's still sitting. He's still sitting. Let's catch up.
Time for a mid-afternoon break. We'll take that now.
Afternoon break.
Back probably about 15 minutes from that clock says 3:35.
Be careful with that, my dear. Be careful with that. He is still on the stand? I thought we'd be done with him today. Okay, well, let's go back to the Sarah Boone interview with her neighbor. I'm going to back it up a little.
She blacked out and just didn't even know or remember that that even happened.
Mhm. Well, she forgot she even videotaped it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, and part of the issue with the trial, so with
I forgot.
with her new attorney, they want to do battered wife syndrome.
Back to Boone.
But that would
Back to
mean
Boone.
that she remembered everything, but she was afraid. And the whole time up until that point, she was saying she didn't remember what happened and different things. So it completely contradicted what everybody heard previously. But yeah, so it contradicted what she had been saying and what the jury got to see in the body cam footages, like in the interrogation. So that was another thing for her that was not going well for her, since she had been previously saying one thing and then switched.
Yeah, I haven't watched the interrogation. I haven't had a chance to watch that. That one's like an hour.
Yeah, I was
or
going to say
so.
it's a long one.
Mhm.
Yeah, they were trying to fight in court to have that entire thing removed because they didn't tell her that she was coming in for an interrogation. But legally, they're not supposed to, like they don't have to. But she
Nope,
was
they
very
don't.
upset about that entire interrogation coming out.
And I did
The
relive.
adult in me doubts that there was just a loophole she was trying to catch.
Yeah.
We'll probably be here.
I
until you
feel
get
bad
back.
for thinking that way, but in this day and age, with this tough world we live in, you have to. I can't give the benefit of the doubt to people anymore.
No. Well, and it's
don't forget
hard to do
like
that in
and put
her
I
case,
liked.
at least, because there's just been so much physical evidence of so many things.
Mhm.
But it's sad. I mean, kind of like what you were saying, going over to the house and everything seemed fine, but you don't know how things were when you left. I kind of feel the same way about their situation. It sounds like they both were abusive to each other. And it was just a very, very toxic environment as a whole.
Bye.
I just
Love
don't
you.
know
Come back.
how Brian
to the light.
knew this was happening, because they both got arrested multiple times
Brian
for
knew very well
domestic
this was.
violence. Yeah, and how would he let his son go there?
I don't know. Brian had said previously that there would be many times that Sarah was supposed to get him from school, and she just wouldn't. She flaked a lot. Yeah. I can't even imagine him knowing all of this and letting Lucas still go over there.
Here's the problem. That statement that this woman makes frustrates the hell out of me, because he doesn't always have a choice. And people think it's all black and white when it comes to custody battles and letting children see their parents and whatever. And sometimes you have to let them go over there because they have not criminally had their rights taken away. They have not been charged with a crime against a child. They have not harmed the child in the eyes of the law, and they've not had the parental rights taken away. So until that happens, there's nothing you can do. And you're right. It's not up to Brian. So I disagree with y'all on this. And it's easy to sit there and say this kind of stuff when you've not lived it.
No, he knew. She also, if they ever fought or anything was beginning to be too much, she would have Brian come and get her and she would go stay at his house. So Brian was overly involved.
I don't know if he was
Poor
overly
Brian,
involved.
he's just a good guy.
He seems like a good guy. That I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, no, you don't.
And I mean,
because
I think that he puts Lucas first in everything.
Involved.
I mean, just somebody watching from far, but it looks that way. I think he's done a really good job of trying to keep his privacy and not have their lives even more invaded.
Well, and he's the oldest of the children, and he's got to protect his parents and his brother and sister.
Yeah.
And the family name.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole nother thing. I was talking about that recently, that it's like, if she wouldn't have kept her name, that whole family probably would be fine.
Oh yeah. That was the first thing I thought about was like, oh, why didn't she change it back to Paulson?
Yeah. Yeah.
Poor Boone family.
Well, and so the question that keeps getting asked is that they wonder if Brian will take Lucas to visit her in prison. And
God, I hope not.
Like, well, it's none of our business anyway, but I think whatever he decides to do, he seems like he's been making great calls that are very helpful in raising Lucas. So I think that whatever his decision will be the right one. And who knows, maybe Lucas doesn't even want to do that at this point.
That's what I was going to say.
Oops, sorry.
Is that I think he would actually talk to Lucas about it and let Lucas make the decision and not just drag him there.
Right.
Because at this point, he's getting close to adulthood.
Lucas can voice his desires, but the courts can sit there and demand that he go. And I know people nailed me when I was on the show with Tanika and saying I didn't know what I was doing or talking about. I actually do. Every state is different. Every family case is different. And yes, at 14 in some states, he can start making those decisions for himself, but does not mean that he's going to get what he wants. And depends on the judge. It does. But the thing is that it's not always up to the parent, the conservative parent, i.e., it wasn't up to me. I didn't have a choice. I had to do what the courts ordered. And I didn't have the money to fight it. And it sucked. It sucked. And if I had all the money in the world, I would have owned it. But I didn't. And people don't realize that the parent in jail has still the same rights as they had on the outside, so long as their crime did not get to the point to where the child themselves was being abused, or, where the crime was against another child and physically against another child. And people don't understand that. It's not up to the child, and it's not always up to the parent that's on the outside, because the parent on the inside a lot of times will sit there and get their attorneys to file and take the other parent to court and get things the way they want it. I find it crazy because here in the UK, they listen to the child. My niece and nephew chose to stop seeing their dad under 10. Once again,
Yeah. I mean, my kids didn't want to go see him. I think at 10, 11, 12, they started going, yeah, I don't want to do this. It's not fun. But I had no choice. It was court ordered that I take them every other month. It was court ordered that they go see him. And then he filed motions he took me off the visitation list at the prison. So it forced his mother, which is what he wanted all along, to take the kids. So, I ended up, she come pick him up in my town. She's 2 hours away. Pick him up here, drive 3 hours to him, and then drive 2 hours, 3 hours back over here it was horrible. And it wasn't until, well, my son's 4 years older. So when my son turned 19, my daughter was 16. No, 15. And it was about the time that she got to about 16, 17 that she could voice whether she wanted to go or not. And my son, being an adult, went with her just so she would feel better, but he didn't have to go, but she did. And it just gets to the point to where, okay, even if the child says, I don't want to go, and you as the parent say, I don't want you to go, you have to go and file a motion. You have to go and do mediation. Both of you have to hire attorneys. Then if the mediation doesn't work out, which will cost you $5,000 to $6,000 at least, then you go before the court, and it's a $10,000 to $12,000 ordeal for a year or two. Because once they hit 18, that's done. So for a couple of years worth of whether they see mommy or daddy or not in prison, it's crazy. Now, they do take the child's desires into account at a certain age, but they can't just sit there and say, nope, I'm not going. If they do that, I think my kids did it once. And I said, okay, this time we're covering. You don't feel good, we're not going. But if they adamantly refuse to go, the other parent can take the parent in prison or jail can take the parent on the outside to court. It's horrible. You feel as a parent on the outside, what I call the jail widow or widower, that your rights are nil. The ex-spouse has all the rights, and your children have minimal rights. But yet you or the children didn't commit the crime. Yeah, no. My kids had to go at that age. I had no choice. I had to take them or be in contempt of court. It is, Yana. My kids had to go in and see their dad behind a glass, shackled, on a phone. It was filthy, disgusting, horrible, nasty. And then when he was transferred to his prison, it was like an airport terminal that it was disgusting. And it was just, people were shoulder to shoulder. I was sitting next to men that unalived their families, and they remarried and had other kids. The criminals I sat next to, and actually it was so congested. It wasn't like we had a chair for my daughter, a chair for my son, a chair for me, my ex-husband and mother-in-law, and it was 5 chairs, and then there was a space. Everybody was shoulder to shoulder. And and these other people in there who did crimes against children were looking at this beautiful little girl with golden curly hair, and you just creepy. And you don't know what they're thinking about those kids. And you know what they do when they go back to their cell. It's called making oneself happy. At the thought of your child is just disgusting. But I was forced to go. So people can scream all they want that their state says at the age of 16 or 14 or 15 or whatever, they can say whether they want to go or not. Doesn't make it true. The child may say, I don't want to go, but the judge decides whether it's in the best interest of the parent and child for them to go. And you're right. It's not fair. It was a nightmare. It is a nightmare. And people who've not been in my shoes and the shoes of millions of others like me sit there and say, well, the law says this. Well, the law may say that, but you don't know the other side of that coin. The child can say, I'm not going to go. The parent will get them in contempt of court. Then the parent and child have to go to court before a judge. And then that child has to tell the judge why he doesn't or she doesn't want to go. And then they turn around and the judge will sit there and say, well, I think it's in the best interest of both the child and parent for the child to go. Sorry, kid, you got to go. Some judges will say, no, I agree. The child, nope, doesn't need to go. It's okay. But it's not black and white in every case. And that's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Speaking of which, my niece and nephew have decided to try to start seeing their dad. One supervised visit so far, and it went well. They're now 12 and 14. And that's fine. And if my kid said, I want to see my dad, I'd take him. But being forced as a parent to do something that goes against the grain of every bit of fiber in your body and goes against the desires of your children sucks. And I wonder at what point will the criminals have less rights than the innocent people and the non-criminals? Because the moment you become a criminal, believe it or not, you got more rights. People fight for your rights. When you're not a criminal, nobody fights for your rights. And if you want someone to fight for your rights, you pay for that. Period. You pay for it, not the tax dollar, not the taxpayer. And that pissed me off because I couldn't get legal representation because I wasn't a criminal. Yeah. So people, you can get mad at me all you want. You can throw the things at me. I have no idea. One, people were dishing the way I looked. Two, they were talking like I didn't know what the hell I was talking about when it came to child visitation rights. And I will say this once again. This is not legal advice. This is my personal experiences that what I've walked through in my life's journey, and every state is different. I only speak of my own experience. Thank you. While they're waiting, I want to get back on her.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I don't think Brian would force anything.
I'm just sorry that she has chose to lead her life this way.
Yeah.
Didn't she sound like Sarah Boone? I'm just
And like you said, it's a great PSA for alcohol free.
Yeah.
I have quite a
If you can't hear it or if you need to rewind, just let me know.
I'm sorry, y'all had to hear me banter that, but it's true.
If we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's
I was a
what's gonna happen.
multimillionaire. I could have done a whole lot different,
So you had mentioned
but I
that
wasn't. And that's not fair.
and then decipherable or something of that context right there.
I think if I had to do it again, I would have attorneys for my children to fight for their rights, but I
further
couldn't
down.
afford them.
On the page. So
And I didn't know I could get court appointed.
To the entirety of the statement, from the beginning of when I mentioned it to the end when I brought.
Okay, guys, I'm 100% gained.
First and foremost, on that paper, there was an inaugural statement for the wording on that paper.
would you like us to keep playing till we get to the end of that?
Yes.
Start it back with the preservation of life.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. If we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen. And if we have to say that the criminal investigation is thrown out because we have to jump through hoops, and ultimately things happen where we basically don't pull the wall, but we skip through hoops instead of moving.
I remembered it very differently, but it says, of course, we're going to follow the law.
Okay, you hear, of course, we're gonna follow the law.
Oh, good girl. She's laying on my toes, trying to keep me warm. I'm sorry if I upset people with that little rant, but I got to speak truth.
When they're ready.
Waiting for the jury to come in. Maybe I should have just continued it.
And alcohol, not to mention the alcohol doing whatever it does to a person anyways.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's definitely can be a trigger to somebody who has some kind of mental ailment. I mean, look, we give coffee to a hyperactive person and they go down. I mean, what, you know, so yeah, I'm sorry that I just don't know what went wrong where.
I think it just was a slow progression. But like I said, I completely think the alcohol was the main issue.
100%.
Do you know if at any point she was working anywhere? That's been a question mark.
The only,
If you say she was
I mean, I
a
don't even know what
paralegal,
company
I'm
it
going to
was,
come
but I knew
unglued.
she worked in an office for like a construction company at one point, but that was like 12, 15 years ago.
Yeah, it seems like when her and Brian.
By the way, I had a lady comment to us out on the rewatch, and she was very angry that we were bashing paralegals. Honey boo, we're not bashing paralegals. Paralegals are freaking amazing. They get underpaid and no credit for what they do. Without them, lawyers can't be lawyers. I was saying that I could not imagine somebody walking into a law office and say, I want to be a paralegal, sitting down and be a paralegal. I think Sarah Boone's abilities would be that to filing A to Z, and that's it. That's not being a paralegal, boo. That's being an assistant to a secretary. That's a very mediocre job. Now, they're important. It's important. We need those people. But what I'm saying is I don't think Sarah Boone has the brain cells and the capability of being a paralegal. She may think she can. But if you took it the wrong way, nobody here bashed paralegals on that show. We support paralegals. I am going to school for criminal justice. I could easily go paralegal if I want to. It is a hard job, a thankless job, behind the scenes superheroes in the legal world. So with that, please accept my apology. If you felt that we were belittling, please go back and watch it again. We were not. We were mocking her for stating that she was one because we don't believe she's got the brain cells to do it, which is a compliment to your profession.
Brian officially got married, that not soon after, it was probably like a few months, I think, but she then quit and was a stay-at-home mom. So that wouldn't surprise me if even what you're saying was her last job because she wasn't working for quite some time.
Wow. Let's really not be responsible, shall we?
Yeah, well, she was getting alimony from Brian. So that is, yeah. So she
I
didn't
hate the
have
whole
to at
divorce
the time.
system.
Say that again?
I hate the whole divorce system.
It's crazy.
I just wanted to thank you for filling me in a little bit more of everything that you've been doing to get the other side and the other information. And, I feel like you were also, saddened that no one came to speak for her. Despite, the media portraying her as a horrible person and a monster. And, I wish her the best. I mean, obviously she's going to be sober in prison.
Yeah.
And maybe might have a chance to figure out things and come up and apologize or whatever. But wish the best for her. I really wish the best for Brian and his family and Lucas.
Me too.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and reach out to him because I feel bad. I didn't know about this, or I would have reached out to him sooner as a friend.
Yeah.
I might even try and get a hold of Phil too. But yeah, no, this has been very enlightening. I really thank you for contacting me because otherwise I would have still been in the dark.
Yeah. Maybe someday you would have found out, but maybe not.
Okay, that's the end of that. How in the hell could you be in the dark when Boone is on every national news station out there? In the dark? What? I'm sorry. I don't believe you were that far in the dark. Yeah.
Excuse me, General Law had talked to you about.
Okay, here comes a swoop for those.
Once more, did you make the statement? If you have,
I know, but yeah.
if you have to
Yeah.
tarnish the entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen.
Objection asked and answered.
Never had the question.
Okay, get a new witness. Come on, wake us up. All right, guys, we got to wake up.
Do you have any questions for investigator Cross?
Jury questions. Jury questions? Did we hear the word jury questions? Yes. Let me get my live captioning back up. For some reason, it went down. Is it loud? Okay, I need a better swoop than that. I just don't know what to do. Was it too loud? It shouldn't be. Is it too loud? Whoosh. I barely hear anything. One more time. Here's the old swoop. Let me see if it's there.
Felix, want to bring those up? Yours, keep writing if you want to. Felix, bring them up. So, Council first.
So, okay, now it's quiet. Let me see if I can hear it. That's not, how is that? Pupper's scary. That's my puppers. Confla. We're having a sidebar. They're looking at the questions. Oh my gosh. Yeah. When I had the Tanika and I had Tanika on, there was some confusions and there was a lot of comments on the rewatch cruise, guys. A lot of comments. Ada! What? What? All right, I'll try to make another one. I don't know what to do. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. Sorry, my nose itched. What's a baby girl? She looks at me like, Mama. So anyway, I look forward to doing another collab with her. Tanika's awesome. Awesome. We have two new members today. We have Missy Morales. Thank you for joining us again and coming back. We have B Michigan. Thank you so much for joining and being a member of our family. We greatly appreciate you. We have Yana, who is new here. Haley Mouse is here. Bama Green Eyes is here. Ronnie is here. Oh, we love Haley Mouse. Addie, if she's still here, TK, I don't know if you're still here. Please, everybody, put the word I liked. Please go and like this live. It's seriously, you guys have no idea how much it helps when people do the likes. Okay, 35 likes. Yay. So we've got only 17 registered. You guys, thank you. You got to put I liked. Haley Mouse, if you're listening, not Haley Mouse, sorry, Toxic. If you're listening, she looks cray-cray. You know what I mean, honey boo.
Investigator, the jury has some questions. I'm going to ask them if you can just space them with the apartment locked. when you executed the search warrant of Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, the apartment, we used a master key to enter the apartment, so it was locked through the use of key to enter.
The juror's question is, how was the body located? That will be explained further by another witness. Was the knife on the bed tested or taken for evidence?
Yes, the knife was taken, it was inspected. To my knowledge, the Castleman-Meyer test was conducted on it, presumptive blood test, and it did not have a presumptive blood. Also, that knife was also provided to the medical examiner's office for their examination to see if it was consistent with what we're looking at.
Any fingerprint testing done
On the knife, they inspected they inspected the knife for potential ridge detail for fingerprints. To my knowledge, I don't believe fingerprints were located.
Were any broken glass or shards found in Jason's apartment?
There were, under the futon area of the apartment, there were small little micro glass that was there, very small fragments.
Were any wine bottles found either full or empty in Jason's apartment?
I believe in the photographs and documented, a few wine bottles were sitting in the off to the kitchen area. There was a cabinetry area.
This is a long question, so I want me to reread it, ask for a number of things. We have the photos pulled up, by the way, the dumpster.
Yes, Your Honor, I have the dumpster photo pulled up, if you'll just, DVD.
Yeah,
It would be State's Exhibit 83-2 and 83-3. This would be 83-3.
all right. Let's take a look at that photo. On the photo of the white shoes beside the dumpster, what is the green item that resembles a purse and the white item that resembles a disposable camera?
The green item at the top is like a plastic style lid. It is not a purse. The other, which I'm not exactly, could you read the
Yes,
part about the camera?
It says white item that resembles.
That looks like a cell phone, but I could be wrong.
Don't see an item that was posed in the picture. There is an air freshener plug-in, and you can see the base of the actual dumpster there. There's a silver portion there, along with the wheel.
Base of the dumpster
Only thing I
wheel.
observed white. There's like a tear-off tag.
Shoe,
Maybe
a used
paper,
sanitary napkin.
white shoes, sanitary pad, women's underwear, and the other dumpster.
So I think you answered this question. Don't ask it anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry, TK. I
gotta
edit that, I guess, and turn it down.
The blue item in the upper left.
I didn't know it was that loud. Thank you, my dear.
It's the top of a metal bracket to a wheel, as they place like a metal bracket with a wheel basing on the bottom. You can actually see the two open eyelets here that typically, I would assume you would have all four eyelets secured in the bottom of it. So it seems like this one might need some repair.
What size were the white shoes?
Without seeing the evidence long, they were men's size 11 or 11 and a half.
Do you have the photograph of Jasmine in the defense department pulled up?
Yes, Your Honor, so just give me a second to pull it up.
I'll come back to that one. Just take your time. Let me know when you're ready. Oh, there we go.
And it's right there, Judge. I just wanted to get the exhibit number. It is exhibit number 122.
Thank you. Investigator, how did you identify that that was Jasmine Pace in the photo taken in Jason's apartment?
one thing, during the investigation, I don't do criminology investigations, just looking into potentially a suspect that committed a crime. It's also victimology, try to learn everything you can about the victim to find potential hazards. Some of the things that we do is you can see tattoos that are identified in the picture that may be testified later on in the court proceedings, but there are tattoos. Specifically, I've seen numerous angles of the victim to include side profile of her head and the long hair. But the easy ones are some of the tattoos that she has.
Regarding the Arctic video, when you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location, did you identify who the person was driving?
Entering could you read it one more time?
Yes. When you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location, did you identify who the person was driving?
We didn't have video footage of actual to see exact confirmation of who was driving the vehicle at the time. We did have evidence that showed that she left her parents' house at a specific time. And from that evidence, we know that based on the My Chevy app, the way that data is reported is that as soon as that vehicle turns on, it reports a location and time, and that trip continues until it comes to its final destination. In the My Chevy app, it shows one stop, and it being the final stop at 110 Tremont Street. So from the time that vehicle starts at 5977 Old Dayton Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and has that approximate 20-minute time frame where it drives to 110 Tremont Street, it doesn't stop. So based on that knowledge, we felt that Jasmine Pace was in possession of the vehicle based on her leaving the house, the car starting, going to the apartment. Once it was at the apartment, the car shuts off, and her cell phone coincides with that as well. The records.
Were you able to identify that the
I
items
sympathize
that
with you there,
you
babe.
bought at Walmart
Been there many
Walgreens
times.
were used
Sucks.
for cleaning up blood from Tremont apartment, based on the evidence you collected at the Tremont apartment or lab?
We can tell that the products that were collected, those cleaning products that were collected within the apartment have been used based on the contents that were in them, whether it's the Band-Aids, the paper towels. We observed in the Walgreens video footage, it's a brand new box of paper towels, and by the time we get to it, several are missing. To include the bottles of hydrogen peroxide that aren't completely full bottles of hydrogen peroxide. To say that we know for sure those were definitively used in that scene, we can say that they match those purchases at the Walgreens and the Walmart, and they were brought back there and they show an impure level of the product. Well, I can't definitively say that was used.
Did you identify Jason Chen's DNA or fingerprints in Jasmine Pace's vehicle?
In her vehicle, no.
Was anyone else identified as a suspect?
No, the only suspect identified and evidence was located, confirmed back to be in this case, was that of Jason Chen.
It's kind of a two-part. Was Jason Chen arrested at his parents' house?
Hey, do an ankle biter on them. Run into their ankle. They won't cut you off.
I explained it earlier. On November 29th, 2022, I applied for a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' residence at 1943 Ashburn Court in Nolensville, Tennessee. Directly following that, I met with the district attorney's office and spoke with them about the evidence that I had in the case, about proceeding forward. We talked about the probable cause that we had in the case for potential arrest. I requested that I execute the search warrant first on the residence and the search warrant on his person if he was located at that time, attempting to potentially get an interview to find the full facts of the case or attempting to find facts of the case, at which point we were unable to speak with Jason Chen at that point. Mr. Jason Chen was detained at Nolensville Police Department, where he was detained at his home, brought back to Nolensville Police Department, where a search warrant was executed on his person. After that search warrant was executed, we collected that evidence. We subsequently made the decision to put an NCIC hold on him, which is an investigative hold, because we didn't have no warrant, but we believed at the time, enough evidence in terms of probable cause to present to a judge or magistrate to see if they would sign off on an arrest warrant for his arrest. Subsequently, he was placed in NCIC hold. I don't have jurisdiction within Williamson County per se to swear out warrants. So immediately after his transport to the Williamson County Jail, I drove immediately back to Chattanooga, where then I drafted up an arrest warrant, took it to the magistrate within Hamilton County, and they signed off on probable cause for the arrest of Jason Chen. That arrest warrant was then faxed to the Williamson County Jail. After it was faxed, our own Chattanooga fugitive unit responded to the Williamson County Jail, where then he was taken from that jail and transported to the Silverdale Detention Center.
So regarding the detention at his parents' house, did the police explain to Jason why he was being detained?
Yes. We advised him that, one, we had a search warrant for the residence at his parents' house. We also advised him that we had a search warrant for his person. Based on that search warrant that was signed, we were granted permission from the court to collect certain items from him. Due to inclement weather, it was storming pretty bad that night in terms of rain and thunder. There were process procedures we could not conduct at that location with collection of potential DNA, fingerprints, and photographs. We made the decision to transport him in a patrol vehicle back to Nolensville Police Department, where those processes were taken.
Did the state have any redirect based on the jury's questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Our Walmart is starting to open up a couple hours early for those people who have disabilities or
Investigator Crawford, you were asked
are
both by Ms.
on the
Wilson and now
spectrum.
the jury about this photo. Do you recall what size shoes those are?
I don't recall exactly. It was either 11 or 11 and a half size men's. But they would be notated in our evidence law.
I miss the 24-hour Walmart too. I really, really do. We're such a small town that that's Walmart or HEB is all we got.
Recognize that.
Yes. It's a picture of the shoe that we're describing.
It's a zoomed in version of that photo.
Of the top right shoe, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I asked if this be made statements.
Let's see.
130 maybe was the last one.
31 next.
131. Okay, and then. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is that photo of?
This is a zoomed in photograph from the overhead kiosk camera of the Walmart video footage that we observed earlier. Between the two cameras, the kiosk video looks directly down.
Your Honor, I'd ask this be made 132.
32.
Can we go to prosecution laptop? Okay, so that's 132, the zoomed in version of Mr. Chen's shoes at the Walmart.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and 131, the zoomed in shoe of the shoe next to the garbage dumpster.
That's correct.
Okay, and so a side by side of those two, would you agree that those are both those photos, exhibit 131, 132 next to each other?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Any recalls based on the jury's question?
Investigator Crawford, based on what the state has put up behind you here, was there any testing done to confirm that those are in fact the same shoes? Was there, for instance, DNA conducted on the shoes that were found outside of the dumpster that would have had Mr. Chen's DNA?
There was no testing for DNA that was submitted.
Was there any evidence of blood or anything on the shoes that were located outside of the dumpster?
I do not recall blood evidence being on the side of the shoes. They're sturdy.
So as of today, there's nothing definitively you have that shows that the shoes outside of the dumpster and the shoes on the picture on Mr. Chen's feet are the same, correct?
I would just say that they have consistent color markings on the shoes that you can observe in the video footage, but I don't have definitive DNA evidence.
Thank you.
Redirect.
There you go.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford.
Thank you.
Yay! He's done.
Trying to stay with Paul. You have another question?
Yes, everybody, please, if you love court documents, you absolutely love to read the court documents, go to our partner as the gavel drops and download, join their Discord, verify your account, and then you may start going in and experiencing all the joys of the documents that they have. They are currently following at any given time 500 cases at a time. So I'm sure if there's a case out there that's known, they will have it. If not, ask. They can find it. They're a fabulous group of people, and we are so honored to be partnered with as the gavel drops. If you use any of their documents, please give credit where credit is due. Thank you, as the gavel drops, for being such fabulous partners to this channel. We love and appreciate you.
Are we allowed to ask any more questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry.
That's okay.
We finally got off of that witness. I don't know why. He just bored me. That witness just bored me. And we'll have those. Kelly, ours were 24 hours until COVID. I have been known to clip adult ankles when I was at the Spurs game and I had just gotten my wheelchair and I sat there sobbing my ever-loving butt off because I could not maneuver my way through the crowd. They wouldn't let me move. And finally, one of the ushers came in and said, "Ma'am, do you need help?" And I said, "Get me out of here." And he grabbed the back of my chair and he got me out of there and took me to disability services so I'd have a place that I could sit and kind of regather myself. And they said, "Don't stop for them. I said, "I'm worried about hitting them and cutting their feet." And, and they go, "If they cross in front of you without looking, if they're being assholes, they deserve the scab and the blood in the scab." I was like, okay. And it's gotten to the point that I do everything I can to be respectful. But if I'm in my wheelchair at Walmart and you come around that corner like a bull in a china cabinet and you get hit, it's on you, boo. On you, boo.
More questions?
Yep, it's on you, boo. I wasn't trying to be mean, but it's one of those things that you just kind of go, how much more can we take? How much more should we have to take? And that's one thing that I get frustrated with people who are in wheelchairs is that we become invisible. And when you become invisible, that's a naughty place to be. It's a horrible place to be. And it sucks. And I should be in my wheelchair a lot more often, but I'm not because I feel invisible. And I'm always having to stop. And, you know, what really gets me is in the parking lot. Oh my gosh. You know how many times I've almost been hit by these big pickup trucks because they're whipping around that corner? Because usually I'm on the end because I'm in handicap. And they're not looking, and they don't turn appropriately. They do the Y turn instead of the right-hand turn. You know, instead of going like this, they gotta go like that. And let me tell you, it's not fun. I've banged on a few trucks. One guy got out and yelled at me, and I said, "You hit me." "I didn't hit you. You weren't there." And I'm all like, "Well, you did." So y'all, it's horrible. It's horrible. That's life, but it's horrible. We've all gotten into this head in the sand mentality when we're out and about. I don't know. My head's always on a swivel. I don't know. I love you like I do. I don't know why. I just do. We're waiting for the next witness. Oh, it is 3:10, so it is 4:10 there. So we'll see what they do. So we'll be live tomorrow morning at 8:30. I got to change all that. 8:30 my time, which means I got to be here 7:00 my time, which means I got to be up at 6:30. Oh, honey, Bama, Green Eyes, don't worry about what they think. I was in my early 40s, well, mid 40s. Let me think. Mid 40s when I was having to use those carts and people looked at me. I didn't care. I didn't care. Yeah, I know. I miss it. I think our Walmart opens at 9 a.m. to 11 for people with disabilities or sensory issues. It's a quieter shopping environment. Yeah, turn off that rockin' music, man. Sometimes that music is just insane. Mm-hmm. It's okay. Have your emotional day. Sometimes a good cry in electric wheelchair does good. Been there, done that. You're all good, baby. We're here for you. We're here for you. Yes, that's true too. So I need to start going during that time, especially when I have a headache. Oh, is that more questions from the jury? I heard from Bull Butter. Communications nice and quiet on our front today. I wonder what they're talking about at sidebar. I wonder what they're talking about at sidebar. I don't have a video to show you. Don't know what they're doing. So what do y'all think about this case so far? I'm struggling to why he's even going to trial if he admitted doing it. And it's a crime of passion is what he says, but that's a crappy defense when you sit there and you see him going to buy everything. This was planned and premeditated, in my humble opinion. Planned and premeditated. Plain and simple. He's going to fry. He probably should have taken the plea deal. Probably should have taken that plea agreement because This is gruesome. This is brutal. How can he sit there and say, oh, well, it wasn't, wasn't planned by my butt. It was planned. I've not seen any evidence that leads up to innocent. Yeah. Me neither. And that was a long sidebar.
I really appreciate the jurors' attentiveness on this, and these questions show that. After this is over, I'll let you know.
Oh, there were more
I'll
questions.
letting jurors ask questions, but it's
I celebrated early.
glad that you're attentive and asking relevant questions. My detective. Let's see.
Sometimes a jury
The
asks better
receipt from
questions.
Walmart shows asparagus. The video shows no asparagus was purchased.
Oh.
You can see the defendant type in a produce number. Was this investigated further? And if so, relevant to the case?
Oh, that's a good
We did
question.
investigate further. Upon discovering the phone records of the victims and Jason Chen's phone records go to Walmart, so it led me to that Walmart to potentially see what interactions and stuff happened there. Once we go there, we watch the video footage of Jason Chen come in. We then track him to where a purchase is made, at which point it was relevant in terms of what items that he did buy. We did observe on video that 2 different items were entered in as produce, asparagus, which obviously were not asparagus. It did not have relevancy in terms of the arrest and investigation other than theft was committed. It was reported to Walmart. Loss prevention was there. They decided, based on finding out at the time the video was collected, that he was in custody on a murder. They decided at that time they didn't want to go further with the theft charge.
So basically what happened is when he, remember there was a box and it said, what was that? But he punched in some numbers. He punched in asparagus, but what he put in the bag was not asparagus. The store was unaware of this until they viewed the video for this case. And they were offered, I guess, to prosecute, but they were like, nah, you can take care of it. We're good. Short, simple answer on that, I think.
Both of these deal with the video of the vehicles outside of Tremont. There is a person walking into Tremont location after a Chevy vehicle was found in the parking lot. Did you identify who the person was on the Arctic video?
Try to answer this question properly. I believe you're referring to the first time that the Chevy vehicle comes into the parking lot area. The only camera that we had close enough to identify a face where anyone could identify without having prior knowledge of an individual was located at one of the exits. It was a personally owned camera by a resident there, camera affixed to a door. So it would capture one of the exits. The apartment itself didn't have its own camera system. So we had to rely upon other cameras in the area, such as we attempted to get cameras from regions. They were not very popular. We did not get that video. In terms of they did not preserve it and the video was lost. We recovered camera footage from the other side of the apartments, but it only picks up motion and it didn't actually capture the entrance. The entrance itself, we couldn't identify. There's a few, obviously it's a multi-story apartment complex. There's multiple people coming in and out at different times. The specific time you're talking about when the Chevy vehicle first pulls in and someone walks in, I think it's just after. I did not identify that person.
Were you able to identify the driver of the Prius that we saw in the video earlier?
No, I was attempting to identify who it was. First, I believed it potentially to be an associate or family member. After further review of the video footage, it appears to be some sort of ride share. I was unable to completely verify. There is indication inside of Jason Chen's forensic download of his cell phone, that there's metadata associated with that device, that the rideshare Lyft was activated around the exact same time that the vehicle pulls in on 100 Mountain Creek Road. It's actually identified via the name Lyft, and it's zip share, which is how their online communicates, because they incorporated Lyft zip share into their company.
When taken into custody, did Jason Chen have any observable cuts or injuries on his body? In parentheses below it says,
Good
"In reference to
question,
bandage that
jury.
I did observe
Question.
a injury to his right palm. The injury was consistent with my investigation and personal observations. Is what I call knife slippage. Knife slippage is essentially a lot of times when an assault occurs, specifically with a knife, the incident gets bloody super quick and super fast. Each and every time the potential knife goes into the object and comes back out, it's deep enough. Potential blood transfer happens at knife, and it is pulling the blood out of the body at that time. A lot of times what happens with anything that gets wet, it's slippery. It was consistent in the palm area on his right hand. There was a small section in his palm that appeared to be a 1.5 inch section that it was an injury that had been healing. To me, it was consistent with a what we call knife slippage. A lot of times when someone's holding a knife and they protrude it into something, or if it were to be pulled away, essentially a lot of times the knife is pulled out or they slip across, and you get a small cut there. The only other indication of potential injuries to Mr. Chen that we observed in the documentation when we took photographs is he had little tiny minor cuts on the tops of his feet, which we did document, because typically on the tops of your feet is not a normal place to injure something. Typically, if you injure on your feet, you step on something and you're running into it. There were small injuries, but no physical bruises. To my knowledge, no major trauma or anything like that, other than the palm and the top of the feet.
It's a long question, but it might be very simple. Based on your experience as a homicide investigator and the Blue Star and floor stains, could you determine the exact location in a specific room that appeared to be where a murder occurred?
Yes. In this specific case, there has been pictures of Blue Star that have been shown. There have been pictures of the apartment. There's been pictures of recovered.
Yes, and I can't get rid of it, and it's driving me crazy in my ears. It feels like Q-tips are tickling my
Based on my
eardrum.
investigation and the blood that we recovered, based on blood spatter, which blood spatter / cast off is what we like to call it. The first night that we executed that search warrant on November 27th into the 28th, I observed what appeared to be cast off with blood spatter. That to me is consistent with blunt force trauma or sharp force trauma. Sharp force is indicative of a knife or something sharp as an ice pick that's used to create the trauma. Blunt force is more consistent with a blunt style object, a bat, a hammer, and such. It was consistent on the wall as you would go into the door framed area of the bathroom. Up to the left hand side, there were pieces of what we call cast off or blood spatter. It's different than transfer in terms of what we saw on the light switches, where you can see smudging, or on the floor where you can see smudging or the transfer. This is essentially, it's being either forced in terms of force tapping into an object and then it's pushed away, or as an object gets pulled away, it's slung into that direction. Based on my indication of where that blood was located inside that room, I believe the main portion of when the stab wounds occurred inside of that apartment would have been the victim lying in the tiled area of the bathroom, which is also indicative based on us collecting those tiles and seeing heavy soaking of blood that went from the top layer tiles.
That's true, Ronnie. It could be.
The blood also seeped under those tiles in several different directions.
Can you redirect based on experience? Can you recross based on experience? Take your time, please.
Yes. Yes, it was that violent. Yep, people, it was bad. Okay, we're still waiting. This is a weird feeling day. Yes, please join us at our Discord. We've had a few new people join us. Yay! I'm going to do a movie probably in a day or two. I don't know. I finally got my Netflix working again. Got that figured out. Don't double bill me, dude. I don't put up with double bills very well. I really don't. I really don't. I'm not that nice about double billing. So got that figured up. So we'll watch a movie soon on Discord.
Gentleman in Detective Crawford's answer, he gave some factual information about what he saw regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and the factual observations that he made of where the blood was found and what condition it was in. However, he did give some opinions in that this witness has not been qualified as an expert.
That's true.
Those types of matters. It requires expert testimony to give an opinion. So at this point, you may utilize the factual answers that the witness gave regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and where the blood was that he saw in the bathroom, as far as his opinion about where it happened and how it happened and how the cut got on Mr. Chen's hand. You're to disregard that testimony. Okay. Any redirect or recross?
My daughter's got to grab something, and she doesn't want to be on camera, so I'm still here. Oh,
You had mentioned Blue Star.
that one Tracy picked out. I'm sure.
Was that in the bathroom that you're?
That's my birthday gift to Josh.
The Blue Star,
Yes.
what I identified to them was physical blood samples that were photographed and documented prior to Blue Star.
So in the exhibits that we've seen previously, is it fair to say that it has been shown in the bathroom floor, the bathroom sink, but we've not seen any photographs of anything on the walls, correct?
Don't
Yes.
break anything.
And you've mentioned that reagent showing up in the bathroom area. Are you indicating that you don't believe anything happened in the bedroom?
The question was asked where I believe the incident occurred. My belief is that based on the blood, obviously a body was put into that room based on the heavy blood loss that was there. But I believe that the assault began or occurred inside of the bathroom.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, you're not.
No other questions for the jury? Let's get it, Robert. Can you sit down? Thank you. Our next witness.
Minute. And I'm coming back, y'all. My daughter stole something from my backdrop with my permission and love. With permission and love. I can't believe they are still on this juror. They may be their key, he may be their key witness. I don't know.
DVD on that, if it's not already connected.
Mm.
Hi, Sheriff. Hi, good looking. We always make fun of the sheriff. Hey, good looking. What you got cooking? New witness. Woohoo! Wake up, everybody. New witness. Please tell me you're not another investigator.
Mr. Lennox, thank you
Oh,
for
God,
being
that's
here.
going to
Can
be
you
brutal.
state your full name for the court's record?
Douglas Lynch,
Okay, and Mr. Lynch, are you from Chattanooga?
for the last 4 years. Yes.
Okay, do you have family?
Yes, we do.
Did you live in Chattanooga in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury where you lived in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We lived at 110 Tremont and apartment 100.
What does he do?
Okay, so 110 Tremont is an apartment building,
Yes, ma'am.
and is you said apartment 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been on the first floor of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the jury's already seen the apartment building from Google Maps. Could you describe, if you're on Tremont Street looking at the building, could you describe where your apartment was?
Yeah, so when you come on the street, Tremont Street, we're kind of right on the corner. It's almost underground a little bit. It's right next to the place where you would park on the other side.
I could be wrong.
Where it says, do not park 417.
If I am, I'll fix it.
Okay, and is there a door
Wake
to
up,
the
everybody.
outside close?
Got a
Was there
newbie.
a door to the outside close to your apartment door?
Yes, ma'am.
Where, can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, so depending on where you come in from the apartment, so if you came in the front door, you would, where the steps go down, you would go straight. And then to the right,
Neighbor.
you find our apartment.
Don't you want
And then there's
to
a
be
door that goes
my
out
neighbor?
to the side where we will park. And
Stand.
so if you exit out of our apartment, it's immediately to the right,
The door to the outside parking lot.
the apartment.
Okay, and on your apartment door in November 2022, did you have a Ring camera or any type of camera that would capture what was happening outside of your door?
Yes, ma'am, we had a room camera.
Okay, and how long had you had that Ring camera on November 2022?
That is a good question. We got it for another circumstance, but probably 6 months to a year. I can't remember exactly when I bought it.
Okay, and what was your first knowledge of the Jason Chen and victim Jasmine Pace case?
It was with Miss Katrina Bean came to our Ring camera and asked to talk to us. And I spoke with her over the Ring camera. I believe it was the 27th, it was a Sunday. And then we came straight home and talked to them.
Okay, do you know who she was looking for?
Yes, she said that she couldn't find her daughter. You didn't talk to us about our Ring camera footage.
Okay, and did you speak with her about the Ring camera footage?
Yeah, we started talking about the Ring camera. I hadn't been able to look through the footage yet, so I started going through everything that I could find.
Okay, and did she ask you if you knew Jason Chen?
That's a good question. I'm sure she probably asked me that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember?
I can't remember.
Were you able to show her video footage from November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point later, did the Chattanooga Police Department also inquire with you about your Ring camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, they did. I spoke with Mr. Crawford and gave him the video where I could find Mr. Chen.
Okay. And did you know when you were living in your apartment who Jason Chen was?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how was that?
We had interacted a couple times. So in the hallway, when he first actually moved into the apartment complex, he came through the back area where the dumpsters are. It's kind of like a loading dock area. And I was at the mailboxes and he was wondering where the mailboxes were. So I showed him the mailboxes when he first moved in. And then there were just other scenarios. I would say maybe once a month we would kind of interact in the hallway in passing. And we actually saw him, me, my wife, and my kids were doing a stroller ride because our baby boy had just been born.
Hey,
2 weeks earlier.
Jay-Z.
And we had gone for a walk on the bridge, and we came home on the.
We got a new
He
witness.
was, loading up his car. And
No
exchanged,
sensei. No.
Conversation and went inside.
Okay, so you had seen him and spoke with him on multiple occasions. Did he ever park his vehicle in the parking lot to the, if you're facing the building to the right, that the parking lot?
Jay-Z,
that
make
door
sure you
would
put
have led
I
out
like.
to?
Yes, ma'am, that's where his car was. when
But
we
click
saw
the
him.
button too.
Did he often park out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of vehicle he had?
Yes, it was the dark gray Toyota.
Okay. Do you recall how many videos you turned over to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I believe there were around 6,
Okay.
and there were others that Mr. Weiss asked for.
Okay, Mr. Weiss came to see you.
No, he actually sent a personal investigator to our home that was super aggressive and gave me a subpoena and he got the videos.
Okay. She turned 6 over to the Chattanooga Police Department that they had identified and needed for their investigation.
That's correct.
Have you, I'm gonna let you look at that jump drive. Have you seen that jump drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say Lynch on one side?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those your initials on the other? What is on this jump drive?
The 6 videos.
Are these an accurate representation of the videos from your Ring camera as they looked in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be taken into consideration.
33.
There are 6 videos, Judge. I don't know how you want me to identify those.
It's all one, it'll all be the same.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lynch, you'll be looking at the videos on the screen behind you, okay? So before we play this video, can you tell the jury sort of where we're at right here from the camera's viewpoint?
Yes, ma'am. So this is where on the left is our little reef, and we're looking out in front of our apartment door. And then to the right is where you can exit into the parking lot.
And are all of the dates and times that we're gonna see on these videos accurate?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That's Jason Chen.
Okay, then again, on same day, 11/11. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's it?
Jason Chen.
Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That was Jason Chen.
Okay, now we've moved to the next day. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. That was Mr. Chen.
And did you recognize a black backpack that he was carrying?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him with a black backpack before?
From what I can remember, I can't remember if he wore the backpack often. I can only remember it from this video.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, now we're at 11/23/2022. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And the time would be correct. So I hate military time, but is that 8:26?
That is 8/26.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. In this video, even though his face is covered and he's got a hat on and a hood up, are you able to recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. The first thing was the hat for me.
You had seen that hat before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then this is 11/24/2022.
Dude, you're screwed.
Who do you recognize that person to be?
That's Mr. Chen.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to 11:23. I want to ask you one more question. Does it appear that one of Mr. Chen's hands is covered in that video?
Yes, it does.
Nothing further from this witness, Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lynch. First off, let me say, if one of my staff was aggressive with you, I apologize. You understand that?
I do.
Prior to coming to today's trial, did you
Apologize?
meet with
For
the
what?
Who's the prosecutor? Yes. Yes. Sorry.
It's
This is
okay.
new to me.
Same. How many times did you meet with them?
Once.
And did you review what your testimony would be here today?
Yes.
Did they have to remind you of my name?
No.
I want to ask you
No,
about
I remember
where
you,
you were
Boo.
living at the time. The apartments, do you know who built those apartments?
I'm guessing Mr. Wise.
No relation?
I see.
Okay.
I like you.
Were those well-made apartments?
They were decent.
Were they
They were
big?
cost effective.
Cost effective? Were they large or small?
The one we had was a good size for us.
You know how many square feet yours was?
1,000.
Okay. And then there were other apartments that were smaller?
Yes.
Do you know what the size of Jason's apartment would have been?
Nope.
Somewhere in the 500 to 600.
Are the walls thin?
Yes. And you can hear everything, especially on our floor with concrete.
Got a gift.
So you're on the bottom floor? And
I'll show you
because you're
later.
on the end, that means you only have one person next to you?
There was no one next to us.
Okay, so you never heard sounds coming from that apartment?
Yes.
Okay. But there was people above you
Yes, sir.
and you could hear them?
Somehow.
No, Sensei. Go lay
You
down.
said you saw Jason
Place.
on the 22nd?
Yes.
What time did you see Jason on the 22nd?
It was probably 5 or 6 p.m.
You provided a bunch of your Ring cameras to the state?
Yes.
And you also gave them to me, right?
Mhm.
And you provided all the Ring camera videos that you had?
Yes.
On the night of November 22nd, or in the early mornings of November 23rd, did you hear anything coming from Jason's apartment?
No, our son was 2 weeks old. We had 3 sound machines throughout the apartment.
Those don't go away either.
Yeah.
You said you had interactions with Jason.
Yes.
Were you two friends?
I wouldn't say friends. I would say we met in the hallway in passing.
Neighbors?
He lived on the second floor. I lived on the first.
But you never had any issues with him?
Mr. Lynch, you said that when you saw him on 11/22 to 12/22, he was packing stuff in his car. Can you describe that in any more detail?
It's very fuzzy. I can't really remember what he was doing. I just know he was putting things into his car. The reason I remember it is as I was going down the street, he said, "Hey, looking fresh," and that's what made me think or remember the situation. But that's it.
Nothing further, Judge.
Just so I understand, that was paying you a compliment?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Lynch? Mr. Lynch, may step down. Thank you.
Yay! You're done. Congratulations.
They will call call Detective Stephen Buckley to the stand.
All right. I got to go back on that. Hear what she said. She called him too quick.
Regional Authority to
They will call Detective Stephen Buckley to the stand.
I think she said Vaulty or Balti. My captioning says VOLTY. VOLTLY. Oh, come on. Cooperate, fingers. Let's see what. Sidebar. I know, guys, this has kind of been an uneventful day, but we're going to do something right now. Everybody stand up, stretch. BULKEY. I said stretch. We had a stretch break. Guess what? Get ready for those who don't like my little swoop and think it's going to rock you out of your chair. Here it goes. Wake up. I can't. Sorry. I got to figure out how to change the sound because some people don't like my stuff. Static and tussle noise. It is one of the worst court feeds I think we've had in a while. In all honesty. Honey boo, that tie doesn't work well with that shirt.
Detective
I want to
Buckley,
go up
will
and fix him.
you state your full name for the court's record? You've been through this before.
Detective Stephen Bolton, batch number 251, Police Department.
And how long have you
Thank
worked
you,
with the
Miss
Chattanooga Police
Ronnie.
Department?
13 years.
What is your current role at the police department?
I'm a homicide investigator, Violent Crimes Bureau.
And what did you do before that?
I'll find something else later if it bothers you that much.
And a patrol officer prior to that.
Get your attention.
Approximately 8 years total.
So when did you begin your career in the homicide division?
April 2020.
Okay, so going on 5 years.
My ears are tickled
At some
from
point,
these
did you
static.
become involved in the investigation into Jason Chen?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that involvement was initially?
Sure. So my understanding is that the homicide division was notified of the case possibly on November 27th of 22. I responded the morning of the 28th to assist Detective Crawford, who was assigned to work the case. At the time, it was established to be a missing persons case with suspicious circumstances, and so we were working it as a potential homicide. As a teammate, we routinely respond to assist each other with investigations, and so I responded for that reason.
Would you say this investigation was an all hands on deck approach?
Yes, I would say so.
Y'all, I got some great news. We'll share it.
Were
at
you
the end.
involved in the drafting of any search warrants in this case?
I was.
And what was that?
The first search warrant that I wrote was a T-Mobile phone records search warrant for the defendant's phone records, Jason Chen.
Did you issue that search warrant to T-Mobile for Mr. Chen's phone records?
Yes, ma'am, I obtained that on the 28th, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the 28th of November of 22.
You got it the same day?
I obtained it, I swore it out in front of the magistrate, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the same day, the 28th of November of 22.
And were they able to return Mr. Chen's records to you?
So I did not obtain the records until the morning of December 1st of 2022.
But you did in fact obtain Mr. Chen's phone records.
I did, yes.
I'm gonna hand you 2 documents in the jump drive. You can inspect those documents.
Enjoy TV time with
recognize those
hubby.
I do.
Send
What
him
are
our
they?
love.
So this first document here, which says T-Mobile timing advance request form. I submitted this to T-Mobile the day after I submitted the initial search warrant, submitted on November 29th of 22. It is a T-Mobile requires a payment for receipt of certain records, in this case, timing advance records. The reason for that is because they consider it burdensome. It requires a fair amount of work on the part of T-Mobile employees to produce that data. So they require payment for those particular records. So that in order to ensure that they are paid for their work, they require a law enforcement officer or agency to submit this form with a target who will pay, essentially.
Okay, and you filled that out.
I did.
Does it have Mr. Chen's phone number on it?
Yes, it does.
And can you read that phone number to the jury?
The phone number is 615-839-6880.
Okay, and then the next page, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Upon receiving the electronic records that I requested on December 1st, this came with the records. It's essentially an affidavit provided by the T-Mobile employee tasked with providing those records. And it is attesting, this employee is attesting under oath that the records that have been delivered are, to their knowledge, what I requested and what was ordered in that search warrant.
And is Mr. Chen's cell phone number also on that affidavit?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, after these 2 documents, be the states next to the minutes.
34.
All right, and this jump drive? Have you seen that before?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the T-Mobile records that you received from T-Mobile related to Jason Chen's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that jump drive to show that it is those T-Mobile
me.
records on it?
I did.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit.
I just
Okay.
saw an Oreo ice cream sandwich, and now that's
Based
what I
on
want.
phone records like this,
There goes my weight loss.
is law enforcement able to go back and look at a subject's location data?
Oftentimes, yes.
And in this case, were these phone records used to determine Jason Chen's location on or around the week of November 22nd, 23rd, 2022?
They were.
And were you in communication with Investigator Crawford during this time period?
I was.
Were you keeping him up to date on what you were doing?
Absolutely.
Did you let him know that you got the T-Mobile records back from T-Mobile?
Within about 30 seconds.
And at that point in time, did you or he begin to look for the location data?
I immediately transmitted those records to Detective Crawford, and I may have, well, Detective Crawford for sure, so that he could begin plugging those into the records processing program that we use.
Okay. And at this point, to be clear, had Jasmine Pace been found?
No.
Okay. And based on those records, did Investigator Crawford instruct you or others to head towards a certain location?
We began to formulate a plan, yes, at that point, based on what he saw in those records.
Based on what he saw in those phone records, at some point, and I'll let you explain this to the jury, did you end up on Suck Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that process to the jury, that day, and who you were with?
Yes, ma'am. So when Detective Crawford and I believe Detective Jason Gunn also may have been working on this, when we plugged the phone records into CellHawk, which is the program that we commonly use for plotting location data and et cetera, there was a fair amount of location data on the 22nd to the 23rd that was of particular interest. I recall that that the timing advance records, which are more precise, showed that Jason Chen's device traveled along Suck Creek Road on, I believe, on the 23rd during the afternoon, perhaps in the evening. I believe there were maybe two days that showed up at two different times during that day along Suck Creek Road, in between, I think it's Signal Mountain Boulevard and Prentice Cooper on that stretch there, which parallels the river. We found that to be of interest, and we thought that would be a good place to search for Jasmine Pace.
Because his phone records showed that he had possibly been in that area.
That's correct.
Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Suck Creek Road?
Not very familiar, but I'm familiar with having been out there a couple of times, including on the date that we responded and found this case.
Who all went towards the direction of Suck Creek Road on this day?
So there were fugitive investigators that were assisting. I know Detective Seach, Detectives Jason Gunn, Joel Gunn, Detective Cottrell, Detective King. I don't recall all the others, but I was with Detective King, Detective Cottrell, Jason Gunn, and Joel Gunn when we began our search initially.
And explain to me what you did when you turned down Suck Creek Road.
So after turning off of Signal Mountain Boulevard, I recall there's a large concrete plant. If you're traveling out Suck Creek Road in the direction of Prentice Cooper, there's a large concrete plant on the right-hand side. After passing that, we stopped at the first gravel pull-off area, which is on the side of the road in between the roadway and the river. So we stopped at the very first likely or logical stopping point for a vehicle, and we thought we would start our search there and work our way down Suck Creek Road. And
what'd you do then?
We got out of our cars. Again, the detectives, both Gunn brothers, Detective Cottrell, Detective King, and I got out of our cars and parked in that gravel parking area of the pull-off. And I recall seeing a deer carcass on one section of that pull-off area. And I would say within 30 seconds,
Isn't that a lot of us?
Within 1 minute of our stopping and getting out of our cars, Detective Cottrell.
That is definitely a lot of us.
Drew all of our attention to a suitcase that was hung up in the brush partway down the slope.
Can you describe for the jury the topography there between Suck Creek Road and the riverbank where the suitcase is located?
Did she say the word topography?
So the pull-off
Good
is,
for you.
Sort of maybe sort of a crescent.
Good
it's
for
sort of,
you. Good girl.
It's narrow and it widens a little bit and then it narrows again as it towards the road. less than, I would say it's certainly less than 50 feet wide. And where the gravel stops and the road drops off, I'm sorry, the ground drops off towards the river, it's a sharp drop. I would, as I recall, 10, 15 feet above the river level, I would say, something like that. So we were standing on this, on the ground, probably about 10 or 15 feet above the river level, and that steep drop off. It's not 90 degrees, and it is covered in sort of low brush, weeds and things, maybe kudzu, I'm not sure. Is that?
Sure, yeah, thank you. And then when you get to the bottom of that slope, are you directly in the Tennessee River, or is there a beach area? What is that like down there?
Well, it looked like maybe the river was lower than it would be at other times of the year or at other times of the season. So there was some sort of, I guess you could call it a beach, some dirt and sandy, rocky area at the base where just before the river.
Okay, and when you all noticed the suitcase, what did you proceed to do?
Well, we talked about it first as, all the detectives who were there. We talked about what to do. I think all of us felt there was a very good chance that we had found Jasmine Pace. But the suitcase was closed and we didn't know what was inside. So rather than assuming and calling all the cavalry and finding that there was nothing of interest or value to the investigation inside, we decided to photograph the suitcase in place because I had disposable gloves in my pocket. I put those on and I pulled the suitcase up. I was able to reach down and pull the suitcase up to the level area where we were standing. And Detective Jason Gunn documented that with video in case what we found in the suitcase was of evidentiary value. After that, I unzipped the suitcase to see what was inside. You want me to keep going?
Why don't you go ahead and keep going?
In my experience, both on patrol and investigations, I have often found discarded items, discarded suitcases, and things like that. I've seen animals disposed of in suitcases and things like that. And so I didn't want to assume anything. We didn't want to assume anything. So when I unzipped the suitcase and saw a black trash bag inside, I was not able to identify the contents of that trash bag. So because I had gloves on, I placed my hand on various parts of that trash bag and its contents, and I could feel what was consistent with a human head, shoulders, and a torso. At that point, we were even more certain that we had found Jasmine Pace, but certainly that we had found a body.
So at that point, did you back off and call others?
At that point, we did not touch the suitcase or its contents anymore. We notified supervision, we notified our crime scene unit, and we notified the Hamilton County Medical Examiner. And we secured that scene until they arrived.
Did the Hamilton County Medical Examiner come to that scene?
Yes,
Were you present when he was there?
I was.
You testified that one of the detectives' gun, there's two detective guns, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Two ends.
One of the detective guns took a video of you when you were retrieving that suitcase.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how heavy that suitcase was?
Heavy.
Took some effort to pull it up, so it wasn't beyond my ability, but it was heavy enough. It was substantial.
Okay, and have you seen that video since that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you seen the suitcase?
is video that that Detective Jason Gunn took when we were checking that suitcase, pulling it up and checking.
Are you depicted in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it an accurate representation of what happened on that day in November 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I ask that this be state's next exhibit. 137. Detective Oakley, I'm going to show you this video on the screen behind you.
Oh, please, let there be no body. Let there be no body. No, 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 no. Hold on. Hold on. Just making sure there's no body. I got to get the trigger warning up. That could have been a body in there. No, I can't do that because he's testifying.
Does this look like that suitcase?
Woo!
That is
I thought we were going to have a problem. I don't show the bodies. God almighty. Yeah, you know what? I love visiting cray cray heads, but I don't like the sleepovers. They're no fun. Y'all. I almost lost it. I hate it when there's no warning. That was like, back up. That was a backup. That was such a backup. I was like, oh, y'all, that would not have been good. Oh. All of a sudden, I just had a panic. Sorry, guys. Whew, it just irritates me to no end when there's no warning. They need to say, hey, warning. Just need to say, warning, warning, attention, attention, warning.
I'm going to take a roll play. I'm going to show you some photos. Just flip through them for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 photos. Would you like this to be a collective or individual? Okay. Okay. You recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Oakley, you testified that you in fact opened the suitcase, didn't you?
I did.
To where you could see the entire contents, correct?
That's correct.
And that is when you reached down to feel what was inside of the black
Whew.
packages, the back package.
That was a little scary for a moment.
Your
Did I
Honor,
wake y'all up? Hope I woke you up.
Yes, I'll go ahead and say that so we don't lose it.
We didn't show it. I I'm quick on the draw.
And to be clear, is this what the scene looked like on that day when Miss Pace's body was found?
Yes.
Okay. The photos that you
Yes.
just looked at.
I hope they got the mom and everybody out of there. I hope they got everybody out. Well, thank you, Kelly. Do me a favor, hit the like button. And when you do, put I liked in comments because it does check you and you'll be in for the drawing for the end of the month. Come on, guys. We only have 17. Come on.
138.
I liked.
One.
Make this comment once you click the like button.
Given what you've already testified to, can you just
Put
again
that in the
explain to
comment.
the jury where we are standing in this photo?
Thank you.
This is taken from the gravel pull-off area inside of 1600 block.
Y'all hit the I like button. Come on. Get it counting.
Was this photo taken before you had pulled the suitcase out of there or after?
That photo was taken after the day.
From the point of view of the camera, would we be close to the pull-off where the vehicles would have been?
Yes, I believe standing in the gravel area or just next to it.
Okay. 138.2. Now, from this point of view, can you explain to the jury where we're at?
To the left of the gray suitcase.
I'm preparing to
Towards the river. To the
cut
right
it.
of the suitcase is the gravel parking area. And that's where those are our crime scene vehicles, which are parked parallel to Sucker Road.
Is this another view similar to 138.1, but this is 138.3, just another view of that suitcase next to the Tennessee River?
That's correct.
138.4, explain to the jury where we're at now. Now you can sort of see more of the road.
That's the gravel pull-off area inside of 1600 Sucker Road, which I described as narrower and getting wider and then tapering back again on the other side of the pull-off.
Oh,
When we found
I'm sorry, Boo.
138.5.
That's the black trash bag that I observed inside the suitcase, and that is the trash bag that I felt with my gloved hand when we were investigating.
And this is how it appeared when you opened the suitcase up.
That's correct.
And 138.6. Is this what you saw when you opened the suitcase?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe, you testified to feeling what you believe was a human head.
That's correct.
Can you, based on your memory, which I know this was 2 years ago, can you let the jury know where you felt what you believe was the shoulders or a human head?
Yeah, I remember it very well. The left side of
Sorry. They've gone to something. I don't want you. I'm not gonna see.
5 or 6, I believe.
Were there some individuals that were not home?
Yes, I knocked on other doors and didn't get an answer.
And most of the interviews that you conducted were located to the second floor of this apartment complex, correct?
As I recall, all of the interviews I conducted with neighbors were on the second floor, I believe.
Did you get any information that was?
Objection, Your Honor. May we report?
Oh my. Y'all. The suitcase was by the water or had been in the water, and there were other suitcases that were thrown away near the dumpster, but the suitcase we just saw was the one that she was found in. I think they were looking for suitcase at some point. I think they're going to come back in a second. But that is.
May I continue? Investigator Bulkley, on November 28th, the question I had asked was there are some individuals that did not answer when you knocked, correct? Have you conducted any interviews since November 28th with any persons at the Tremont Apartments?
I have not personally, no.
When you got the records from T-Mobile, did you review those?
I immediately sent them to Detective Crawford because it's his case and he is more knowledgeable in that area and he's a cell hawk. So I immediately sent them to him.
You were explaining earlier to the state what the contents were of what was received. Did it show call logs?
Yes, there were, there's call data and location data, standard things that would receive with phone records.
And were there text logs?
I don't want to, I don't recall. I know there were records listed consistent with call and text data, but because I did not analyze them like myself, I cannot say with certainty all of what those records were.
What was the time frame of what you requested from T-Mobile?
I requested a time frame beginning the morning of November 21st of 2022 and ending approximately, I believe it was approximately maybe 17 or 1900 hours on 11/28/22. And the reason that I ended at that time was because I was preparing to go swear the warrant out, and I could only request up to the time that I was.
Yeah, when we were dealing with the Boone trial, I had a suitcase in my dining room, and yeah, I came home and I saw that, and I went. Now it's hard to look at those style of suitcases. Hard-sided doesn't bother me much, but the one like Sarah Boone's, and after seeing him wiggling and crying out in it, Boone, you ruined suitcases for me.
And at this point in time, at what time did you actually, let me slow down. What time did you actually swear out your search warrant for the mobile records?
The search warrant for Jason Chen's T-Mobile records was sworn out on the
So
evening
true.
of the 28th. I would have to double check the time, but sometime certainly after 6 p.m. or 1800, I would have to verify, give an exact time.
Were you present with the interview with the Pace family?
No, not that I recall. What interview or what date are you referring to? Because sometimes I may be in the office, I may have passed through. I'm not sure what date you're referring to.
My question is on November 27th, it's been testified that there has been an interview conducted at CPD. Were you present for that?
No, ma'am, I was not.
your first involvement is really when the search warrant is executed at Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, I
On November
responded, yes,
28th.
on Tremont Street. I responded approximately 9:30, I believe,
So,
AM.
so you get to the apartment that morning, throughout the day you're working on this case, correct? And then
Yes,
the evening you swear out the T-Mobile search warrant.
that's correct.
Now, when did you receive the records back? Did you say December 1?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of day was that?
It was, I believe, 9:09 AM. It was shortly after 9 o'clock AM on December 1st, 22.
And did you immediately make Investigator Crawford aware of those records?
Yes, within a minute. I forwarded them to his email.
So is it fair to say that you had the phone records prior to Ms. Pace's body being recovered on the banks of Suffolk?
I had those phone records in hand prior to, yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did you respond to Suffolk?
It was approximately 1 PM or 1300 hours, so sometime after that.
Other than you, the Gunn brothers, Investigator Cottrell, and Investigator King, do you recall anyone else from homicide being present with you?
At the time of locating Ms. Pace's body,
Yes.
those are the only people I can recall being present when we found the suitcase and her body. Other investigators and civilian employees responded after that point.
Now the Mr. Chen's phone records, is that something separate than what would be received through Celebrite? What you received from T-Mobile?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, so, Celebrite,
So, right, yeah.
that is separate from what you've received through T-Mobile, correct?
That's correct. Cellbrite is a program through which we can look at phone downloads. One of the things that Cellbrite does is enables us to view the contents of an actual device, physical device like a cell phone. That had nothing to do with my search warrant. I submitted a search warrant for phone records, electronic data.
Okay. And so that would be something for the benefit of the jury. If what you're requesting is separate than what a forensic download would be, correct?
That's correct.
Were you present for a forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who did the forensic download?
I don't.
Can we have one?
Excuse me. Well, what do y'all think so far? I don't understand why he's in trial other than the fact that he just wants to try to get the jury to find him not guilty of capital one. I don't understand it. I'm looking for something specific. I apologize if my eyes are. I cannot believe in 3 days I have 1,200 emails and it's mostly spam. Mostly spam. But I got to wade through them all looking for one specific thing. Isn't that irritating? Yep. I want to make sure I delete those. Okay. So. Oh. Okay. Guess you're not. Thank you, Bama. Green eyes. Oh, Jay-Z. Lunch went quick. I know. I hate it when lunch goes so quick. Thank you for liking, Kelly. Yeah. You know, that is one good thing that they were able to bury their beloved child, but I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's horrible. And I've never had to do that before, but well, I had twins that were 20 weeks, but didn't get to bury them. They had to be 22 weeks before they would let you bury them, which I don't understand that. To me, that was just a little off, but anyway. Uh, oh, do that. So let's see. Example of yeah. I may be doing some. Oh, what did I want to share with y'all? I wanted to share something with y'all. My poor son back is screaming. Get him some ibuprofen. If you guys are Vera Bradley, this is a Vera Bradley. This is a medicine case. And yes, I label them because I don't do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or morning, evening, afternoon, night, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't do that. So I just label and it's my little traveling medicine cabinet. That's what I wanted to tell y'all about. I was gifted from my dear friend Amanda a beautiful, sweet card. Love you, Amanda. I'm going to keep it. But she is with Bellamy, and it is a kind of a healthy, natural thing. And one of the things, I tried it yesterday. I was drinking it yesterday. Now, I'm not a peach lover. I love peaches, but I don't like synthetic peach. and I was drinking their synthetic peach hydrate boost, and then I think it was the hydrate boost. I thought in hydrate boost. Oh, here it is. It was their hydrate boost peach Bellini hydrate boost, and then they have a beauty boost, which is you can put these in your coffee, your favorite beverages, but this one here is, and it is fabulous, and it's unflavored. So I mixed these two together, and then she gave me a sample of their skincare line. It has hydrating cleanser, hydrating serum, eye cream, and moisturizer. Very clean, organic, all natural, paraben free. And they're out of Dallas. And I'm like, yay, they're out of Dallas. Then she gave me the Rose Glow Eye Mask. And for those of you who know, I'm a makeup artist, and I actually am partnered with a skincare company that I'm getting ready to separate from after 30 years. Not because they're not good anymore. It's just I'm ready to move on. And then the other thing she gave me is a green tea collagen. I will be doing videos. I will be doing lives.
Does the jury have any questions for the technical?
Let me go give him. Oh, here you go. And you can have this. I don't want it. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And then that way, you want some of this later?
Oh, me too.
Okay. My poor baby got a deep, deep, deep pain in his lower back. My friend Herbie, God love you, made so. Y'all, this is fresh Axis sausage. It does not taste gamey at all. And I'm picky about my sausage. This is good. But I needed something in my tummy. I was getting a little nauseated. Didn't say. What are they fighting over? Why is my browser disconnecting? What are you hitting? Sensei, get. Quit leaning up against the. She's leaning up against the computer. I gotta get these cords reorganized. You have knocked my camera offline twice, girl. I gotta unplug everything this coming weekend and reset it. I haven't had the opportunity to. Too much going on. Oh, in the attorney's conference, it's called Sidebar. Channel 9, ABC News, WTCV TV, Channel News Channel 9. Thank you so much for the live feed, but it's called Sidebar. When the attorneys have a sidebar, they mute. Come on, guys, let's get something going here. Let's see what they have to say. We have questions from the jury.
One of your questions will be answered through another witness, the one about fingerprints or DNA found on the trash bags or the victim's body. All right, Detective, the jury has a couple of questions for you. Yes, sir. If you could listen to the question and answer facing it. And can the jury see the picture of the T-Mobile phone records that identify Jason Chen being near the Suck Creek Road? Another witness will testify to that as well. Leaves you one question. When you got out of the riverbank, how long did it take you to find the suitcase?
So we pulled our cars over on the gravel pull off that you saw pictured. And we got out of our cars, and within 1 minute, literally within 1 minute, but I would estimate even closer to 30 seconds, one of our investigators observed that suitcase and brought it to the rest of our attention.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
Can you recross based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
Detective Bolt, you may say that.
He's like, thank you very much. I'm out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached
Peace
the
out.
point where the next witness will take a substantial amount of time. Rather than start and stop at 5:35, we're going to take our evening break. So take them back to the hotel. Again, as always, I must give you the admonition not to talk about the case among yourselves, not let yourself be exposed to any media.
And it's 5:30 their
I
time.
believe, when we get our last case yesterday passed or moved over to another division. So this is the only thing remaining on tomorrow's docket. Can the parties be ready to go at 9 tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're gonna have it back a little earlier tomorrow since this is the.
8 my time. Means I got to be here at
7.
7.
38:45 and bring you back in at 9 a.m. to start the trial. Thank you.
You know, this has been a very polite trial. This has been a very clean, polite, no drama trial. I mean, well, I take it back. There was drama the first day, but the moment opening arguments started, that was it. No drama, down to work. Very calm. No one's fighting. Not too many objections. I shouldn't eat so fast. I knew that was going to bite me in the butt. I ate too fast. So yay. I want to thank all of y'all for joining me today. I'm going to see if they do yeah, they are. I want to hear this.
Courtroom and the second day of the Jason Chen murder trial. We will have our crews from inside the courtroom and our legal analyst, Bill Speak, to join us in just a second. But first, let's go over some of the things that we learned today.
Yes.
Let's look here as
Yeah.
we walk through a few of the things
When it's done well,
that we learned
it
this
gets
afternoon.
tedious.
Really, some of the biggest testimony was about this. Some hard to watch.
Oh my gosh.
Evidence
It was
there of,
unzipped.
the CPD investigator who said that he
And the smell.
was there when
I've
they
smelt it.
found
Oh,
the
you don't want to know.
suitcase that contained Jasmine Pace's body.
I can almost smell it now.
This is off of Suck Creek Road. And interesting as they talked about how they were led to this specific location. They got a search
No,
warrant for
Kelly, they are
Jason Chen's,
sequestered.
record, cell phone
They're an
records.
out-of-town jury
And they
anyway.
saw that he went back and forth on Suck Creek Road on November 23rd. Now that is the day after that Jasmine was last seen. And
No.
so as that was happening,
If you were ever around anything that's decomposing, animal or human, take coffee, beans, and put them in a pan and burn the hell of the pan's going to get destroyed. But that's why we always kept, or I've kept, a throwaway saucepan from Goodwill and fresh coffee grounds in my car. Because when you go to scenes where there's an unattended and that's been there for days, that's the only thing that makes it go in, start it, walk out for 10 minutes. And then you can go back in. It's the only
several
thing.
times. They said they saw him drive on Suck Creek Road, so they thought we're going to go and search here. And also interesting to hear that when the investigator got out of their car at like the first little pull off on Suck Creek Road, it only took them a minute to find that suitcase in the
It was
overgrowth
stuck out
there
like a
that
sore
was
thumb.
to contain Jasmine Pace's body. We do have a little bit of that specific testimony, so let's see if we can listen.
Just in case.
For Jasmine Pace.
Because his phone records showed that he had possibly been in that area.
That's correct.
Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Suck Creek Road?
Not very familiar, but I'm familiar with having been out there a couple of times, including on the date that we responded to this case.
Who all went towards the direction of Suck Creek Road on this day?
So there were fugitive investigators that were assisting. I know Detective Seach, Detectives Jason Gunn, Joel Gunn, Detective Cottrell, Detective King. I don't recall all the others, but I was with Detective King, Detective Cottrell, Jason Gunn, and Joel Gunn when we began our search initiative.
And explain to me what you did when you turned down Suck Creek Road.
So after turning off of Signal Mountain Boulevard, I recall there's a large concrete plant. If you're traveling out Suck Creek Road in the direction of Prentice Cooper, there's a large concrete plant on the right-hand side. After passing that, we stopped at the first gravel pull-off area, which is on the side of the road in between the roadway and the river. So we stopped at the very first likely or logical stopping point for a vehicle, and we thought we would start our search there and work our way down Suck Creek Road.
And what'd you do then?
We got out of our cars, again, the detectives, both Gunn brothers, Detective Cottrell, Detective King, and I got out of our cars and parked in that gravel parking area of the pull-off. And I recall seeing a deer carcass on one section of that pull-off area. And I would say within 30 seconds, certainly within 1 minute of our stopping and getting out of our cars, Detective Cottrell and Detective Joel
Hello.
drew all of our attention to
Yeah.
a suitcase
That
was
too.
hung up in the
brush. Carry that.
Partway down the
It still doesn't do it.
Can you describe for the jury the topography there between Suck Creek Road and the riverbank where the suitcase is located?
So the pull-off is, sort of maybe sort of a crescent. It sort of, it starts, it's narrow and it widens a little bit and then it narrows again as it, towards the road. It's less than, I would say it's certainly less than 50 feet wide. And where the gravel stops and the road drops off, the ground drops off towards the river, it's a sharp drop. I would, as I recall, 10, 15 feet above the river level, I would say, something like that. So we were standing on this, on the ground, probably about 10 or 15 feet above the river level, and that steep drop off. It's not 90 degrees, and it was covered in sort of low brush, weeds and things, maybe kudzu, I'm not sure. Is that?
Sure, yeah, thank you. And then when you get to the bottom of that slope, are you directly in the Tennessee River or is there a beach area? What is that like down there?
Well, it looked like maybe the river was lower than it would be at other times of the year or at other times of the season. So there was some sort of, I guess you could call it a beach, some dirt and sandy, rocky area at the base where just before the river.
Okay.
I'm going to pause him there. That's CPD investigator Steve Bulkley. I'm going to bring in News Channel 9's Mary Beth Mangrum. She has joined us now. Mary Beth, we are re-listening to some of the testimony there of the investigator who found the suitcase that contained Jasmine Pace's body. And I know that you noticed some things about the family members in the courtroom as this testimony was going on. Help us understand what was happening in the courtroom during that part.
Right, Latricia. Well, right before the video played of them recovering that suitcase, I did notice several members of Jasmine Pace's family exiting the courtroom. I noticed Katrina Bean leaving, as well as Travis Pace. Both of them just I truly can't imagine this is the outcome that none of her family wanted. And, today in court, that was something that they sort of had to go through again. And you could really see the level of emotion that video brought to the courtroom, not just for her parents, but also for her friends and extended family there.
And what about Jason Chen? I know that you're facing his back most of the time. He's facing the front of the courtroom, and then the courtroom seating is behind him. Have we seen him give any sort of indication of emotion at all?
Now, I haven't seen his face directly myself, given where I'm sat in the courtroom, but I have noticed during the videos of the ring camera footage, I noticed that Mr. Chen had his head down for that. It was bowed. And then also it seemed like that suitcase video, again, he did have his head bowed. And as he was exiting the courtroom today, I did notice a very solemn look on his face. He did turn around to where I could see that, and it was very, very still, his face was.
Yes. Bill Speak is joining us now. Bill, we're going to add you in here as well. Thanks for your time again today.
Absolutely.
We were just going through some of the testimony of the investigator that found Jasmine Pace's body inside that suitcase, all because of those cell phone records. And Bill, as you and I have spoken, cell phone records becoming a big part of this case.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this case is kind of defining the terms by which the jury is going to have to decide. And that's going to be whether or not this was a premeditated act or whether this was an act done in some sort of excited circumstance. And there was a lot of planning in the cover up of it. The cell phones and all of those issues that lead to what the mindset of Mr. Chen was at the time of this happening and shortly before and shortly after are all going to be used in argument to make either side's persuasive argument at the end of the trial and closing arguments.
Mary Beth, as we've seen today, just a ton of testimony about evidence. Does the jury seem to be just locked into this and paying close attention to everything? Are they taking notes? What does their demeanor seem to be like?
Absolutely, yes. I don't believe I saw a single juror without a notepad in the jury box. And also, one thing that Judge Boyd Patterson said, he actually commended the jury for the insightful questions that they had been asking. And he did say that he will later explain why he likes to allow the jury to ask questions in trials. But he did take a moment to really thank them for taking this as serious as he would like them to.
All right, Mary Beth, thanks so much for your insight from inside the courtroom. You're a great asset as you've been there for us today and yesterday. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And Bill, I did want to ask you, how common is it for judges to allow jurors to directly ask questions of the witnesses?
Extremely uncommon. It's allowed by law. I've been practicing law and doing criminal trial work for 25 years. Judge Patterson will be the first judge that I've been in front of that actually does that. It is allowed by law, and it is insightful. It does give you an idea of where the jury is thinking, where their questions are. So many times as lawyers, we're anticipating what is the important issue for a juror to make a decision on. Many times we're wrong because we can't read people's minds. When you allow jurors to ask questions, you start to get an idea of where their thinking is. I thought it was extremely important and insightful when the jurors were asking questions about the wine bottle and whether there were broken glass. If you recall from the opening statement, there's a theory that the defense is going to put forward that this was a result of some sort of a disagreement that escalated, and it involved breaking a wine bottle and using it and threatening it. And sounds to the jury didn't forget that opening statement, and obviously was asking questions to confirm or to answer any questions they had regarding any wine bottle that was there, whether there was evidence of it. I think that was very insightful as to where at least those particular jurors are thinking. Keep in mind, these questions come from individual jurors, not from the jury as a whole. So you might have one particular person think in a certain way, and that's indicative of the questions that's asked. But that doesn't mean the whole jury is on the same mindset.
And one of the other things that we wouldn't have known, at least yet, at least this point, because you don't know what is going to come up, when they call more witnesses later, is the defensive wound, or what the homicide investigator, not defensive wound, excuse me, the wound on Jason Chen's hand, and what kind of wound it was, and if he had any wounds. And once they opened up that question, the homicide investigator was able to give his opinion that it was a knife slippage wound from so many stabbings when that amount of blood happens, which we haven't heard anything about that yet. So that is another fact that was introduced just by a juror's question.
Yes, and obviously the defense will have to respond to that in some way. The defense may have an expert that actually has looked at the wound at the time, made an opinion on it, and formed some opinion other than that. But allowing the officer to make a almost medical finding like that certainly is going to be impactful to the jury. Again, a lot of the evidence that's coming in right now is establishing what the state needs to, in terms of that was a homicide, that it did occur here in Hamilton County. It's sensational, but a lot of that stuff that's coming in right now is stuff that the state is, obviously burdened with doing, and they're doing a good job of. The fight is still ahead. The medical examiner is going to be extremely important in this case. The medical examiner is going to have expert opinions on injuries and may have an opinion on whether it's post-mortem or pre-mortem. And those will be extremely important answers for the jury to hear.
One issue I really want to get your insight in is the items in front of this dumpster. So the state, in their part, when they had Investigator Crawford on the stand, introduced this picture. It's a dumpster outside of Jason Chen's apartment on the North Shore. And they showed some more closer up views here of these pants that you see and these shoes, saying these were found outside the dumpster, and they appear to have blood.
That was
on them.
another doctor's
And
appointment.
at that point, it was kind
Why
of
can I not
left.
hear?
They did say these
that's
shoes
why.
that you see, Jason Chen was seen
My thing
in a
disconnected.
surveillance picture wearing similar shoes.
So what's going to
later,
happen?
when cross-examination begins, the defense asks, did you
My
send
hearing
those off
aids are
for
squealing.
testing? Did they show any blood of Jasmine Pace? And the investigator said, we don't have testing from these items. Why would the prosecution show this picture and put these items up that they say appear to have blood if they aren't sure that it was Jasmine Pace's blood, because they don't have the findings from the crime lab?
Yeah, there's a theory that the state is going to be operating with that may not be fully revealed at this point. It is the state came into this trial having to show that there was a homicide that took place at this location. To establish that, they weren't sure that the defense was going to come out and admit that he was involved in the slaying. So, they were going to have to establish a homicide at this location.
By the way, yes, we've had several trials where the jury has asked questions. Gosh, I'm trying to remember which trial. God, I can't remember which trial. Can't remember. But anyway, yes, there have been a few of them. There was there was a broken wine bottle. And the question was asked earlier this morning. Yep, we're all new to this case. A lot of us just are learning everything as we go. There was another trial meant to start, but they could not get enough jury to do the job for 3 weeks, so they have to start again. Oh, that sucks. Oh, wow. The Telus, that's right. That's what I was trying to remember. The Telus trial was one of the two, or one of the
2 or 3 since I've been doing this that allowed the jury questions. So I was happy about that. Yeah. Nope. They couldn't. They couldn't.
And showing things like this would have been in their plan to establish that the homicide took place here. The dumpster, here's some what looks like bloody clothes. And, you know, obviously the defense did an effective job of cross-examining. If it is going to be purported to be part of evidence in the trial or in the in your case in chief, then there ought to be testing to corroborate it. And so that, you know, state not testing it may have been a slip, but at the end of the day, everyone's we understand there's a killing. We understand that he took extensive measures to cover it up. We're going to keep reverting back and looking for little pieces of evidence that show planning and motive and things like that prior to the killing. That's what this case will hinge on. Some of this stuff is bulk evidence on things that the jury is already well aware of, that she was killed by him at that location.
Ronnie,
good point there. And then this is another thing that came from a juror question. They said, "Are you sure those are Jason Chen's shoes, or what size are those shoes?" And they
another
put up these 2
concert
pictures,
pianist,
one from the surveillance video, one from the picture of the shoe by the dumpster, showing they were similar, but again, they weren't tested to be exactly the same shoe. And he said, you know, we didn't.
We're going to
send
have
those
to
off
follow
for
this
testing.
one.
So kind of,
And not every little piece of evidence is important, but what the defense does in a case, in a situation like this, is try to poke little holes into the investigation to show some question that maybe the investigation could have been handled better. And that opens up argument down the road for more important things that you want to get in front of the jury.
the next thing I want to talk to you about here is the timeline that they kind of established today. So they showed lots of different surveillance footage. This is the first picture that they showed. Jasmine, what they believe was Jasmine Pace driving her car and pulling into Chen's apartment complex on the 22nd late evening. And then after a few other things, they show him, this is him at the Walgreens the next day, 7:03 p.m. Yep, buying those Bounty paper towels you can see in that top left picture there.
Yep.
And then as you get here, I'm going to pull that banner down so we can see. There we go. And then this is where it gets even more interesting, seeing Pace's car, or a car they kept calling it that looked similar to Pace's, leaving Chen's apartment complex on the 23rd at 8:30 p.m. And they kept pointing to who's driving the car. It's someone in a light hoodie. So again, they can't definitively say, right, this is Jason Chen. They're just putting these 2 little pieces out there for the jury. And then this one, vehicle matching Paces at the Signal View condos at 8:41 p.m. This is where her family later found her car. And then 9:01, a person in a hoodie dropped off at Chen's apartment complex. You can see that light hoodie there. And then when you get to the next line of questioning, here's a picture of him on that same day wearing a light colored hoodie. So, like you said, little pieces that they can't come out and prove, but is this just planting it in the juror's mind to have them make that next step? Is that kind of how the prosecution thinks about when they're going to lay out these pieces of evidence?
Certainly. And as you know, the prosecution is going to put these pieces together and use it as persuasive argument. There's something called circumstantial evidence, right? Direct evidence is evidence you can, you know, test and see, and as on video. Circumstantial evidence is something that can be inferred. And so what they're arguing here is basically look at the timeline, look at the actions of the vehicle, look at the picture of him, you know, that same day with a light. We're inferring that it's him, and that's allowed, right? And so what they're doing is they're basically giving a timeline of action to the jury. Now, is it absolutely positive that it has to be him? That's not even where they're going. They're saying this all fits in connection with the theory of our case, that he killed her and now he's trying to cover it up. Here he's trying to hide the car, and that's circumstantial evidence of it. It's persuasive, and it'll be argued well by the state.
And I want to ask you one last question before I let you go here. So they talked a lot today with this Zach Crawford investigator, and this is something that we heard in the previous hearings.
True, Ronnie.
An idea that he brought up at a hearing where they said if you had to botch an investigation to save a life, would you? And he said yes.
So what was the result of that, Dr. Bullbutter? Did they just ignore it and keep going? Probably did. There may have been a little warning given to the camera person. I'm just wondering what happened to
the
that.
defense harped on that a lot about
Yes, go to
you know,
as the gavel
making
drops for
sure,
court documents.
were there mistakes in this investigation? And you know, he said together in little snippets, both by person and by subject matter. You can see there. Here's a video. Surveillance footage
Yes, what did
reveals
they
where
do?
Jason Chen went in the day after
What did they
Jasmine
do?
Pace was last seen. We also have the opening statements from yesterday, a detailed look at the crime scene, and some of the details from Katrina, being Jasmine Pace's mother, as she was the first to testify. So more information there. If you're not done looking into this case yet, we will join you back here tomorrow just before 9 a.m. as court resumes for day 3. For now, thanks so much for joining us in the News Channel 9 Stream Center and our coverage of the murder of Jasmine Pace.
So long, farewell. A good day. Okay, so this trial is moving along. I didn't think there was going to be a mistrial. Yeah, I bet they're more careful. And Dr. B was watching a different case, and they accidentally panned the courtroom and got part of the jury on camera. Yeah, I'm not going to follow that one right now. I just can't. Hi, Hilda B. Hi, Dr. B. Hi, Ronnie. Hi, everybody. Thank you for liking. Woohoo. Okay, let me do the drawing. Oh, shoot. I forgot to put it on screen. I'll show you who wins. Hello, Brit. No, Jay-Z won. Yay! Woohoo! If Jay-Z is already won, I don't know. Let me look. Nope, Jay-Z, you are you won an entry, so you'll be entered for this portion of the giveaway. I have JK and Jay-Z. I got 2 J's. Awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. I bet they're more careful. Oh, congrats. WTG. Yeah, I mean, it's not an end all be all depending on the judge and the jurisdiction. You know, they are in public open court, and I've got to do this. It's driving me crazy. There we go. They are in public court, so you know. Thanks everybody for liking. I greatly appreciate it. It's fabulous that y'all do that for me. It looks like I may be doing another collab in the near future, in the next couple of days. I'm working on that, so we'll have to see how that turns out. Going to my analytics, I want to see something. Okay. Wonderful. Oh, that's wonderful. Yay. I'm going to turn you off. That's not what I wanted to do. Didn't know it would do that. That's new. They've made some changes. There's something that I've never seen in Yahoo before. I clicked on something and it went to an analytic review that I've never seen before. So I'm going to have to go revisit that. That was weird. That was weird. We are up, y'all. Good news. We are up to 2,678 subscribers. Thank you for all you new. That's 225 additions this month. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. But here's the other good news. We hit, what's today? Today, for my channel, in 8 months officially, 10 months not officially, streaming 125,000 views. Woo woo! And we reached the 2,500 plus subscribers. Y'all are rocking it. Thank you guys so freaking much. I had to say freaking. It felt good. So freaking much. God, that felt good. That felt good. Honestly. And we had 40 likes today. Oh my gosh, that is awesome. You did a great job, you guys. I am so excited and blessed to have you a part of my family. And I look forward to many, many more videos and hours with you. Yeah, we have made some milestones today. We did. Thank you guys so very much. Now, Sensei, come here. Come on, Boo Boo. Is it time to go home? Are you telling Mama time to go home? You want to go home? Yeah. Is that you telling me it's time to go home? All right, off. Hi, Debbie. Hi, Candace. Hi, you guys. Well, guys, we hit some milestones today. We got our 150,000 view. Well, 105,000, excuse me, views in officially 8 months since monetization. And we hit 2,600 something subscribers. So, yay! Out and about with Dana. Everybody's coming on. Hi, Debbie. Hi, everybody. Guess what? I'm getting ready to get off. Will y'all do the replay crew? I don't know if you want to watch 8 hours all over. But yes, Sensei is telling Mama it's time to go home. Mama woke up at 4:30 this morning with a raging migraine, couldn't go back to sleep. So came in early. The live started early because court started early. Oh, you've been on all day. You're going to bed. Okay, good. Well, there's some of you hopping in that are not. But thank you, Debbie, for watching all day with us. But anyway, I still have a little hangover headache. It's very minor, but I know I need to go do some self-care. I might even do that face mask. Clean my face, put the steam machine on. I have one of those professional steamers. That always feels good. Oh, you were streaming too. I'm sorry, my bad. Are you streaming the same case? Since it gets a boop, you got a boop. I'll give her a treat for y'all. Kristen, thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all. Okay, I've already made the drawing today, but if you hop on right now, put I liked, push the like button because it will validate it, and then comment I liked, and I will add you into tomorrow, even if you're not here. So you can get a double entry today and tomorrow. But you got to put ILIKED liked here in the banner. Thanks for coming by and saying hi. We need to do a collab sometime. Thank you, Candace. We need to do a collab. But anyway, I've got I know, right? It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's not easy doing what we do. So what I do is I go home and get in bed, curl up, and then I speed walk the people I like to watch. See you tomorrow. Okay, guys. If you are rewatch crew, you are also entered into the drawing for the next day. So don't worry about it. You are still getting your little likes in. But with that, everybody have a fabulous day. I've got to be up here crack early in the morning. I got to be here at 7, which means I got to get up at 6:30 and go live by 8. They are starting early tomorrow morning. Dag nabbit. They're starting early tomorrow morning. But we love each and every one of you. Oh, thank you for liking. Thank you, guys. Thank you for spending time with us. And we do appreciate it greatly. And the way you can thank us is just is to hit that like button and subscribe. If you do that, you get in the entry. Do all the YouTubey things. I'm not afraid to ask. I'm not ashamed to ask, but I hate having that loose hair. Oh, it's in my braid. Ugh. I think what I'm going to do. Oh, actually, I did a makeup tutorial and I had a lot of people fussing at me because I did a makeup tutorial on a court show. If you notice, I can put anything I want up here. So but I'm going to do it with this new cosmetic company that I'm aligning myself with. Y'all, some of you don't know, I've been a makeup artist since my 20s for over 30 years. And there's a new cosmetic company out there that I have followed. Well, not cosmetic. It's a wellness. It's got wonderful stuff for skin. It's got wonderful drink mix that you can add to I'll be telling you all about it. And they're going to be a sponsor. But when I do this, I will do a full makeover thing and I will stream it live. But I'll probably do it in the evening after my trial hours are over. Well, what I do, if you buy my makeup, then I automatically do a one-on-one FaceTime or Zoom with you when you get the product. And then I walk you through it and I teach you how to put your makeup on through the internet and help you with any of your problems. I've been doing that for years. I just don't push it here, but maybe I should. I don't know. But I'll be having some makeup stuff here soon. We'll start doing some more makeup. All right, lovelies. Y'all have an awesome day. I'm going to go to bed so I don't have a headache in the morning. That was not a fun morning, but I'm glad I spent my day with you. And I love y'all very much. And y'all have a blessed evening and love on your families. Wait a minute. I selected an outro video. Why am I doing that again? Oh, really? You're going to do this to me again today? Okay, let me do this. That'd be the one. Select my outro. Wonderful. Glitches. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.